So good morning and welcome to our Oliver's Mount circuit here over in Scarborough. My name's Danielle Koenig and alongside me we have Bradley Hicks.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning, Danielle. I hope everybody is doing okay. What a great day it is here at Oliver's Mount for round number 6 of the British Supermoto Championship. I can't wait.
No, me neither. Out on track at the minute, we've just got our mini bike all-comers just getting ready to set off. But we've got some action-packed racing that will be coming up very shortly. If you're not already, make sure you are following us on social media. So we do have our Facebook page, Instagram and website where you can keep up to date with all the news for the British Supermoto Championship. And for the live stream, make sure you are subscribed to us over on YouTube at TNL Sport. So our Instagram, the British Supermoto, and our Facebook and website are the British Supermoto Championship. You can't miss it. So, yeah, we're just getting all set up, ready for an exciting day's racing, Brad.
No, you're right, we absolutely are. Like you say, just out on the circuit now, we do have one of the races, but yeah, we'll have the C, Bs and the A group as well. But it's always great to have the British Supermoto Championship here at Oliver's Mount, because the circuit that's quite famous. Been going since 1946.
Yeah, you are our oracle here for Oliver's Mount, but let's take a look at our current championship standings. Our Academy Championship currently being led by the number 41 Ed Darnton on 338 points. Second place we have Archie Reynolds, third Max Rhodes, fourth Tyler Clark, and rounding out our top 5 is Cole Reynolds.
Sixth position, Josh Walker on 112 points. He is 14 up the road from Jackson Bennett. Rick Jennings is 17 behind Jackson with Ollie O'Gorman and Jackson Nuttall.
So our next championship is our Novice Championship, and that is being led by the number 59 of Dan Billum. So he's currently on 342 points. Second to him is the number 63 of Kevin Crowders. Then third, the newcomer Adrian Dealey. We have fourth, Dean Clark, and in fifth position we have Liam Pearson.
Next up is the Clubman Championship. 311, Jake Sayer leads the way on 293 points. Simon Burgess, number 53, is up next on 235. Chris Lambourne, 40 points behind him on 195, with Blake Wilson and Luke Armitage rounding out the top 5.
And then our highly contested Trips UK Elite Championship. That is currently being headed up by the number 74 TM Leeds UK rider Chris Hodgson, who currently holds 378 points. In second place, it's our Trips UK rider Richard Sharp there. Then third, we have the youngster Alex Mullaney. Fourth place is one of the first of our Fat and Fast riders, Jamie Duncan, the number 7. And rounding out that top 5 is Richard Blakeman on 199 points. So coming up today, we will have our race day schedule very shortly, but we are going to have our Solos Group C out very shortly. But before that, we will take a quick look back at Superpole this morning. So we are now ready for our Superpole, and out first should be the number 817 of Harley Sharp. If you're watching our live stream, you can see there on screen we've got our top 5 riders. We've got Hodgson, Duncan, Mullaney and the 2 Sharps there, all having a quick look to see what those lap times were and how much it was between them. So there is our race director David Deard, and he's just giving the riders a little bit of input on how they're going to take their outing lap so they can then get onto their flyer. So we'll just wait for these riders to get themselves all sorted. But like we say, it should be the 817 of Harley Sharp making his way out onto the circuit first of all. So he'll get the first opportunity to try and improve that best lap time that he did in our qualifying session. So his best lap time was a 111.781. So about 3/100ths of a second off Dad 217 Richard Sharp. So we'll see if he can best that. The advantage with Superpole is the riders do get completely clear track. They don't have to worry about traffic, so they're one of the only bikes on the circuit at the time. But that can also have its disadvantages, so it's quite a lot of pressure to know that this is your last opportunity to try to do a flying lap. So we'll have to see if the 817 of Harley Sharp's able to handle the pressure as he there gets his goggles on and gets ready to make his way back out onto the circuit, Brad.
The pressure's really on in these Super Bowl sessions, isn't it? I mean, one slight mistake and that can cost you dearly. You can either be on for a, front row, or that slight mistake can see you go back down to 5th position. It really is all to play for as the 817 of Harley Sharp heads out of the paddock then, and who will be taken to the circuit in just a moment time. But a 111.7 is the benchmark that he has set personally in that practice qualifying session just a moment ago.
Yeah, so it's all down to the rider now. And another thing to also mention, they won't have a tow from anyone. So if they were out there chasing down maybe his dad, they won't have that tow. But here he goes, flying lap across the start finish, and we'll see him now make his way down into mere hairpin, just past those blue barriers, hard on the brakes there, and we can see there's all that rubber that's been laid down from the backing we've had over this weekend so far. Then it's hard onto the brakes to then make your way up this really tricky banking section, and then hard on the power as you head into this infield section.
Yeah, through the left there you can see the lines from where the rear wheel's been skittering around are hard on the brakes, but through the right-hander, and he's looking good at the moment, looking smooth, is the 817 of Harley Sharp behind the control tower, heading behind the house as well. And then we're heading in towards the dirt section.
Yep, so Harley got a good off-road background here, so he'll be loving this off-road that we've got here at Oliver's Mount, making his way through this really tricky split section we have. So down round that inside berm, and then getting the power down up our Bathmate step up before he then rejoins back onto this tricky tarmac section, and absolutely sideways there on that trip to KTM as he's then hard on the power into Farm Bends.
That's so difficult there, isn't it, on the exit of the dirt section of dirt. It's being dragged onto the circuit. The pound's down now on the exit of Farm Bends. It's across the line now, and his effort there, a 111.736 for Harley Sharp.
Yeah, but he can't be disappointed with that one. That was a great lap put together, and I think it's fair to say these Sharp riders have got styles for miles as they came out of that off-road absolutely sideways. But it is now Dad's turn to take Super Pole, and he backs it in to mere hairpin, coming down our start-finish straight, and then we'll catch him here back as he makes his way into our paddock section.
A lot of experience and a lot of skill there for the 217 of Richard Sharp, isn't it? As he just makes his way over the step up onto the upper half of the paddock. It looks like it may have cost him a 100th or a 10th or so as he slides his way through the left in the middle of this paddock section now, back over to the right hand side, and he's certainly pressing on. You can really see him trying to muscle that machine around as he goes behind the control tower and behind the house once more, heading in towards the dirt section towards the end of his Super Pole lap.
Yep, another rider that will be loving this off-road section. Richard Sharp makes his way over that big step up we've got here, and then through this loose section. So again, opting for that outside to inside line, with the inside burn there holding really well and able to get the power down on that 450. Up the Bathmate step up and back out onto the tarmac, and less dramatics there from senior Mr. Sharp, and he manages to get the power down into Farm Bends, hugging that curve back out onto our start finish straight to try and get the power down as he heads across the start finish.
There we go, he is across the line with Richard Sharp then, a 1 minute 12.525, so that little mistake within the paddock section did cost him dearly. 0.8 of a second by the end of that Super Pole lap, and we're looking now at the number 7 of Jamie Duncan as he starts his Super Pole lap.
So it is the fat and fast rider number 7 of Jamie Duncan as he heads down the start finish straight, not backing it in ever so much there, round those blue barriers, and then tight, hugging this corner as he makes his way through to this paddock section, and we'll see him hop up onto this quite rough gravelly section, and a lot tighter there than the 217 of Richard Sharp. And then it is this tricky left right, ooh, little bobble there from the 7 of Jamie Duncan, trying to get the power down on that KTM.
Behind the control tower once more, up through the gearbox before hitting the brakes and slithering his way in towards the dirt section there. We can see the black lines being left from the previous event. So through that berm then, and then just over this big jump there. Jamie Duncan so stylish as he goes for the inside for the outside line. So slightly different to Richard and Harley Sharp there for Jamie Duncan. High up on the berm, but over the Bathmate step up now, and I reckon he's made up a 10th or so as he gets the power down on the exit and back onto the tarmac.
Yeah, he absolutely sent it up our Bathmate step up there, so that's the most airtime we've seen so far. Not quite as close to that inside curve there as he was on the previous lap, but then he comes across the line, and it is Jamie Duncan that manages a 1:12.083, so that provisionally pops him in second place behind the Trips UK rider Harley Sharp, who holds pole for the time being, so he wasn't able to improve on his qualifying lap, but it is the number 100 of Alex Mullaney now that takes to the track.
Certainly is. He's across the line, and the time has started now for the number 100 of Alex Mullaney, the Automotive Solutions rider, as he backs his way in towards Mere Hairpin, flicks it to the right-hand side around that blue barrier and through in towards the paddock section now. So they start on the lower half of the paddock, as you can see, as they now step up onto the upper half of the paddock, flick it left through the gates and on towards this difficult 180 degree left-hander, which immediately brings you into a 180 degree right-hander. So you really do have to thread the eye of the needle there to make up time.
Yeah, watching Alex's riding style there, keeping the feet on the pegs, and he was able to get the power down really well, especially on that quite loose gravelly part where they rejoin into the paddock section. But he now joins us over that first big tabletop that we have in our off-road section, and he opts for the same line as Mr. Duncan, taking the inside to outside line, and we'll see him now send it up the Bathmate step up, and very nicely done. That inside leg off, trying to make sure that he doesn't lose the front on that really loose, dusty section as he rejoins the tarmac.
Through farm bends, only a couple more corners to go. Flick it over to the right. Safe to say it's very steep uphill right-hander as he drives for the line now. Checkered flag goes out for the number 100 of Alex Mullaney, and it's a 1:11.377, so he has provisional pole position.
But it is now time for the number 74 of Chris Hodgson to make his way out onto the circuit. So Chris managing to break through into the 1:10s in the qualifying session. So at the minute it's all for him to lose. So he's currently our provisional pole sitter, but it all depends on his hot lap here in Super Bowl. So we'll watch him come round now the back of the house up to Farm Bends and then try and get a good run onto the start finish straight to set him up for a hot lap.
Even on the exit of the paddock there and onto the front straight, you seem to try and square it off to really get the drive on that number 74 machine as he heads towards Mere Hairpin now, just about locking up that rear wheel, flicking it through the left and the right. That brings him down in towards that paddock right-hander. So onto the lower paddock we go now, and looking for the line, looking for the tip-in point. There he goes, stepping up onto the upper part of the paddock now, and deep into that 180 degree left now.
Absolutely no dramas there for Hodgson as he pops it straight up into our paddock section, and again getting the power down on that TM Leeds UK 450, and then heading round the back of the house as he makes his way towards our off-road section, and he's looking inch perfect at the moment.
So it seems that the best line at the moment as he goes over that big jump is the outside to inside, but this time around Chris Hodgson does take the same line as Duncan and Mullaney, going for the inside then the outside, using the berm and then just sending it over the Bathmate step up before returning back onto the tarmac, and wheels pretty much in line there for the number 74 of Chris Hodgson. He's looking good at the moment with 2 more corners to go.
Yep, Hodgson not sending it quite as far as Duncan or Mullaney there, landing more on the top of that step up to get the power down. And as he comes across the line, he has managed to break into the 1:10s again, so taking provisional pole with a 1:10.824. So it looks like that will be our front 2 rows all set and sorted for race 1 coming up a little bit later on. So on pole position, we will see the number 74 TM Leeds UK rider of Chris Hodgson taking to the front row. Alongside him, we will have the number 100 of Alex Mullaney, and it will be the 817 of Harley Sharp taking a front row start for race 1. Row 2, we will then see the number 7 of Jamie Duncan, alongside him the 217 of Richard Sharp. So that was how Superpole lined us up for our A Group Race 1 a little bit later on this morning, but out next will be our C Group Race 1. So C Group is brought to you by Contract Solutions, the engineering company up in Scotland. So we'll wait for those riders to make their way down from our top paddock very, very shortly, and then they can come and take their positions here on our grid.
Yes, absolutely. It should be a great race there. We've got some quick riders right at the front there, also further down the field as well. So what we're expecting is a very close race between these guys in Group C. So on pole position will be the number 6 of Dean Clark. A 124.323 was enough to see him take pole position, but only by a tenth of a second over the 150 of Liam Pearson with a 1 minute 24.472. 16, Tommy Sayer will round out the front row with a 124.720.
And row 2, a slightly smaller second row. We do only have 2 riders. It's a staggered grid. And that will be the number 303 of Aidan Walker, who managed 4th place here in our qualifying this morning with a 124.828. 5th place will see the 162 of Ian Rogerson, who managed a 125.269 as his best lap.
Row number 3, 17, Jay Collins, a 125.303. And he said Sean Rogerson and Lewis Cowper will be there on row number 3 as well.
And then row 4, we will have our Academy rider, the number 79 of Jackson Bennett. Alongside him, fellow Academy rider, the number 41 of Edward Darnton.
Row 5, number 5 of Archie Reynolds, 127.469. And then rounding out that 5th row is the 159 of Jason Laycock with a 27.951.
And then we've got one of our women's riders out there, the number 56 of Lily Rhodes on board that RWJ KTM 250. She's alongside the number 6 Tyler Clark, so nephew of our pole sitter, and Tyler managing a 129.009 in qualifying.
Phil Rigg heads up row number 7 with a 129.155, 104 Simon Billum, and then the 671 of Steve Smith to round out the 7th row.
So we are getting these riders down onto the circuit. We can hear them just behind us in our commentary box. So they will get to do their warm-up lap and then they will take to the grid. So we should see them making their way into that off-road section very shortly. And as you can see on screen, it does look like they've done a little bit of track maintenance there and watered that quite loose section. So you can see there on screen, there's Dean Clark taking that inside to outside line there, and it's a really good view there of that off-road section, Bradley.
It really is, and you get a good perspective of just how steep and the inclines are as they make their way now onto the tarmac section coming towards the grid. But yeah, you really do get a great perspective there, don't you?
Yeah, and the fact that that isn't even all of the off-road shows just how much work has gone into developing the circuit here at Oliver's Mount for our British Supermoto Championship round that we get here on the bank holiday weekend in August. But on screen there you can see the number 6 of Dean Clark. He's taking pole position, and like we said, alongside him the number 150 of Liam Pearson. So we'll get these riders all gridded up, and I'm sure they're all ready and raring to go for their first race of the day here at Oliver's Mount.
So watching them come through, there's the number 16 of Tommy Sayer. He will line up on the end of row number 1 as the 95 machine just makes his way onto the grid as well. So at number 95, of course, we're looking at him now.
That was John Oakes. He had a great day yesterday, really enjoyed the circuit. So our Bathmate team boss there giving us a wave. He rode really well yesterday, I believe taking a second place to the number 236 of Dan Spencer in race 2 yesterday of our C's. So he promoted himself up to the B's, and he'll be looking to do that again here today. But we do have some slight circuit amendments from yesterday, so hopefully it suits him just as well.
That's a great lineup there, isn't it? It's always good to see bikes on the grid here at Oliver's Mount as we look at the number 6 of Dean Clark, the 150 of Liam Pearson, and the 16 of Tommy Sayer. This is your front row. I remind you, the 162 of Ian Rogerson just out of shot now to the right-hand side of your picture. But looks like we are getting now ready for the first race start of the day.
Yep, I think we were just waiting on the 41 of Edward Darnton. You can see him there just on the inside on that 85, but we point at the lights and away they go. So it looks like a good launch there from the 16 of Tommy Sayer, and it looks like Liam Pearson down on power there, getting swamped a little bit on the start as we watch them make their way into Mere Hairpin for the first time.
Yeah, number 16, Clark, made a good start there. Looks like he may lead them round as they go into the paddock section for the first time, and it is indeed the number 6 of Dean Clark ahead of the 150 of Pearson. I believe that was up next. We'll watch them. No, it's Tommy Sayer, in fact. So Sayer up into second position. Looks like Pearson was dropped down to 4th or 5th place there, unfortunately, from the start, but already deep into this paddock section through the left. Very technical over to the right-hand side now, and Tommy Sayer stalking the number 6 of Dean Clark with clear track in front of him. you just know he'll try and get the hammer down right from the get-go.
Yeah, it looked like that was the 96 of Lewis Cowper there making his way up to third place. So he's come from the third row there. And unfortunately, it was the 150 of Liam Pearson that was losing out mostly there on that start. But Dean Clark there trying to eke out an advantage through this off-road section. Tommy Sayer taking the alternative line there, going for the outside to inside before they make their way for the first time up our Bathmate step up.
And that inside-outside line, the option line there, can either work for or against you, but on this occasion it's worked well for Tommy Sayer, bike number 16. He holds on to that second-place position, but the number 6 of Dean Clark is coming around farm bends now through the left, and that's a very steep uphill into the right-hander as well that brings you out onto the main straight to complete lap number 1.
Yep, and it is Dean Clark out in front with an advantage of 0.961 of a second there, but it is that front three group that are pulling away there just slightly from the number 95 of John Oakes, who currently sits in fourth place. So there it is, Clark, Sayer and Cowper as they make their way into the infield section up this banking, and you can see there the gravel being pulled onto the tarmac there, so really tricky tarmac layout, and then this really tight infield section. And Sayer seems to have caught right onto the back of Clark here as they make their way through, but Clark trying to get the power down on board that Husqvarna as they head towards our off-road section.
They all concertina up in that paddock section as well there, doesn't they? Because across the line, Lewis Cowper in third position had a 1.5 second lead over John Oakes in fourth place, but it really didn't look as though it was that much as they went through the paddock section, but in towards the dirt now. And again, it goes outside to inside there for your race leader of Dean Clark. And again, the number 16 of Tommy Sayer goes for the outside, which gives him the inside line for that right-hander at the bottom of the dirt section. But over the Bathmate step up and back onto the tarmac then. Tommy Sayer right in the wheel tracks there, and wheels in line as well, and that is important for the drive as they go in towards farm bends. Yeah,
but it looks like these top two now breaking away there from the 96 of Cowper as they head back out through farm bends and onto our start-finish straight. So is Sayer now going to try and line a move up as they come across the start-finish line? Is he able to outbrake Clark? He is, so he nips up the inside there as they make their way through round Mere Hairpin and back down through our paddock section. So a change for the lead there with the number 16, Tommy Sayer, overtaking the 6 of Dean Clark. Looking a little bit further back, it is a fastest lap time for the 3:03 of Sean Rogerson, who currently sits in fourth place. So looks like John Oakes there had a little bit of a mare. He's dropped down to sixth, with the 150 of Liam Pearson now sitting in seventh place.
Yeah, just looking at the lap times there of John Oakes, he's at 24.6, and that would put him around about the 9th, 10th place position, so certainly a slight mistake on that second lap, unfortunately, it would seem, for the Bathmate rider of 95, John Oakes, but already the leading trio into the dirt section now, and Dean Clark just trying to hold on to that second place position now, and in fact, he's gone for that outside-inside line. Likewise is what Tommy Sayer did in the opening couple of laps, and I think that may have cost Tommy Sayer the race lead as we wait for the riders to go over this Bathmate step up, and Lewis Cowper, Sean Rogerson having a good fight there for third position as well.
Yep, I think the number 303 of Rogerson is definitely the man on the move here, so he's trying to line up a move on the 96 of Cowper, and he did look a little bit more confident going into that off-road section, so we'll see if that's where he's planning on trying to make that move. Behind him there, we've got the 162 of Ian Rogerson, so I think they may be brothers out there, and it is now a fastest lap there for Rogerson on that last lap, who's currently in fifth.
That was Sean Rogerson trying to make his way around the long way on the 96 of Lewis Cowper for that third position, but unfortunately it didn't quite pay off this time around, but still plenty of racing left in this one. So as you go in towards the paddock section once again, we're looking at Tommy Sayer and Dean Clark just out of picture now, the number 96. That is the battle for third place, and Lewis Cowper does have the 303 of Sean Rogerson and the 162 of Ian Rogerson, starting to look a little bit impatient behind him there for my money, but Sean Rogerson 303, a lot of experience and in this Supermoto class, as he's almost riding pillion now with the number 96 of Lewis Cowper, but back into the dirt section for this fight for third.
Yeah, Rogerson there all over the back of Cowper and taking that split lane, but is his brother going to try and nab that position from him? Can Sean Rogerson nip up the inside? And it looks like he's got the run on Cowper, but not able to make the step up there, and the stake for the number 303 as they battle it out for that third place. But this battle for third is allowing our front two to break away slightly, so it was a 1.5 second lead over the line there from Dean Clark back to Lewis Cowper, and you can see our front two now breaking away as they then cross the line.
Yeah, you've hit the nail on the head there. Half a second is the gap between Tommy Sayer and Dean Clark as we come around to complete lap number 4. So we are at half race distance now, 4 down, 4 to go. But that Dyson Joe at the front as, again, the number 303 of Sean Rodderson does seem to like that line that carries a little bit more speed around the outside. But this track, the layout of this track, just seems to lend itself for overtakes being a little bit closer than what you want, really, doesn't it?
It does. It's a really quite narrow circuit that we've got here at Oliver's Mount, and it looks like the two brothers there were bashing bars as they made their way up into that paddock infield section. And note just for our spectators here today as well, if you do walk down towards our off-road section, there is a crossing area on the circuit where you can go and see all this action really up close and personal and see the jumps for our off-road section. So make sure you make the most of that and go and see one of our new viewing areas that we have here at the circuit. But again, it is still the two Rogerson brothers that are keeping the pressure on the number 96 of Cowper as they come through this off-road. Rogerson just not able to get the run up, that step up that I think he'd like.
It's not seeming to work for him at the moment there, is it, for the 96 of Lewis Cowper, who at this point must feel as though he's being ganged up on now by the Sean and Ian Rogerson pairing. But as you go through the left and back over to the right of Farm Bends, they're onto the front straight now, and this looks like it could well be a run for the 303 of Sean Rogerson. If he can just keep the momentum going in towards Mere Hairpin, I think he's not quite close enough, unfortunately, this time around. So as they brake hard once again for Mere Hairpin, through the quick change of direction from the left to the right, and again Sean Rogerson looking for that outside pass, but there's just not enough room there, unfortunately.
No, Cowper there putting that Husqvarna exactly where Sean Rogerson doesn't want it to be and showing him the outside of the circuit, still giving him plenty of room. It's fair racing, but they are now starting to catch up on that front pair there of Sayer and Clark, and Sayer is not having it all his own way. Dean Clark there still very much keeping the pressure on, with it only being a 0.6 second gap across the line on that last passing. There you can see that is the 150 of Liam Pearson and John Oakes, also being chased down by our academy rider Edward Darnton, who currently sits in 7th place as it stands.
That's so impressive for the number 41 of Edward Darnton. He's out of picture there, but you can see on the left-hand side on the tower, Edward Darnton right there in the mix with John Oakes and Liam Pearson. There's only 0.6 of a second separating that battle for 6th place, including the 85cc of Edward Darnton, credited there with A41, so the number 41. But as we watch our leading two go through the left at the bottom of Farm Bends, back over to the right-hand side, and it is still the number 16 of Tommy Sayer who leads the way at the end of lap number 6, ahead of Dean Clark. And he's opened up his advantage now to 1.2 seconds now, so he's broken that 1 second barrier, and Dean Clark now playing chase, and if he's not careful may fall into the clutches of Lewis Cowper, because he is lapping around about the same times.
Yeah, and it looks like Rogerson there was going to try and line up that move around the outside again that he just hasn't been able to make stick. But there's our current race leader, the number 16 of Tommy Sayer, and looking really clean and tidy here through this infield section in our paddock. So managing that left and right hairpin, then getting the power down on his KTM towards the off-road. And we've had a change there for 7th place, so that is the number 41 of Edward Darnton that's managed to overtake the 95 of John Oakes there. So great pass there for Darnton, who was definitely a fan favourite yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so impressive on that 85cc machine as we watch our race leaders now. And again, that looks like it could well be the outside to inside 303 Sean Rogerson as he go around then, and this could well be Lewis Cowper losing that final podium position. Is it, as they go over the Bathmate step up and back onto the tarmac? Number 303 Sean Rogerson is now through up into 3rd position, so dropping down back in towards Farm Bends, and that is the fight for 3rd.
Yeah, Rogerson there really keeping the pressure on now. Ian Rogerson, now that brother Sean has found a way through. Is he going to be able to replicate that with only 2 laps remaining as we head down to the start-finish straight? Ian not looking quite as close there as Sean was on that previous lap, and there's the 150 of Liam Pearson, who currently sits in 5th place and has our current fastest lap of this session.
No, you're absolutely right there, Liam Pearson on the 150. Let's not forget, he started in the middle of that row number 1. So Liam Pearson has certainly made his race not the easiest, I think it's safe to say, as we watch that fight for the race lead. And Rogerson is already there on them. So that fight that was 2-way is now 3-way fight, as Lewis Cowper just seemingly can't quite match the pace of the leading trio at this stage. But keep your eyes on that 303 of Sean Rogerson, because it's not taken him too long to clamber up to the tail end of this battle for the lead.
It hasn't, but like we said yesterday, this circuit, it's all good being fast and having those lap times, but being able to make a pass in race conditions can be tricky. So the number 303 there of Rogerson taking that inside to outside line there, but just coming up on the back marker of the 771 of Darrell Brett there, managing to find a way through him nice and cleanly, but that has bunched up this group together. So as you said there, the number 6 of Dean Clark really coming under pressure now from Cowper, and it is Rogerson now that's managed to eke away out to second place now, chasing down the number 16 man of Tommy Sayer.
Last lap flag now goes out. We are 8 laps complete. Only one more to go. So Tommy Sayer with a 1.1 second advantage just needs to manage the race from the front. That previous lap of 22.4 as we watch them as they go in towards. So there's the number 6 of Dean Clark.
There was a big moment there for the 150 of Liam Pearson on the brakes into Mere Hairpin. The 150 that has managed to catch up right onto the back of Ian Rogerson now. And you can see him now trying to go around the outside, but there's not enough room through that section. Here he is again, looking to go around the outside here. 3 abreast in this tight infield section. Does not go. So all the pressure now on the number 6 of Dean Clark as we've got a 4-rider battle there for third place.
No, you're absolutely right there. And Liam Pearson, number 150, I mean, on this circuit as well, it's not the easiest to make the overtake. So, for want of a better way of describing it, you always have to bully your way through there, don't you? But he's taking it all in the stride as Tommy said, the number 16 machine goes for the outside, then the inside. And he's side by side now with the 303 of Sean Rogerson. So, over the step up there, it looks as though that is Sayer just about holding on to the race lead as we come towards the final corners.
It is. So, Rogerson there, doing everything he could to try and get alongside Sayer as they made their way up that step up, but it is Sayer now that comes out onto the start-finish straight, and is he able to keep Rogerson behind him? He is, to take the checkered flag and our first race win of the day.
That was some great defensive riding there from the number 16 of Tommy Sayer. He put that machine exactly where Sean Rogerson wanted to go through. We saw him weaving on the front straight here before the checkered flag, trying to find a way through, but to no avail. So 0.2 of a second was the gap at the end of that race between Tommy Sayer and Sean Rogerson. And the number 6 of Dean Clark, he does hold on to that final podium position.
He does, but it will be our top 2 that make their way up to the B group for our second block of races coming on a little bit later on this afternoon. So that will be the number 16 of Tommy Sayer and the 303 of Sean Rogerson that will be joining us at the back of our B group for race 2.
Dean Clark, Lewis Cowper, Ian Rogerson complete the top 5. Liam Pearson, number 150, started in the middle of that front row and completes the race in 6th position, but does have the fastest lap of the race of a 1 minute 20.030. 7th position, Danielle, Edward Darnton.
Yeah, like we said earlier, a fan favourite on board that 85, so to be out there battling with our 450s, he's done really well there to find a way through on the 95 of John Oakes. 9th we had the 17 of Jay Collins, and in 10th it was the 159 of Jason Laycock, who had a good day yesterday. Our 11th place rider was the 85 of Philip Rigg, then another Academy rider in 12th, Max Rhodes. Then it was Goon Squad rider, the 671 of Steve Smith, and 14th went to the number 6 of Tyler Clark. 15th we had Jackson Bennett on board that KTM, and then we also had the other Rhodes sibling, Lily Rhodes, there in 16th, and 17th was the 714 of Andrew Goodsell, with 18th being rounded out by Jonathan Reed.
There's a great race there, and I'm sure that we've got more to come later on for the Race IQ Group B, which will be making their way out onto the circuit in not too much time. And there is the top 3 from the first race of the day.
Yeah, great battle there, and I think we both know that it's going to be an exciting race with the number 303 of Sean Rogerson making his way up to the B group to see what progress he can make, because he was looking really racy in our first race of the day. But it will be the number 6 of Dean Clark on pole again for race 2 in the seas a little bit later. So we'll let these riders all get a drink as we wait for our B group riders to make their way down from the top paddock, and we will get ready for our Race IQ grid to be gridded up here. So just again a mention to our spectators that are out there, you can take a walk along the banking and head towards our off-road section, and there is a section of the track where you can cross over, so you can get all up and close and personal with the all new off-road section that we've had built. Now, the off-road section was actually built by our Trips UK team boss, Chris Walker. So that off-road section has been developed now over the last few weekends, and it does give the riders a lot of different challenges that they can try and contend with, as well as some good overtaking spots that we saw there, especially from Sean Rogerson.
Yeah, absolutely, and it seems to be one of the only overtaking opportunities there, and like we said, it either works for you or against you. But in the meantime, we do have the Race IQ Group B front rows here, and it's Simon Burgess on pole position with a 1:17.309, 97 Dax Almond, a 1:17.754, and the 2:55 of Kyle Eccleston, a 1:17.867.
Yeah, these are the riders that just missed out on making it into our A group off the bat on qualifying, so they will be all riled up and trying to battle for those top 2 positions to move up a group for race 2. Road 2, we have the 741 of Darren Lee, who managed a 1:17.887, and alongside him, the Automotive Solutions rider Craig Forshaw on board that 58 Honda in 5th place. Row 3, we have the 101 of Neil Meelan. He managed to qualify straight into the A's yesterday, but today he is on the 3rd row. Alongside him, the 138 of Harvey Ward. He was one of our riders of the day yesterday, being a newcomer here to the sport and getting on very nicely on board that Trips UK machine. And rounding out row 3 is the 167 of Michael Craig.
Row number 4 is the 111 of Duncan Wright with the number 73 of Ollie Sims just to the left-hand side of your picture there. He's making his way to round out that 4th row in 10th position. But in the meantime, 101 Goon Squad Racing for Neil Meelan. He's got some work to do there from 6th on the grid, but he'll be trying his absolute hardest, you can guarantee.
So row 5, we should have the number 99 of Andy Hayes making his way down to the grid. So we'll see him there on that empty 11 spot. Right on cue, he comes in there with that yellow helmet on board his 99 KTM, and he should be alongside the 59 of Dan Billum there. So our current novice championship leader, currently sitting mid-pack in the Bs, he will be trying all he can to get those much-needed championship points. Row 6, we have the 63 of Kevin Crowthers there on the Bathmate machine, and he's alongside the 62 of Eddie Rushforth.
Looks like we're getting all ready for the race start here, so the green flag is up, all eyes to the lights. Out go the lights, and Simon Burgess, a hop, skip and a jump. There's a bit of fresh air underneath the front wheel of the number 53 of Simon Burgess, so your pole man, as quick as you like, down into 4th position as to go in towards Mere Hairpin for the first time of asking.
Yeah, it was a poor start there for Simon Burgess, but that has given the race lead to the 255 of Kyle Eccleston, who nips out in front of Craig Forshaw there on his Automotive Solutions Honda. Then it's Dax Almond in 3rd on board his Automotive Solutions Husqvarna 250 as we make our way into this infield section, and like you say, they do all concertina up through here.
Craig Forshaw, as you said there, number 58, making a good start there. He's up inside the top 3 positions there, but it is going to be the number 255 of Kyle Eccleston that leads them through the paddock and in towards the dirt section for the first time of 10. So it is a 10-lap race here, and what a picturesque location it is here at Oliver's Mount. We've got the circuit with the history, we've got the valleys in the background and the lake as well, and this is what makes Scarborough so unique as the race leaders make the way through the bottom end of this dirt section, through the option line, and for the first time we see Kyle Eccleston really send it over the tabletop. A little bit of a squirm there and a kick from the back end as he gets to power down on the exit of the dirt onto the tarmac, but he is coming around now to complete lap number 1, and that is a healthy advantage.
It was. That was a big send there from the Bathmate rider Kyle Eccleston, who currently leads us across the line with a 1.7 second advantage now over Forshaw as they cross the line. Looks like Dax Almond there is just keeping hold of that 3rd place there from the 53 of Simon Burgess. And as you can see, Eccleston there just pulling away ever so slightly as they make their way up this tricky banking. But it looks like Burgess has found a way through on the 97 on that last lap.
No, you're absolutely right. That promotes Simon Burgess up into the podium positions. Then, of course, the top two from this one will go through to the Group A race number 2 later on in the afternoon. But in the meantime, Kyle Eccleston has a 1.7 second advantage at the end of lap number 1, and he's looking to extend that already as he exits the paddock and heads towards the dirt.
Yep, and it looks like we got our front 7 or 6 breaking away ever so slightly there. So Neil Meelan currently sat in 5th place, being chased down by the 741 of Darren Lee on board his SMD Husqvarna. But it looks like we've got a change there for 2nd place, with Burgess taking that outside to inside line and nipping up in front of Craig Forshaw as they come through our Trips UK off-road section.
It's been a good lap there for the number 53 of Simon Burgess, hasn't it? He's really making amends after that start. We saw him drop down from pole position down into 4th place, but as they come around then, you can see how narrow this circuit is as well from that vantage point up there as they make the way now in towards Mere Hairpin. So fastest lap of the race there, you can see in the top right of your picture, Kyle Ecclestone number 255, a 1 minute 16.505. He's extended his advantage now after 2 laps to nearly 3 seconds.
Yeah, and you can really see that on screen now as he pulls away from the 53 of Simon Burgess. Now he's got all his work cut out to try and keep the 58 of Craig Forshaw behind him. Is he able to try and tag on to the back of the 255 of Ecclestone, or is Forshaw going to try and return the favour through this off-road? In the mid-pack there, we've got a good battle there between Kev Crowthers, Michael Craig and our newcomer Harvey Ward there. So we'll keep an eye out on that one as well.
Yeah, Harvey Ward in 8th position ahead of number 73, Ollie Sims, who's just dropped down to 9th position now. But Ollie has got a lot of experience, not only in Supermoto, but also in road racing as well, where he competes on a Kawasaki Ninja 400. So good stuff there for Ollie Sims. He's ahead of Dan Billum, who rounds out the top 10. But in the meantime, that is the 58 of Craig Forshaw, just about keeping hold of that position. But it's all very closely contested.
It is. They were almost 3 abreast heading up that step up, and it is still Forshaw from Almond and Meelan there keeping the pressure on. Now, let's not forget the 97 of Dax Almond is going to be slightly underpowered down here through this straight, and that just goes to show Meelan there a nice easy pass on the power before they get onto the brakes into Mere Hairpin. So that has promoted Meelan up to 4th place, and he can now see if he can get the pressure on Forshaw.
Sorry, I just noticed out a picture there on the left-hand side. You can see that Andy Hayes and Mike Norbury in 13th and 14th position. Of course, Mike Norbury has a lot of success here at Oliver's Mount as well within the road racing paddock, but it's good to see him fighting there with number 99 of Andy Hayes, and that's a 13th and 14th position.
Yep, there is that gaggle of riders there battling for 7th place. So it looks like Kev Crowthers now eking out in front there with a gap of 1.5 seconds over Michael Craig. There you can see Automotive Solutions team boss managing to keep the 236 of Dan Spencer behind him. So that's the battle for 15th that you can see there on your screen. Here is our novice championship leader there on screen, the 59 of Dan Billum. So he's chasing down Michael Craig there as he opts for that outside to inside line through this Trips UK off-road section. But it is that Trips UK rider absolutely sending it. If I was a betting woman, I'd put money on it that Harvey Ward is coming from an off-road background after watching him tackle that step up.
I think you might be right on that one there, as the 73 of Ollie Sims just keeps a watching brief on the 2 guys in front of him through the left and the right of Farm Benzits. Brings them out onto the start-finish straight once more to complete lap number 4. And Ollie Sims just trying to find his way through on the number 59 of Dan Billum. Not being able to do so just yet, but the 117 of Dave Spafford is only 1.3 seconds behind, as Mike Norbury makes up 2 positions into 12th place. But on screen we can see that that battle, that's a number, is that the 83-63, my apologies. Kevin Crowthers in 6th place, just making your way through the picture. Then it is the 167 of Michael Craig, and then the 59 of Dan Billum. The 73 of Ollie Sims, a slight mistake there, just cost him 1/10 of a second or so, and has dropped him into the clutches of Dave Spafford, who is a man on a charge. So keep your eye on the 117 of Dave Spafford in 11th position at the moment, as Ollie Sims has outbraked himself and will have to do a bit of a U-turn to get himself back into the dirt section. But Ollie Sims, who was in 10th position, just starting to crack under the pressure there being applied by the 117 of Dave Spafford. But we're watching the 59 of Dan Billum through the bottom end of the dirt section, and he goes outside inside, but can he carry the momentum to find his way through? And I believe he can there. So Dan Billum is now through on the 167 of Michael Craig, and that will promote him up into 8th position.
Yep, and it is Simon Burgess there that's managed to do a fastest lap time. So he is now going to be chasing down the 255 of Kyle Ecclestone, who has almost a 3-second advantage out in front there. So hiding at the front with 5 laps to go. But there is the 63 of Kevin Crowthers, our Bathmate rider, being chased down by Harvey Ward on board that Trips UK KTM machine. I believe that's a borrow bike there from Paul Groom with a 138 on the bat on there. What with the 217 on his leathers, is he able to find a way through on Kevin Crowthers as they make their way towards the off-road section again? Now it looks like Mike Norbury there has managed to eke away ever so slightly there from Andy Hayes now, who is behind the 555 of Adrian Dealey, as we could see there just through our infield section. But it looks like both these riders here on screen are evenly matched through this off-road, but Harvey Ward doing the right thing. He's taking that option line to try and give himself a fighting chance as they head up this step up, but he's not able to secure it. Oh, just a little dab of the foot there, but he is out in front of the 63 of Kev Crowthers as they make their way back into Farm Bends.
Out of picture, you mentioned the number 26 of Mike Norbury. His fastest lap of the race is a 17.4, which, if he had track position, would put him inside the top 5. So it just goes to show how difficult it is to overtake around this Oliver's Mount circuit as we start lap number 7 now. And as they funnel through 1, 2 and 3 as quick as you like, Dan Billum just keeping a watching brief on Harvey Ward and Kevin Crowthers as they make their way back round into the paddock.
Yep, Simon Burgess, who's currently sat in second place, he's in a fairly lonely second now, with Kyle Eccleston managing to extend his lead to just over 3.5 seconds, and he then has a 7-second back to the number 58 of Craig Forshaw, who I'm sure is still under pressure from Almond and Meelan. But here is that battle for 6th place that you can see on screen now as they make their way towards the off-road section. That is Ward, Crowthers and Billum there, who are all making their way into that off-road, taking that high up burn to then try and get the power down over this tabletop. And again, it is Ward opting for the outside to inside line there. You can see where we have watered the off-road section just due to the amount of dust that was being picked up that we saw yesterday. So there you go, Crowthers not quite clearing that step up.
Dan Billum there went inside and outside trying to find his way through on Kevin Crowthers, but not quite managing to do so at the moment, and time is starting to run out now because Kyle Eccleston and Simon Burgess are both across the line, and Burgess again fastest lap of the race on that previous lap of 15.777 as Dan Billum looks for that inside pass on the 63 of Kevin Crowthers, but there just isn't enough room there, so he's really going to have to get his elbows out now if he wants to put himself into those top 7 positions.
Yep, you're right there. And just out of shot, we could see, I believe, that was Mike Norbury there coming up on the number 167 of Michael Craig. So Norbury able to close that gap down from Spafford, and you can see him in the infield section now. They're all concertinaing through this paddock section, but it is still Billum keeping the pressure on Crowthers as they head towards the off-road. Does Norbury have anything to offer as they make their way into our Trips UK off-road section?
There are 5 riders in this race who have gone underneath that 1 minute 17 bracket, and one of them is that number 26 of Mike Norbury, so he certainly has the pace. He's just finding it difficult at the moment, for my money, trying to find his way through as Dan Billum again goes for that inside to outside line and sends it onto the tabletop. He's just not close enough to capitalise on that pace as the number 63 of Kevin Crowthers still holds on to 7th place.
He's not, and it was interesting to see there that we had both Ward and Billum there managing to send it up that step up and land on the top, and it is allowing Billum that little bit of confidence to try and see if he can get Crowthers on the brakes, but not quite close enough as they head into mere hairpin. It is still Ward there that leads them in that 6th position, but I don't think he's going to have enough laps left now to be able to close that gap down to the 101 of Nealon.
Yeah, Neil Meelan's having a good ride there. It's relatively lonely in 5th place. He's 6.3 seconds behind Forshaw, but 2.8 seconds up the road from Harvey Ward. So the 101 of Neil Meelan inside the top 5 positions. As again, we watch Dan Billum just trying to find his way through on Kevin Crowthers. He just can't find it, and for my money there, looks a little bit impatient now in his pursuit of that 7th place.
Yeah, so we'll watch here the 59 of Dan Billum again. Can he use that split lane to his advantage to be able to send it up through the off-road? So Crowthers goes outside to inside again, and it is Billum that leads them as they make their way round, but Billum does have to go the long way. Is he able to send it up the step up? He is, and he's almost alongside him there. We've just come back to our leader there, the 255 of Kyle Eccleston, as he crosses the line, but it looks like we've actually had a change for the lead.
Yeah, Simon Burgess on that previous lap did find a way through on the 255 of Kyle Eccleston, so he now leads by 0.4 of a second So he's left it at the right time as well, because we are on to the last lap, and there's not much time left now for the 255 of Kyle Ecclestone to retaliate. The 97 of Dax Almond in a relatively lonely third place position. He has the fastest lap of the race of a 1 minute 15.477. But Simon Burgess, the gap was half a second as they came across the line, and we are watching now the all-white number 53 over that first jump in the dirt section. Then does he go inside, outside? No, he goes, yes, inside. Outside to inside for Simon Burgess, and using the berm to his advantage. But he's got plenty in hand now as we come into the closing stages of this Race IQ Group B.
Yeah, interesting to see he's not sending it up that Trips UK off-road step up, but it isn't hampering his progress as we speak. So he's managed to pull out a lead there over the 255 of Eccleston as they cross the line to take the checkered flag. So both Burgess and Eccleston will be promoted to the back of our Supermoto A group. Then it is Almond who crosses the line in third place in front of the number 58 of Craig Forshaw.
Yeah, we're just waiting now for the 101 of Neil Meelan, and there he comes across the line now. So a top 5 finish for the 101 of Neil Meelan, and then the battle for 6th position is Harvey Ward. Dan Billum did find a way through on Kevin Crowthers, so Dan Billum in 7th place. Kevin Crowthers, and then Mike Norbury was charging hard, actually. He's up into 9th position, and if he can make a good start in the Race IQ Group B, race number 2 later on in the day, then we may see him fighting for the podium positions, but he rounds out the top 9 ahead of the 167 of Michael Craig in 10th.
On screen there is the 97 of Dax Almond, who managed to finish in 3rd place for our British Supermoto Race IQ B group. He also managed a fastest lap on that last lap, doing a 16.427 as he crossed the line, so charging hard to the very end. Crossing the line there was the 164 of Sean Jones, so he managed to place 18th there in our first B group race of the day. But we'll let these riders have their podium moment as they make their way to the paddock stands that we've got set for them.
It's always interesting seeing these guys, the top 3 there, just having a bit of a debrief, a post-race chat between the podium finishers down here behind the control tower. And it's number 53, Simon Burgess, who at the end of that one was 1.3 seconds up the road from Kyle Ecclestone, number 255, and the 97 of Dax Almond, rounding out the podium finishers to the left-hand side of your screen. So there was a brief look at your top 3 on the screen then, and it was Simon Burgess who did take victory over the 255 of Kyle Ecclestone, and then the 97 of Dax Almond rounding out the podium as we get ready now for the Trips UK British Supermoto Group A. And this will be their first race of 3 for today, and they'll be coming down onto the grid in just a moment's time. So lap times in the Super Pole session earlier on today, as we saw, were around about 1 minute 10, a high 1:10 to a low 1 minute 11, but this is how they will line up then on the grid. So Chris Hodgson, Alex Mullaney and Harley Sharp, that was your top 3 in the Super Pole session earlier on this morning. Jamie Duncan and Richard Sharp in 4th and 5th, with Richard Blakeman, Lee Williams and Dean Hillier on row number 3. Chris Eastwood, Oliver Holmes, Peter Bennett, that's your top 11, with Jake Sayer, number 311 in 12th. Darren Wells, Luke Armitage, and the 666 of Darrell Pennington in 15th position. So we can see they'll be making their way through the paddock now before heading towards the dirt section, which will bring them onto the grid for the first Trips UK race of the day here at Oliver's Mount. So here we go then, the Trips.UK first race of the day for the Group A, the elite riders, as we have a look across our front row. Number 74, Chris Hodgson, 100, Alex Mullaney, and the 817 of Harley Sharp. Clutches in, engage that first gear, and it'll be all eyes to the lights, and away we go. The lights are out, and it's all about the charge towards Mere Hairpin for the first time of asking. So Chris Hodgson will have that inside line, and he will take the running ahead of, it looks like Harley Sharp up there in the second position, was it? We'll get confirmation in just a second. No, Alex Mullaney, the number 100 there, chasing hard after Chris Hodgson. And then it's the two Sharp boys there in third and fourth position.
It is, and it looks like a great start there for the number 108 of Dean Hillier, who started 8th on the grid and is now up to 4th place on board that Goon Squad Racing Yamaha. So Dean Hillier there in the yellow being chased down by the 94 of Lee Williams as they make their way through the infield section now for the first time of asking.
Yeah, we saw from the Superpole session earlier on today that the times between Sharp, Blakeman and Lee Williams were so close, and we can expect that throughout the course of this one as well. So as we go in towards the dirt section for the first time, interestingly, was that Harley Sharp there just going for the outside, which will give him the inside line through the option. And then Chris Hodgson just sending it over the tabletop that brings him out onto the tarmac for the first time. So the number 74, the multiple-time British champion, is through farm bends now and onto the right-hander, which will bring him out onto the front straight at the end of lap number 1. But he leads.
It was, but it did look like that was a pass for third place between the two Sharp boys. And it looked like it was the 817 of Harley Sharp there, nipping up the inside of Dad Richard Sharp as they headed up our Trips UK step up. And then there we are into our infield section, so they'll head up this banking, and it looks like the Sharp boys are just pulling away slightly now from the 94 of Lee Williams, who's found a way through on the 108 of Dean Hillier on that last lap.
Oh, looks like a slight mistake there. Was that from Mullaney? It was. Alex Mullaney has dropped down from second position, now down into fourth place behind Harley and Richard Sharp. So it's now Chris Hodgson who has a 1.3 second advantage as they came across the line over second position, which is now occupied by the 817 of Harley Sharp, with Richard right there behind him. And they're so similarly coloured there. We'll try and pick them up as they go through. Harley Sharp goes for the outside, which will give him the inside through the option line at the bottom end of the dirt section. A little bit of a twitch from the rear wheel from Richard Sharp, but they do hold station in second and third position. But Richard there, a little bit better drive on the exit of the dirt.
It was better drive there for the 217 of Richard Sharp there, chasing down his son as they make their way out onto the start finish. So you can see there the 74 of Chris Hodgson being cheered along as he makes his way down the start finish straight, and already into qualifying lap times with a 1 minute 10.6 being put in by the 18-time British champion, who currently has a 2.5 second lead after 2 laps. So it is Mullaney that's dropped down to 4th place, and you can see him there trying to pull away from the 94 of Lee Williams, who is still under pressure from Dean Hillier there on the yellow Yamaha. Then it is our two fat and fast riders. We have Blakeman and Duncan rounding out our top 8. Then it is another 2.6 seconds back to Oliver Holmes, who's under pressure from the Eastwood, the Scotsman there on the number 110, who's also being hounded by Peter Bennett.
Yeah, he absolutely is, and that's for the 10th and 11th position there. Jake Sayer about 1.3 seconds adrift from Peter Bennett as we have a look once again at the dirt section from high up in the air above Farm Bends, but through the dirt then and over the tabletop there we can see Chris Hodgson on the exit. He's tipping into the right-hander of Farm Bends now, then hard onto the brakes in towards the left at the bottom of Farm Bends, but now waiting for them to reappear and burst from the side of the control tower. Here's that big number 74 being wheeled on by the fans here at Oliver's Mount. Great stuff to see as Harley Sharp still leads his dad Richard across the line, and Alex Mullaney, fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 10.446, and that is 9/10 of a second quicker than his Super Pole lap.
Yep, great lap there from the number 100 of Alex Mullaney. He's definitely got his head down now, trying to close this gap on our Trips UK Sharp Boys, who currently hold second and third place, knowing that it is all championship points here. And our current championship leader out in front, we've got second, which is Richard Sharp, and you can see him there trying to make the cutback on his son 817 Harley Sharp through that infield section, but just not able to get the power down fast enough to be able to close that gap.
It's so difficult, isn't it? It's a narrow circuit at the best of times, especially here in the dirt section as well. As Harley and Richard, do they go for different lines? Yes, they do. Harley goes for the outside to give him the inside at the bottom end of the dirt once again. Richard trying to carry the momentum and use the berm to his advantage, but he's just not quite close enough, is he? More momentum over the top of the final jump that brings them out onto the tarmac once again, but he's just struggling to find a way through at this stage.
He is, and Harley seemingly struggling to get the power down as they make their way back onto the tarmac with that really tricky, dusty section. Dad Richard Sharp almost running in the back of him there, so one to watch as they make their way through the off-road. But there is the 100 of Alex Mullaney, our current under-21 championship leader as well, so he's battling for that championship with the 817 of Harley Sharp, who currently sits in second place, but very much under pressure there from the 217 of Richard Sharp.
Yeah, he really is, and Alex Mullaney is closing all the time. Look how much he closes on the brakes into that 180-degree left-hander. A quick change of direction and a slight twitch there for number 217, Richard Sharp, who's desperate to try and get through on Harley, but as they brake hard now over the dummy grid, used for the road racing that takes place here at Oliver's Mount. They're back into the dirt once again. Such is the pace of these guys that only Mullaney has gone underneath the 1 minute 11 bracket, as again Harley goes for the outside inside, whereas Richard and Alex Mullaney go for the inside then the outside.
Yeah, Harley not able to clear that step up as he makes his way using that outside to inside line there, which is allowing Richard Sharp to gain on him ever so slightly. And again, there on the brakes, you can see that gap closing up as they do try and chase down the 74 of Hodgson as we enter our 7 laps to go.
The difficulty for Alex Mullaney at the moment, though, is he's lapping really quickly. The trouble is, so are the 3 guys in front of him.
Yeah, it is, and like we've said all weekend, this is a really difficult circuit to try and overtake, so Mullaney definitely has the pace to be able to bring the fight to the number 74 of Chris Hodgson, as that gap does diminish slightly down to 1.9 seconds, but trying to find a way through both of these 2 Trips riders is definitely easier said than done. But we've had a change there in the mid-pack. Jamie Duncan has found a way through on both Richard Blakeman and the 108 of Dean Hillier there. So he's promoted himself up to 6th place and is now chasing down the 94, the High-Tech's coating rider of Lee Williams.
Lee Williams, a lot of experience in Supermoto and road racing as well, as again, inside then the outside for Richard Sharp. Harley going for the outside then the inside, and it just seems to be working for him at the moment. He's not quite as quick, it would seem, in terms of outright pace as his dad Richard, but he's got track position, and that is so important here at Oliver's Mount as Chris Hodgson comes across the line at the top of your picture and looks to extend his race lead. So here it comes then. We are now at half race distance, 6 laps down, 6 to go, as the rear wheel of Richard Sharp smokes under brakes. Yeah,
and it was another fastest lap there for the number 74 of Chris Hodgson, who's extended that lead now to 2.8 seconds as they came across the line. So he's put the hammer down to keep that buffer alive, so he's got that breathing room between the 2 Sharps boys, as well as the 100 of Alex Mullaney there, who sits in a probably very frustrating 4th place for him. But again, we got a flash of orange. It is the number 7 of Jamie Duncan who's found a way through on Lee Williams to promote himself up to 5th place on that last lap. So that is some all well-needed championship points there.
Back at the front, Chris Hodgson decided that now is the time to go. He puts in a 1 minute 10.092, and that's the fastest lap we have seen all day long, including the Super Pole session from earlier on today. And again, this is an opportunity for Mulaney, is it? Just trying to find a way through, but no opportunity there as they exit the dirt section and back onto the tarmac. So it must be so frustrating there, like you say, Danielle, to know that you have a little bit more pace, but you just can't show it.
Yeah, so Alex Mulaney using his head, he's watching these riders, but he can't leave it too late if he is going to try and do a late lunge. Like you say, there is that smoke coming off the 217 of Richard Sharp as he backs it into mere hairpin. So an absolute spectacle of Supermoto, but is Sharp going to try and make a move up the inside? He's just not quite close enough.
And that's the trouble, isn't it? We can see it all unfolding out in front of us now as Chris Hodgson makes his way through the paddock section, and Mulaney trying to go the long way around and square off that left-hander into the right-hander. No, there's just no room to put his machine through on the 217 of Richard Sharp. You just know that he'll be so frustrated in that crash helmet as they make their way through the paddock and on towards the dirt section once again. So will he change the line here for the option? What do you reckon?
I don't know. I think Harley is comfortable with what he's doing, that outside to inside, and it looks like Alex Mulaney there has followed him. So he's going to try and see if he can sneak up the inside of Richard Sharp. He looked like he made a slight mistake there, just dragging a leg around that outside berm, but manages to rejoin right behind the 817 of Harley Sharp as they come into Farm Bends yet again. And you can almost hear the frustration coming from Alex Mulaney as they make their way down onto our start-finish straight.
I mean, that was a perfect example of the pace of Alex Mulaney at the moment. Number 100 that you're looking at in your picture, just behind the two Sharp boys as they came out of the dirt section. He lost a tenth or so, but he made it all back up in just the space of two corners, and he's right on the tail end once again.
He is, but it is always the case. You can have the speed, but not able to make a move to find a path. So I think it is going to be getting more and more desperate for Mulaney and Richard as they make their way through this infield section. And at some point, someone is going to try and force the issue here, I think.
I think it's going to have to one of them where you just take the brain, put it in the glove box, and then just close your eyes and hope for the best, really, as we get 3.5 laps remaining now on the board. And it's still Harley Sharp, Richard Sharp, and Alex Mulaney in that order. Now, let's have a look at the line from Alex Mulaney here. He does the same as what he did one lap ago, following Harley Sharp for the outside, then the inside, but this time around he'll be looking to do it a little bit better there as that Richard Sharp is full sending it over the tabletop and back onto the tarmac.
He is, so Richard Sharp using that outside line to send it up that step up. And again, Alex Mulaney, not much he could really do there. He hasn't put a foot wrong apart from that mistake very early in the race that popped him behind these two Trips UK riders. So just goes to show that how frustrating it can be, but how important track position is, especially off the start.
Richard Sharp trying to square off that right-hander at mere hairpin again, but not finding the momentum or the drive that he needs to put himself underneath the 817 of Harley Sharp. And again, almost too wide there as Alex Mulaney is really starting to muscle his way through now. And this is what you have to do there here at Oliver's Mount. And try to get underneath him once again with the switchback, but it just didn't work.
No, Alex there trying to make a move there on the 217 of Richard Sharp in that infield section, but like you say, there's just not enough room. And if Richard Sharp is to go wide, then it means Alex is going to compromise his entry into those hairpins. So all three riders now opting for the outside to inside line there, and you can see we've got some Trips UK riders spectating through that off-road section, but it is still Harley Sharp from Richard Sharp and Alex Mulaney still stuck in that fourth place as we go into our 3 laps remaining for our first A group race of the day.
We'll just have a quick mention further down the order as the top 4 make their way across the line. Chris Hodgson leads the way by 3.5 seconds over Harley and Richard Sharp in second and third. Then it's Alex Mulaney through your picture into mere hairpin now in fourth. Next up, Jamie Duncan and Lee Williams. That is a 5th and 6th place. Dean Hillier up next in 7th, ahead of Richard Blakeman, Oliver Holmes, and the 110 of Chris Eastwood inside the top 10, ahead of Luke Armitage, Darren Wells, Jake Sayer, Darrell Pennington, Chris Lambourne, and at number 79, Pete Bennett has dropped to the rear of the field, unfortunately.
Yeah, it sounds like the number 79, Peter Bennett, has had an issue earlier in this race now, dropping down to 16th place. But again, it is this battle for second place that we've got at the minute. But it is still Harley Sharp who's doing a very respectable ride, and he is riding as defensively as he can to try and keep both his dad and championship rival in that under-21s behind him. But again, another big send there from Richard Sharp. Is he able to go round the outside?
Oh, that was an opportunity there for Richard, wasn't it, to try and put himself, but the trouble is he carries more momentum, but on the outside of the circuit, which is not what he wants, to try and make the move on Harley Sharp. So as they come around then to complete lap number 11 this will be, as Sharp leads Sharp. It's the younger ahead of the elder, and then it is the number 100 of Alex Mullaney. So we are on to the final lap, and this is where the elbows are really going to start coming out.
Yeah, is Mullaney able to show an elbow as they make their way through into this infield section as they come through this paddock? We saw Mullaney try and move up the inside, and he tries it again, bashing bars there with Richard Sharp, and he does sneak between the two Trips UK riders, and that is the move for third place.
Yeah, you don't get much closer than that without going down there, do you? But Alex Mullaney pulled it off and to absolute perfection. He's up into third position now, inside the podium positions, and he's just got the number 817 of Harley Sharp in front of him now. Is there an opportunity for him to make a move? The second and third place, so that is Harley Sharp and Alex Mullaney going for the outside, then the inside. A little bit of a twitch there for the 217 of Richard Sharp, who carries more momentum and goes around the outside of Alex Mullaney, and they all bunch up on the exit of the dirt section as they head towards the final couple of corners here at Farm Bends. Yeah,
that was a great pass there from the 217 of Richard Sharp, who manages to regain that third place there from Mullaney, who gets the rear wheel on the grass as they come across the line, and you can see the frustration in the number 100 of Alex Mullaney, finishing there in fourth place. He tried absolutely everything there, but it just was not enough to get in front of our true Trips UK riders. Crossing the line there in fifth place there was Jamie Duncan, followed by Lee Williams, and then it was Dean Hillier and Richard Blakeman who rounds out our top 8.
That's good stuff there. Richard Blakeman only half a second away from the 108 of Dean Hillier, who had such a good start to the race and held on to that 7th place position. As we look for the number 42 now of Oliver Holmes, and he's across the line in 9th position ahead of the 110 of Chris Eastwood, who rounds out the top 10. Next up, Luke Armitage on the 145, the black and the yellow machine through the picture ahead of 941 Darren Wells. Jake Sayer, 311, up next in 13th position with the 666 of Darrell Pennington up next. Peter Bennett did find a way through in the closing stages ahead of the 211 of Chris Lambourne, but that will be the 16 riders all across the line. So Chris Hodgson, another victory here at Oliver's Mount, number 74, ahead of Harley Sharp and Richard Sharp, who just about retaliated on Alex Mullaney and held on to that third place. But number 100, Alex Mullaney, a 1 minute 10.890 was his fastest lap of the race. A 1 minute 10.446 was his fastest lap of the race. 217 Richard Sharp was a 1 minute 10.890, but nobody could match the pace there of 74 Chris Hodgson. He hit the front and went full gas all the way through. A 1 minute 10.092 was his quickest lap from that 12-lap event for the Trips UK Group A race. As we have a look now, helmets off there for Chris Hodgson, and he'll be absolutely delighted with that result, I'm sure. The 817 to his right-hand side, that is the left-hand side of our picture, number 817 Harley Sharp and the 217 of Richard Sharp. As we have a look, is that Pete Bennett in the background there as Danielle makes her way down to the Parc Ferme area, and I'm sure we'll have a good chat with the podium finishers in just a moment. It'll be interesting to see what 217 Richard Sharp has to say about that one. Of course, he would have heard the bellow of that four-stroke number 100 machine of Alex Mullaney right there behind him throughout the course of the entirety of that race, and just about managed to snatch back that third place position on the final corner. So 1.1 seconds was the advantage for Chris Hodgson at the end of that race over Harley Sharp, who in turn had a 1/10 of a second over Richard Sharp, and then it was 0.4 of a second over Alex Mullaney. But the leading four then well out in front of number 7 Jamie Duncan, who would round out the top 5, 12.8 seconds adrift from Mullaney. So there is your top 3 then, and it is Chris Hodgson on top, ahead of Harley Sharp and the 217 of Richard Sharp. And they're just receiving rounds of applause from got a great crowd here at Oliver's Mount, actually, as Danielle gets herself ready to have a word with that podium finishers. So over to you, Danielle.
Richard Sharp, he definitely kept you honest to the end there. He did that move on the infield section, but a cracking pass there on the off-road.
Yeah, obviously well done, Alice, first podium, love it. Yeah, well done to Chris as well. Obviously, Alex made a mistake, so me and Al dropped to second and third, and then Alex kept I was going wide, trying to get a run on Al's, and then Alex kept nipping up inside. Passed me out last lap. So I thought, oh God. Anyway, I managed to get him back on dirt on way out. So yeah, good race.
Good race, and that will put you on the front row for race 2. Quick word with Harley Sharp. You did manage to keep your dad and your championship contender Alex behind you.
Yeah, just about. Very enjoyable race. Alex just made a outbreak itself in the infield section. Yeah, just managed to get around him and then hold my dad off all race. Bit of pressure, but yeah, very enjoyable.
You definitely managed the pressure well. So again, a front row start for you in race 2, and a quick chat with Chris Hodgson. I think that went as well as you could have hoped out front. Alex battling at the back, but it made it a little bit easier for you out front.
Yeah, I mean, I could gauge the gap on the infield section on the hairpins, and they started to catch us at the start of the race, and then I managed to get a good gap and just pace myself to the end, really. But yeah, difficult little track. The off-road, that was kind of deteriorating towards the end of the race. The berm's blown out, so it'll be good in race 2. It'll be interesting.
Yeah, but we'll get ready now, so we'll have our academy riders out on track very shortly. I'm sure you'll all be making your way back up to that top mark. So we will let these riders get themselves back. But very, very well done to our top 3 for our Trips UK A group.
Thank you very much, Danielle, and for the benefit of the viewers that have made their way here to Oliver's Mount, Chris Hodgson's there just saying he could manage the gap at the front.
So on screen now we do have our academy riders getting ready for race 1. And on pole it's the number 5 of Archie Reynolds with Ed Darnton and Jackson Bennett joining him on that front row. Pop of the front wheel there for Max Rhodes as he makes his way down the start finish. And you can see that, I think that was Cole Reynolds weaving about a little bit there on the number 10 Automotive Solutions TM.
Yeah, absolutely. Is number 41 Edward Darnton leads them round as they go in towards the paddock then. So that's number 5 up next is Archie Reynolds there, was it? It is indeed that big number 5 on the front of that KTM for Archie Reynolds, but leading 2 already through. Green flags all the way as they go in towards the paddock section for the first time. So Edward Darnton leads them through, second on the grid, leading the way round the right-hander in the paddock infield section, and then back on towards the back of the control tower and behind the house as well. But it's Darnton from Reynolds in your top 2.
And then it looks like Tyler Clark has found a way through on Jackson Bennett on that opening lap. So the number 6 there currently sat in 3rd place, but it is Darnton that's taken the advantage over Reynolds, who had pole position from qualifying. You see there, the number 41 opting for the outside to inside line, looking like most riders have chosen that one, and then up the step up and back out onto the tarmac.
That's it, just got to contend with the dirt and the dust that's been dragged out from the dirt section onto the tarmac, but he takes it all into his stride, left leg out and back over to the right now through farm bends and coming around to complete lap number 1 of 9. Edward Darnton on the 41, he leads the way over the number 5 of Archie Reynolds. That's your top 2 as they come through then past us and on towards mere hairpin now, but Edward Darnton has got a 1.5 second advantage over Archie Reynolds, who in turn is 2.3 seconds up the road from Tyler Clark. That's a top 3 at the moment, as in 4th and 5th position Max Rhodes and Jackson Bennett fight over for that 4th place.
Yeah, but it is still the number 41 of Ed Darnton now, who's managed to eke out a 1.5 second lead there in the opening stages of this first race for our academy riders, and looking inch perfect through that paddock section there. I think he even popped onto the back wheel there as they made their way down past the back of the house and then entering our off-road section. And it's worth noting how challenging this off-road section can be for these riders with these small 12-inch wheels. So You can see on our screen there, you can see the lines that have been forming, and it is drying out ever so slightly now where they did water it earlier, and we've got a little bit of blue groove now through those berms. So all that leading to this track developing, but as Chris Hodgson said in his podium interview, it looks like the track is developing in a way that those berms are being blown out. So we'll just have to wait and see how that affects these riders.
He said the dirt section is pretty difficult, but no one seems to have told Edward Darnton that, because he's extending his lead over Archie Reynolds as they come across the line. Then there goes Darnton. Here comes Reynolds now, and it's a 1 minute 21.667 for Edward Darnton as the first of the flying laps, and he's opened up to 3.5 seconds over Reynolds, who in turn is 3.4 seconds up the road from Tyler Clark, who's got Max Rhodes for very close company as well. So Max Rhodes, number 58, less than half a second behind Tyler Clark, and lapping 0.7 of a second quicker, but trying to find a way through around this twisty Oliver's Mount circuit is definitely another challenge. So Edward Darnton 1 lap ago around this section, just taking a look over his shoulder to gauge his gap, and it currently stands at 3.5 to 4 seconds.
Yeah, and just worth mentioning, that best lap time being one of the early ones in this race, already being down to a 1:21, that is about 2 seconds quicker than their fastest lap times in qualifying. So to me, that's saying that the track is coming to them, and as it's drying, it is actually getting a little bit easier for these 12-inch wheels that they have here on our Academy bikes. So there's the number 5 of Reynolds opting for the outside to inside line, and it would be a tall order to ask for these to be able to send it up this step up. It is just quite too big for them to be able to launch it on the 85, just being a little bit smaller on capacity, but they are making up for it absolutely everywhere else on the track.
Yeah, they really are, aren't they? As we watch the number 5 of Archie Reynolds through the flip-flop of left over to the right of Farm Bends, and then back onto the front straight once more to complete lap number 3. So Darnton is through, and on that lap was on a 22.351. Through goes Reynolds with a fastest lap of the race for himself at 1 minute 23.388. And look at that, nothing but clear track between himself and Tyler Clark, because it's opened up to 6.6 seconds after 3 laps complete.
Yeah, our top 3 have really split themselves up now as we've come into 6 laps remaining in our first Academy race. I will also mention to the spectators that we've got out there, Archie Reynolds' qualifying time being a 1 minute 23.202 would have actually put him in front of his dad, Paul Reynolds, on board his Automotive Solutions 450, and would have put him, I believe, probably one of the tail places on our B group today. So do not be mistaken. These kids are absolutely flying today. And like you say, I don't think anyone's told them that this off-road's challenging.
No, you're absolutely right there. And I think we may have to repeat that stat later on as well, just in case you didn't hear it, as they make their way through the dirt section once again. And it's outside, inside for Archie Reynolds, and hitting this big tabletop as well that will bring them back out onto the tarmac. And getting the power down on that 85 there. Even on the 85s, I can see the rear wheel just stepping out ever so slightly for Archie Reynolds, as Edward Darnton is well out in front now and across the line to complete lap number 4. So the number 5 of Archie Reynolds is the young man that we're looking at, and here he comes heading towards us now. And what kind of speeds are these guys hitting, do you reckon, on these 85s?
Oh, it's really hard to say. So you'd probably be looking upwards of 70 miles an hour, which, especially with it being a road race circuit, I'm sure we've got a 30 mile an hour sign on that road. So although a lot of these riders definitely aren't old enough for road licenses, they are certainly flying here on these 85s, which is definitely the machine to have in this class. And as we look, you can see here the number 58 of Max Road just hopping up there, and you can see that sort of loose gravel there that's been dragged through into that paddock section, causing him no issues as he gets hard on the brakes there to get that Husqvarna spun round on that really tight left-right hairpin section.
Max Rhodes up in the 3rd position there, Cole Reynolds in 4th. Jackson Bennett is now down into 5th place, but I'm not sure what happened there between Cole Reynolds and Jackson Bennett, because Cole did a 1 minute 30 flat compared to his best of a 26.7, and an even bigger loss there for the 79 of Jackson Bennett, a 1 minute 38.7 compared to his best of a 1 minute 25.8. So he's lost about 13 seconds, has Jackson Bennett.
Yeah, a little bit of a mistake there on screen there from the 58 of Max Rhodes. Both feet off the pegs as he was entering that first berm into our off-road section, so just losing his balance ever so slightly, and a quick glance over the shoulder to see if he was under threat there. But it is a 11-second advantage that he has on the number 10 of Cole Reynolds on board his TM Automotive Solutions machine. So a great ride there from the number 10 of Cole Reynolds to be sitting in a comfortable 4th place there from the 79 of Jackson Bennett. But here comes Max Rhodes. You can see that handguard bent down as he comes through our start-finish and heads toward mere hairpin.
Certainly does, and there's that 30-mile-an-hour speed limit sign you was on about, so these guys are just not paying attention to that one. And why would you in racing circumstances? Edward Darnton, 5.4 seconds up the road from Archie Reynolds, who has 14 seconds advantage over Max Rhodes, your man in the picture at the moment, as he slides that around the left-hander and then back down onto the right-hander as well. So it really is back and forth, snaking his way through that paddock section. And there, just behind them there, is that number 10 machine of Cole Reynolds, and Jackson Bennett looking to regroup as he put in a personal best lap on that previous lap.
Yep, Jackson Bennett is now closing the gap on the number 10 of Cole Reynolds, so that battle for fourth place, I'm sure, will be hotting up as they make their way through towards this off-road section. And there's Max Rhodes opting again for outside to the inside berm, and you can see how hard packed that is. So that is thanks to all the work that our Trips UK team boss Chris Walker has put in for the last couple of weeks to give us this absolutely spectacular off-road section. So they've allowed it to sit and settle and really compact, which makes it rideable for these riders on both slick tyres and these 12-inch wheels.
Across the line once again for the number 58 of Max Rhodes, really solidifying himself in that third place position. So he is 8.9 seconds up the road from Cole Reynolds, 14 seconds adrift from Archie Reynolds, who is 7.3 behind Edward Darnton. So they have spread out inside the top four positions there. In fact, Cole Reynolds has a 1.5 second advantage over Jackson Bennett, who again puts in a personal best lap of the race of a 1 minute 24.514. So Jackson Bennett, the number 79, is lapping 0.7 of a second quicker than Cole Reynolds in front, and there isn't enough time left in the race for him to get onto the rear wheel of the number 10 of Cole Reynolds. And in fact, there he was through the bottom of the picture. The number 10 of Cole Reynolds does have the 79 of Jackson Bennett for very close company. At least he did there, as they make their way now in towards the dirt section once again.
Yep, so there is the number 10 of Cole Reynolds making his way through the off-road section. Really nice and clean through there. Standing up on the pegs on board that TM as they follow that nicely cut in line. But Cole opting for outside to inside here through this Trips UK off-road section. It looks like Bennett there also comfortable with that one and following. So up that big jump, and it looks like Bennett's closing the gap ever so slightly as they make their way back out onto the tarmac section. So that inside leg of Bennett there just steadying him as he tries to get the power down on that KTM 85. And it's that flip-flop section, like you say, that big elevation change. A quick look over the shoulder from Reynolds to see just how close Bennett is now as they cross the line, and it is 2 laps to go for our leader out front, which is the number 41 of Ed Darnton, who has scurried away and led with the lead of over 8 seconds. So he will be very comfortable out front and just ticking down these laps.
Yeah, 8.5 seconds is I'm sure, a welcome gap for Edward Darnton at the front of this one, ahead of the number 5 of Archie Reynolds. But this is the battle that we're looking at on the screen at the moment. The number 10 of Cole Reynolds in 4th place on bike number 10. 79 Jackson Bennett in 5th position there through the paddock section now and heading towards the dirt section for what will be the penultimate time. So the number 10 of Cole Reynolds holds a 1.5 second advantage over the 79 of Jackson Bennett, and he'll be able to hear him if he gets any closer as well. So Cole Reynolds really starting to feel the pressure if Jackson Bennett was to become any closer. But again, goes for the inside, which will give him the outside berm as they go around. And that is a yellow flag up in the air. And is that the number 5 machine there, is it? No,
that's the number 6 of Tyler Clark. So Tyler Clark there having what looks like a mechanical there in our off-road section. So he's dropped down to 8th place in this session. But here is our leader on screen now. That is the number 41 of Ed Darnton, who's taking to this infield section for the final time of this race. So he looks like he's having a relatively leisurely cruise round.
Just out having a bit of fun, isn't he? As he again hoists up the front wheel. And I'm sure the marshals down there are thrilled to see that Edward Darnton just showcasing his skill on that 85cc machine. As for the final time, he heads in towards the dirt section using all of the berm there and style over the jump as well through the left-hander. And he opts for the outside to give him the inside. And the yellow flag still showing there as the stricken number 6 of Tyler Clark looks to get that machine back underway.
Yeah, Clark there struggling. A little wheelie over the jump there from Edward Darnton. So absolutely showing off. And I'm sure we will now wait to see him come across the start finish. And if you are down there, give him a big round of applause as he makes his way over to the start finish line for the final time. And I'm sure he'll try and get it up on the back wheel for us all as well. So a well-deserved win there for the number 41 of Ed Darnton, as that will allow him to extend his Academy Championship lead.
Great stuff there for Edward Darnton. Here comes the number 5 of Archie Reynolds, who does take second position in this race. So the number 41, Edward Darnton, number 5, Archie Reynolds, and then next up we're looking at the number 58 of Max Rhodes. So Tyler Clark has got underway now, and will take the checkered flag down in 8th position there, albeit a few laps down, as 58, Max Rhodes, rounds out the podium.
Yeah, so Tyler Clark managing to rejoin there, and that will give him 7th place as it stands. And that looks like a very frustrated Jackson Bennett crossing the line there in 5th place behind the number 10 of Cole Reynolds. So Jackson there looking incredibly frustrated, but there is our race 1 winner, the number 41 of Ed Darnton. That looks like Rip Jennings there, the 197. He's had an issue and he's pulled over to the side of the circuit and just chatting with a marshal, so hopefully he can get that bike back up to our top paddock for his dad Rich to be able to take a look at and get him out for race 2. But we will allow our top 3 to have their podium moment, and that will be Darnton, Reynolds and Rhodes. So all these riders really good friends on and off the circuit, so I'm sure they'll be having a good little catch up, saying about, oh, did you see this? Did you see my wheelie? Yeah, so there's Darnton. Oh, just manhandling that DRC 825 onto the paddock stand. That looks like he's getting a bit of assistance there. So we'll let them have their podium moment as they are in the paddock. If any of our spectators out there do have kids out there wanting to get into supermoto racing, and you've got something like an 85cc motocross bike, it's worth having a chat with the parents of these riders. They will be happy to point you in the right direction of coming and giving it a go racing here with us in our British Supermoto Championship. Getting yourself set up, getting the right kit, the right equipment. So it's worth having a chat with them so we can get more riders into the sport.
It's good to see the camaraderie and respect between the riders as well when they're not out there on the circuit. Of course, when they are on the circuit, bitter rivals, but back in the paddock, great friends. And we can see that Archie Reynolds just giving the number 41 of Edward Darnton a quick fist bump there, as well as Max Rhodes and Darnton as well.
So we're allowing our Academy riders the opportunity to head up to our Oliver's Mount podium. So our spectators here on the banking can come and see them and give them a wave and a cheer, and a well done there for the top 3 of our British Supermoto Academy. And from there, we are going to take a little bit of a break on the live stream here at Oliver's Mount, as our riders all get there a bit of an applause. But we will take a little bit of a break on the live stream, and we should be back with our C Group racing a little bit later on.
Ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th. She ain't ready for the 8th. Mad as savage, and me back and I'm back and it happening, ready to blow. I remember doing deeds with Deji from the street, they left me on my own. Monkey asking me about how I got the P, I told her leave him on my grow. Then they're ringing off my phone. Times change, but mine's made up. I ain't got line patience, tried then, don't like baitness. Come close, but swear that. Went ghost with a hair pack, never boast loud. Get your bird whacked in my condo where I birth tracks with a gang. Catch that for the gram. Snap that for the man. These dudes do the most. No money in the hand. I ain't never had to feel away. Rhyme steady and they feel the way. Occupation make it either way. Never worry cause I can. Back chat from the whack gang. Took charge when they sack man. Passport when a milestone. Make space when the bags land. This must be a daydream. Max got me the mad plan. My team never lied on. Due a visit from the facts man. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. She ain't ready for the 8th.
So if you are watching on our live stream at home, welcome back. We've had our lunch break here, and we will be joined up next by our Contract Solutions C Group riders, who will be making their way down from our top paddock for their second race of the day. So this starts off our second block of races here at Oliver's Mount over in Scarborough. On track, we've just had our adult mini bikes and super minis, so we've had a mixed race there for them guys. So they're just finishing up on the track, and they'll be heading back up to that top paddock so our C riders can come down and take up their positions. But on pole position, it should be the number 6 of Dean Clark. So Dean started on pole for race 1, but unfortunately wasn't able to convert that into a win. He was demoted down to 3rd place by Tommy Sayer and Sean Rogerson. So we'll keep an eye out for those riders making their way down very soon, and then we can get our racing back underway.
So it's a good race earlier on for the Group C riders. We're looking for more of the same in this one for the Contract Solutions Precision Engineering supported Group C. As you can see on your screen there, one of the recovery vehicles just heading back towards Farm Ends. But in the meantime, for the spectators here at Oliver's Mount, thank you very much for making the trip here to Scarborough, and we've been blessed with some great weather as well, haven't we? And not only that, but also some great racing. So we hope you're enjoying yourself here. Still got a packed schedule full of action coming up this way.
And while we wait, make sure, if you're not already, you are following the British Supermoto Championship on all our social channels. So we've got the Instagram, the British Supermoto, and our Facebook, as well as our website, the British Supermoto Championship. And if you do want to watch the live stream when you get home, so you can catch up on any of the action you've missed from your viewing point today, you can do so by going over to TNL Sports. And we've got this round as well as all our previous championship rounds from this season and a few before. So, Brad, who's your money on for our C Group race 2?
Can I let you know after the race?
That's not quite how it works. You've got to make a bet.
I don't know. It's going to be a close one, isn't it? It really is going to be such a close one at the front. I mean, the lap times earlier on today would suggest that it's going to be a great fight for the win. But it's all about that start here at Oliver's Mount, isn't it? We've seen it a few times, especially in the A race earlier on, where if you don't make the start or one slight mistake, and it can really cost you.
Oh, absolutely. We saw, I think the perfect example of that was our A Group race 1. You saw Alex Mullaney struggling to try and get past those 2 Trips UK riders. And it does just go to show that a mistake at the start of the race can really cost you. So we'll have to see if the number 6 of Dean Clark can convert that pole position into a race win. But alongside him will be the 96 of Lewis Cowper. And we saw him put up a very good fight against the Rogerson brothers. And we still have one of those, Ian Rogerson, who will also be joining them on the front row. So I think on screen there we can actually see our spectators there giving a clap to our top 3 of our adult mini bikes that were just on the podium there, so they got to have their moment. Who was it that finished in the top 3 of our adult mini bikes, Brad?
It was Casey Hanby who took the victory ahead of Zach Richards, and then Finley Bagshaw was the man who rounded out the top 3 on that podium. So for everybody here watching from the grass banking opposite the podium, give them a round of applause for the top 3 in the previous race there, the minis and the super mini all-comers for their second race of 3.
Now, I think they've got an ongoing bet at the moment, so the Bagshaws are trying to see who can beat Hanby, and I think there is 100 Great British pounds up for grabs. So at the minute, Hanby's keeping that money firmly in his wallet, but those Bagshaw boys have got another race a little bit later on to try and swindle some money out of their uncle. So we are just waiting for our C Group riders to come down from that top paddock, which, if you can see on the screen there, is just beyond the trees that you can see on the left of your screen there. So they come down under the bridge of Sheen's Rise, and then they get to do their warm-up lap, which involves the paddock section. You can just see through the arch of the trees on the right-hand side of your screen where we've got the barriers. And then they head their way through to the off-road and then take up the grid here on the start. So, just having a quick look down our order, fan favourite, the number 41 of Edward Darnton, he will be starting this race from P5 on the grid, so that's actually a second row start for the 85cc Academy rider. We saw him take a dominant win earlier on in our Academy race, but him and a few other of our Academy riders doing double duty today. So he'll be getting ready, and on screen now we can see our Supermoto Group C grid. So, front row, it will be Dean Clark, Lewis Cowper and Ian Rogerson.
Row number 2, Liam Pearson, 150, Edward Darnton, number 41, and John Oakes, number 95.
Yeah, and alongside John Oakes will be Jay Collins and Jason Laycock.
Phil Rigg, Max Rhodes, Steve Smith will be up next.
And then we'll have the number 6 of Tyler Clark, Jackson Bennett, Lily Rhodes and Andrew Goodsall there in 15th place.
Looking good there. So when they're lining up on the grid there, of course, so am I right in saying Dean Clark, Lewis Cowper, Ian Rogerson and Liam Pearson all on 450 machines?
No. So Liam Pearson, I believe, is actually on a KTM 250 machine. So same CC as Lily Rose, currently down in 14th, and also Dax Almond, who we saw in our B group a little bit earlier on. So they are on slightly smaller capacity bikes, and on screen now you can see Liam Pearson on that bright orange machine with the white helmet and the pink leathers, so a little bit of a mismatch there, and behind him is Lily Rhodes on board her 250. The reason these riders might not be on 450s just yet is they are a little bit smaller, they are a little bit younger, and trying to manhandle a 450 can be quite a challenge. Not just the actual physical weight of the machine, but the centrifugal force of that 450 cylinder going up and down can be really challenging to try and throw into a corner. So these 250s are a great intermediate bike from the riders that have progressed up from our academy class on 85s up to these big bike Supermoto classes.
Coming around to complete the warm-up lap then, there is your pole position man, the number 6 of Dean Clark with the KTM right across the chest on his leathers. So Dean Clark will take up that pole position, and at number 96 of Lewis Cowper, 162 Ian Rogerson will line up alongside. There is Lewis Cowper in the middle of that front row.
Yeah, ironic that Dean Clark's got KTM across his chest, but he's actually on a Husky. There is the 162 of Ian Rogerson. So he had a good battle with his brother in race 1, but is he going to be able to try and join him for the final race of the day in the Bs by putting himself into a promotion spot of top 2 in this race? There's Ed Darnton on the 85, alongside him Liam Pearson on the 150, and then row 3 you can see the two Bathmate boys sandwiching in the middle, Jay Collins on the 733.
95 John Oakes, as you mentioned there, with the support from Bathmate 733, you mentioned as well, alongside the 159 of Jason Laycock. So just a few more riders joining at the back of the grid. You can just about see them in the right-hand side of your picture, one of which was the number 6 of Tyler Clark, who didn't have the best of races earlier on, unfortunately.
No, he didn't. It looked like he had a bit of a mechanical incident in the off-road section, but managed to rejoin that academy race, losing a few positions. So we'll wait for these riders to get under starters' orders, and there we go. So the red flag at the front, we point to the lights, and away they go. So it is a good launch there from Ian Rogerson on the inside there on the number 3 position, as we watch as they make their way down towards the mere hairpin.
So on towards Mere Hairpin they go then, hard on the brakes, and is that the 162 machine of Ian Rogerson who's leading the way? So Lewis Cowper is right there with them. Is that Edward Darnton up into 3rd position already on that number 41 machine?
It is. So Edward Darnton, great start there from the 2nd row. So Sean Rogerson capitalising on the front row start and putting himself into a whole shot position. Then it is Cowper from Darnton. Then that looks like Dean Clark's been had off again on the start on that number 6, demoted down to 4th.
Yeah, looks like a little bit of contact further down the order, but both riders keeping it rubber side down as now they head in towards the dirt section for the first time. So of 9 laps this will be, and it is Ian Rogerson, number 162, who's looking to join his brother in the Bs for race number 3 later on, but of course still plenty of racing left in this one as Darnton goes to the outside. That will give him the inside line and use that inside berm as they make their way out of the dirt section and then back onto the tarmac. But that is where we'll find our race leader of Ian Rodginson, as Edward Darnton moves up to second position on the 85cc two-stroke.
Absolutely cracking pass there from the number 41 of Darnton as he comes around Farm Bends and onto the start-finish straight. Is he able to pull enough of a gap to not allow the 450 to pull past him? And it looks like Cowper is going to use all the horsepower he's got and make Darnton work for it as they head down towards Mere Hairpin. So it is... Oh, Cowper shutting the door on Darnton there.
It certainly was there. Edward Darnton, he won't take that lightly or laying down Willie, because he's going to try and find a way through on the number 96 of Lewis Cowper and give it back as good as he got it as they head in towards the paddock section once again. Now, I can imagine this is where Edward Darnton makes up the time, because obviously he got a bit more power with the 450s, but that 85cc two-stroke, it will pick up quickly, and there's a whole lot less weight to stop as well.
It does, and we've seen him look really, really comfortable through the off-road section. We've also had a change for fourth place, so Jason Laycock on board his Bathmate machine. He's managed to promote himself up to fourth in front of Dean Clark. Then it is Liam Pearson there on the 150, the KTM 250, keeping the pressure on just into shot there. So we'll keep an eye on, and I think that's also, is that Steve Hillier? Scott Hillier, sorry, Dad Steve. He's not racing this weekend, but Scott Hillier there. He's redeeming himself after a tricky day yesterday. And we're watching Scott Hillier there going up the inside of Dean Clark on the off-road. And it looks like a mistake there from Ed Darnton.
It certainly did. He was scampering up the step up then that brings him out onto the tarmac, but just made a slight mistake. And that is promoted. Is that the 159 machine? Hard to tell from this distance. But either way, Edward Darnton unfortunately losing track position.
Yeah, that was Jason Laycock there, capitalising on that mistake there from Darnton. But fastest lap time goes to Scott Hillier there with a 122.5 from the number 86 as they come back into shot. There's Hillier keeping the pressure on Laycock, and it looks like we've had a mistake there from Max Rhodes as he's just been lapped by our race leader, Ian Rodgerson, who's out in front to the tune of 2.6 seconds on that last lap. But it looks like Rhodes there trying to use that for a little bit of a tow, so he must have gone down earlier on.
Yeah, that'll prove vital there for Rhodes as well, and bike number 58 there, wasn't it? I mean, if you've got the likes of Ian Rodgerson just in front of you, and then you want to try and latch on and see where he's making up more time, just use that and add a little bit more skill as well. So he may be a lap down, but it's still a worthwhile race, because he'll be learning the skills that Ian Rodgerson is currently using to lead this race.
Yeah, we see that Rodgerson opting for the inside to outside line here through our Trips UK off-road section, heading back up towards the tarmac, and then nicely does it, getting the power down, heading towards Farm Bends. Now, let's see what Ed Darnton can do through this off-road section if he's able to try and regain some of those positions from that earlier mistake.
Across the line for your race leader of Ian Rodgerson, so we'll try and pick them up as they come past us now. And Edward Darnton is there in fourth position, because in second place it's Scott Hillier who's come through into second place on bike number 86 ahead of Lewis Cowper, Edward Darnton, Jason Laycock, and then Dean Clark, number 6, your pole position man, in sixth position.
Yep, so it is Scott Hillier, the man on the move here. He's managed to find a way through both Darnton and Cowper to promote himself up to second place. But is he going to have the chance to be able to eke into that lead of Ian Rodgerson? There's the 159 of Laycock there, chasing down Cowper. And is Darnton able to use the nimbleness of the 85 to be able to put the pressure on as they head towards the off-road?
Well, he's certainly trying, and he's got Jason Laycock and Dean Clark lining up behind him now as Jason Laycock looks for an outside pass. In fact, it's Dean Clark, my apologies, but he runs a little bit wide, and Edward Darnton just says, thank you very much, I'll have that position back.
Yeah, I think Clark there stalling that Husky, so big mistake there from the number 6 of Dean Clark on the entrance to the off-road, trying to get past those pesky kids and trying to outbrake him, but just not quite able to make that move work for him.
Yeah, it's cost him a little bit of time and quite a few positions as well, as he goes for the inside, then the outside. And was that John Oakes who's fallen behind now, and that is for around about 9th or 10th position, I believe, for the number 6 of Dean Clark.
In the infield section there, we have the number 58 of Max Rhodes, so he's having an absolute nightmare of a race. Looks like he may have pulled off there into the infield of our off-road, but there is Dean Clark, and like you say, I think he may have dropped now down to behind the 95 of John Oakes as they come out onto the start-finish.
Well, that's where they're heading now, and you're absolutely on the money there. John Oakes in 9th, Dean Clark in 10th position as through goes Darnton. We're looking at 5th place position now. Darnton showing as being in 5th place behind Laycock, Cowper, Hillier, but back at the front, Ian Rogerson has a 4.8 second lead as we have a look at the number 96 of Lewis Cowper.
Yep, it was 4.8 seconds as they crossed the line last time, but it looks like the 86 of Scott Hillier is about a second faster on that last lap than the 162 of Rogerson. So with 5 laps to go, he could be able to put a bit of pressure here on Rogerson and see if he can take a race win here at Oliver's Mount today.
It's a tall order there, but anything can happen, especially in this dirt section as well, and that is where the number 86 of Scott Hillier, the 96 of Lewis Cowper are currently. So inside, then outside for Lewis Cowper. There goes the 159 of Jason Laycock, just out of picture now, and not quite having enough momentum to leap over the final jump that brings them out onto the finish straight here again. But Darnton's through. That was Edward Darnton up in front now of Jason Laycock for 4th position.
Yep, it was Darnton there nipping through on the off-road section, but then he is hampered with this long start-finish straight, and it looks like Laycock just lining it up there to retake that position back from Darnton. We have another fastest lap time being popped in there by the 86 of Scott Hillier, and that was a 1:20.679 there. So the gap out to Rogerson still about 4.5 seconds on that last lap.
Darnton through again on Jason Laycock as they make the way from the lower paddock up into the top side of the paddock, and then hard on the brakes now, and Real just stepping out a little bit there for the battle for 3rd. But either way, Edward Darnton up into 4th position now, and Lewis Cowper isn't too far up the road. It was 1.3 seconds as they came across the line, but you can just see the nimbleness of that 85cc machine. It just means it can open up a bike length or so in that paddock section.
And it looks like Laycock's now coming under pressure from the 150 of Liam Pearson on board that 250. So we'll see if Pearson's able to do anything through this off-road section. Whether he takes a different split lane to him. He doesn't. He does follow, taking inside to outside, apologies. Darnton opting for the opposite line as they make their way up that step up.
Oh, that's Tyler Clark in the paddock, unfortunately. So Tyler Clark has dropped that machine in the paddock.
Yep, so that is where the riders jump up the banking into our paddock infield section. So the number 6 rider down and trying to remount, but it is still Darnton out in front. He's managed to find a way through on Cowper, who again is just retaking that position from Darnton as they came across the line. So Darnton now devoted back down to 4th place as Cowper retakes 3rd. But I don't think Darnton's going to let him have it for very long.
I think you might be right on that one as the yellow flags wave in the paddock for the benefit of the spectators here as well at Oliver's Mount. Tyler Clark was absolutely okay, but no jumping, of course, as they make their way up into the upper paddock now. But what I noticed on that lap as well is that Darnton, he loses position as he goes in towards me a hairpin, but he leads as he came across the line.
Yeah, Darnton able to brake so much later on that 85, and like we saw yesterday, he was still on the gas as these 450s were starting to break into mere hairpin, so he's able to make up a lot of ground there with those 85 being a lot lighter to be able to stop as well. So Darnton there taking a lovely line over that top berm, then over the step up and through, taking the inside to outside line there through and heading towards this step up. And it looks like Laycock there following him as well. Not making it through as cleanly, but Darnton trying to look up the inside of Cowper yet again.
I think with the kids as well, they don't really know the meaning of fear, do they? So that's working in favour of Edward Darnton at the moment, because he's now stalking the number 96 of Lewis Cowper. So they have swapped positions on this lap, but Darnton is still right there. And there's a bit of clear track behind him as well. So I think that Darnton could well go into mere hairpin, relatively unchallenged from behind on this lap with 2 laps to go.
Yep, out in front it is still the number 162 of Ian Rogerson that leads us, and it's a 4.7 second deficit down to Scott Hillier in 2nd place, but then it is about 12 seconds back to this man here, Lewis Cowper on the 96, who's being absolutely hounded by Edward Darnton, especially as they go into this tight infield section. So Darnton taking a wider line to see if he can make the cutback, and it looks like Pearson's managed to make a position up there on Laycock also.
He has, and he's put a bit of distance between himself and Jason Laycock as well has Liam Pearson. So the 150 now onto the rear end of that 85, number 41, Edward Darnton. So that is your top 5. Back at the front, Rogerson leads Hillier by 4.7 seconds. Then it's a 12-second gap back to the number 96 of Lewis Cowper, and he's through. Liam Pearson is now through on Edward Darnton. So Liam goes inside then outside, Edward goes outside then inside, and we'll look to just scamper over the jumps up the inside, and just like that he gets it done.
He does. Great pass there from Edward Darnton to retake that position. A quick glance over the shoulder there as he tries to pull a few bike lengths here on the 250, but Liam Pearson's not going to take that one lying down, and it is now the last lap. So last lap flag will be shown to these riders, and a good look over the shoulder there from the 150 of Liam Pearson as they make their way down the start-finish straight for the final time of asking. And we should then be able to see as they make their way through mere hairpin. It is still Cowper out in front from Pearson and Darnton as they make their way through into our paddock section.
Yeah, looks like they're coming up on one of the tail enders as they go in towards this paddock section, so that could well work in favour of Lewis Cowper, or it may work against him. You don't know, and that's the trouble with the tail enders. I can say it can either work for you or against you, but they do move well out of the way, so great stuff there as they head towards the end of the paddock section now and in towards the dirt section. A little bit of a fresh air underneath the front wheel of Edward Darnton as they go into this off-road section. But Liam Pearson, I think, has enough of an advantage here, does he, over Darnton to not be challenged for that fourth position, but he's right there and close enough to put the pressure on Lewis Cowper.
Yep, Darnton opting for that switch line going outside to inside. Is he able to do a replicate of that move on the 150 of Liam Pearson heading up the step up? I don't think he's quite close enough, but he's going to give it a good go. No, Pearson shuts the door on him as they make their way back onto the tarmac for the final time, and they come through Palm Bends. So it is Cowper who leads Pearson and Darnton as they come across the line.
Certainly is. So that is your top five all across the line now. There as the checkered flag goes out, Ian Rogerson, number 162, and the 86 of Scott Hillier will be promoted to the Trips UK A race for their third race later on this afternoon. Sorry, B race for later on this afternoon. And then Lewis Cowper, Liam Pearson and Edward Darnton inside the top five.
Yep, so that was a great race there in the mid-pack, but there was our race winner on screen now, just making his way through the paddock. So that is the 162 of Ian Rogerson there, so a well-deserved win from him, and he'll be joining his brother in, like you say, our B group for race 3 later on this afternoon. So we will let these riders pop down and get their podium moment. So there is the 86 of Scott Hillier. I think he will be chuffed with that one. And the 96 of Lewis Cowper, he was kept under pressure for nearly the entirety of that race from those pesky kids. But great racing there in our first race of the afternoon.
Just goes to show that power isn't everything there, is it? I mean, you got the nimbleness of the 85 keeping up with the more powerful 250s and the 450s as well. And in the end, they're pretty much equal around this Oliver's Mount circuit. So a great performance by all.
Yeah, and looking down the order, it was Jason Laycock that took 6th place from Philip Rigg in 7th. Then it was Jay Collins in 8th, and Dean Clark did manage to nip by on John Oakes on the closing stages of that race, so he manages to redeem himself to 9th with John Oakes in 10th. Then it was an 11th place for the 56 of Lily Rhodes there, and she manages to finish just in front of the 671 of Steve Smith in 12th. Then it was 13th place for Simon Billen, 14th Jonathan Reed, 15th Andrew Goodsill, 16th Darryl Brett, and then it was a 17th place for Tyler Clark after that off in our infield section, and 18th for Max Rhodes. So, as we wait for our B group riders to make their way down from that top paddock, there is our top 3 for the first race of the afternoon. So there you can see Ian Rogerson, Scott and Scott Hillier there on screen. So Scott there on that Goon Squad Racing KTM there, and it is a big wave there from Scott Hillier. There's Lewis Cowper. But on track now, we've got our Race IQ B group making their way through for their warm-up lap. and it was the riders Tommy Sayer and Sean Rogerson that promoted themselves up to this group from race 1 in our C's. So they will start from the back of the grid in this one. But again, this was some really close racing in race 1.
It really was, and just going back, outside of the top 5, the number 26 of Mike Norbury, he came from about 15th, 16th position or so on bike number 26, and found his way all the way through into the top 10. As we have a look at the podium for the group number C.
Yeah, there is our top 3 for our C Group race 2. So our spectators, they're over on the bank giving them a big cheer. They've done really, really well there. And those top 2 promoted up to the Bs. So it will be Lewis Cowper on pole for race 3 this afternoon. And he'll be joined by the 150 of Liam Pearson. And it will be a front row start for Edward Darnton.
That is impressive.
It is impressive. So absolute credit where credit's due there for the 41 of Edward Darnton. I think he did a good job of showing there that there are some definite overtaking opportunities here at this Oliver's Mount circuit. So even though it is nice and narrow, he definitely, I believe, capitalised on his advantages there. So nipping up the inside through the off-road. So we will wait for these riders on the grid, and there they are. There's the 97 of Dax Almond just getting his whole shot device popped on. Alongside him is the 58 of Craig Forshaw. So this race is brought to you by Race IQ. They are developing an app where you can get all your race data on there and be able to use that to your advantage. So we'll get all these riders into position. See there in the background, there is the 63 of Kevin Crowthers there on board that Bathmet machine. There's the 59 of Dan Billum, our current novice championship leader on board that KTM. So we'll see if he's able to gain a further advantage here and more points for that novice championship. There is the 138, so that is actually Harvey Ward. So he's on the borrowed bike from teammate Paul Groom there, and he will be starting this one in 4th place on that second row. So we'll get these riders under order. And away they go. So we watch these riders fly off the start, heading down towards Mere Hairpin.
So on towards Mere Hairpin they go then for the first time, and that's the 101 machine of Neil Meelan who takes the reins on this race as they go through the bottom end of the paddock then, and a quick step up into the upper half of the paddock, and everybody through safely, which is good stuff there. Ollie Sims is in around about 5th or 6th position.
Cracking start there for the number 26 of Mike Norbury. So he started in 7th place on this race, and he's already promoted himself up to 2nd. So really great start there for the number 26. So he's chasing down the 101 of Meelan. Then it is the 58 of Craig Forshaw there in 3rd place. And it looks like we've got the 59 of Dan Billum there chasing down that top 4 as they head into the off-road.
Yeah, absolutely right. We said earlier in race number 1 for these guys that Mike Norbury has had a lot of success here at Oliver's Mount in the road racing, but it's great to see him right up there fighting for those top 2 transfer promotional positions in this British Supermoto Championship as well. But Neil Meelan looks as though he's pulled the pin already on this opening lap on bike 101 as he looks to open up his leading advantage, coming around Farm Bends to complete lap number 1.
Yeah, it's looking like a very comfortable advantage there for the number 1 of Neil Meelan as he comes across the line there in front of the 26 of Mike Norbury. So Norbury with a non-typical Supermoto style, but we've got a big gaggle there, and that looks like a battle for 3rd place there with Craig Forshaw and Dax Almond as they made their way into Mere Hairpin. So it is Meelan from Norbury, then we have the 58 of Forshaw, then Billum, and it looks like we've had a pass for 7th place, so Ollie Sims promoting himself there up in front of the 138 of Harvey Ward on that last lap. So see them here, there is Sims in front of now Dax Almond, so another great pass there up to 6th place.
Into the dirt section, and we're looking at our leading 2 then, and Neil Meelan had a 1.3 second advantage over the 26 of Mike Norbury, but as they make their way through this left-hander into the option line, both Neil Meelan and Mike Norbury going for the outside to inside. 3rd position of Craig Forshaw goes inside then outside, so we'll see which one appears to pay off for 2nd and 3rd, but in the meantime a little bit of a kick from the rear wheel again from the 101 of Neil Meelan as it looks as though he opens up his advantage a little bit over Mike Norbury through that dirt section.
Yeah, Milan seemingly able to get the power down a little bit better on that Goon Squad Racing Husqvarna in comparison to the 26 of Mike Norbury there. But then it is a little bit of a way back to Forshaw. But on that last lap, it was the 26 of Mike Norbury who managed a fastest lap with a 1:16.512. So he's definitely keeping the pressure on Neil Meelan as they make their way up into this paddock section, hopping themselves up over that banking and then heading towards this tight chicane area.
It's the tarmac where Norbury really gains on Neil Meelan, isn't it? But he just manages to stretch it out a little bit more in the Trips UK dirt section as well, does Neil Meelan. So we'll keep an eye on it. It's very much 6 of one, half a dozen of the other over the full lap between our leading two. But you know that Mike Norbury earlier on, he certainly got used to overtaking in that first race. He'll be looking to do it again in this one, as at the moment he is in that transfer position.
He does, and he definitely is a lot closer on this passing as they make their way into the off-road section. Both opting for that outside to inside line up the step up. And we can see there we've got some spectators. A mistake there from Norbury as he makes his way up that step up, so that allows Meelan just a little bit of breathing room as they head towards Farm Bends.
This is where Mike Norbury does make up the time, though, through the left and back up over to the right-hand side as they come out of Farm Bends now and back across the start-finish line to complete lap number 3. Fastest lap on that lap goes to Neil Meelan on the number 101.
Yep. Oh, that was
Ollie
Sims down in the off-road. So that's the number 73 who was currently sat in 6th place. He's had an error there. He's dropping down our order, so that has promoted Harvey Ward, Michael Craig and Adrian Dealey up our order, but it's still all eyes on Norbury as they make their way through this tarmac section. And like you say, this is where Norbury really does carry that speed. So is he able to hang on to the back of Meelan as they go into this off-road section?
Well, as we said, it looks like Norbury just catches up a little bit in the tarmac there. I mean, he's right on the rear wheel now, and it's down to about 4 bike lengths or so as they go into the dirt section. We'll try and have a look as to what the gap may be when they come out of that dirt section. But both riders going outside, then inside. And Neil Meelan just a little bit more comfortable in the dirt and over the jumps, it seems, as Norbury this time, no such dramas. And there's Ollie Sims, so a waved yellow in the exit of the dirt section for the number 73 of Ollie Sims. But again, that gap that was 4 bike lengths has opened up now to around about 10 as they make their way out of Farm Bends and across the start-finish line.
Yeah, I really feel for Ollie Sims there where he's gone down in our off-road. So heading up that step up, it is deceptively steep there, so he'll be really struggling to remount on board that Honda. He has managed to, and there he is just going down our start-finish, but it has taken him almost a lap. So here is on screen still 101 Meelan leading us from Norbury, but the gap across the line was only 0.8 seconds. And again, Norbury eats right into that through this chicane section here in the infield, all over the back wheel of Neil Meelan. But as we've seen, it is incredibly difficult to pass through these tight twisties that we've got here in this paddock section. But again, he's all over the back of him as they go into the off-road. But this does seem to be where the 101 does have the advantage on the 26.
Certainly does, carries a little bit more speed, and it's all about comfort brings confidence, and the more confident you are, the quicker you go, and that seems to be the case at the moment. And that's not to say that Mike Norbury is not confident at all, just that Neil Meelan seems a little bit more at home in the dirt.
Yep, he definitely does, and on board that Goon Squad Racing Husqvarna, he is just able to keep the 26 of Norbury behind him, and it is sort of like a yo-yo around here. We keep seeing the same gap as they come out across the start-finish, but they have managed to pull away from the number 58 of Craig Forshaw there in 3rd place. So they are leaving him behind, and he's going to come under threat from the 59 of Dan Billam very shortly if he's not careful. So Forshaw on that last lap doing a 1:17, which in comparison to Billam's 1:16 has closed that gap down to less than a second between them.
So if you're Mike Norbury in this position, Danielle, do you go for the inside then the outside option line, or do you just play it safe and just follow what the man in front's doing?
I think Norbury doesn't really have the confidence to try the inside to outside. At the minute, he's trying to get alongside him as they head towards this tarmac. And is he able to? He is. He outbrakes him on the entrance to the off-road. And I think that was going to be the way that Norbury would make a pass. It would have to be on the tarmac. But Meelan retaliating, so they're side by side as they go across that jump and nearly bashing bars. So extremely close racing, but it is Meelan back out in front, and that's allowed Forshaw now to tag onto the back of them as well.
Yeah, he may have shown his cards a little bit too early there. Has the number 26 of Mike Norbury, but he's had a lot of success in racing away from Supermoto, but looking to apply that now in this race. All of that experience and talent and racecraft, and Meelan goes wide around Farm Bends, and that will really work in favour of Mike Norbury because he's got the drag on him and he's in the slipstream as they come past the start-finish line, so he's trying to go side by side as they head towards Mere Hairpin. Norbury on the inside, Meelan on the outside, and it will be Norbury and Meelan going elbow to elbow, but Norbury gets it, and Mike Norbury, the 26, leads the way from the 101 of Neil Meelan.
Norbury there going really deep into Mere Hairpin and almost clipping the barrier on the exit there, but not giving Meelan the chance for that cutback, and it is now Norbury that leads us into this infield section.
Now, this is where we'll see Mike Norbury's tarmac skill come to the fore, because he's got clear track in front of him. Neil Meelan will be looking to kind of match what Norbury does during the tarmac, because he knows that he's a little bit quicker in the dirt as well.
Yeah, so if Norbury's able to extend that lead through the tarmac section, he'll hopefully give himself the buffer for the off-road where he's not quite as strong as Meelan. So this time Meelan not able to come alongside him as they make their way over that tabletop, so it is still Norbury out in front as they opt for that outside to inside line up the step up, and it is still Norbury that leads. So he'll now try and cut back nice and tight to not allow the 101 to be able to show a wheel. Looks like we may have had a pass there for third place. I think that was a flash of orange from the 59 of Dan Billum as we came out of the off-road section there. So we'll have to see as he crosses the line. It is. So the novice rider of Dan Billum has managed to make a pass on our Automotive Solutions rider Craig Forshaw there. So that promotes him up to third place and provisionally puts him on pole for our final B race of the day.
Don't think Craig Forshaw was too happy about that one. He tried to find his way through already, and that's the best thing to do, is retaliate as soon as possible and just upset the rhythm of your opponent. But Dan Billum, he's got it all under control, and he's right there with Neil Meelan as well, so it could well be a four-way fight for the race lead. So through the right-hander in the middle of the paddock section, then getting the power on, up through the gears, and front wheel pouring up the air for the number 58 of Craig Forshaw, but now hard onto the brakes into the left-hander that brings them into the dirt section once again.
Now, we saw Dan Billum was absolutely no slouch through the off-road in race 1, so we'll see which line he opts for here. So he's going inside to outside. So is he going to be able to try and send it up this step up and try and challenge Neil Meelan? He does send it. You can see just how much time he makes up there as he rejoins with the 101, and he has pulled away from the 58 there just through that one section.
Certainly is, and number 59 Dan Billum, of course, first and second will go through to the Trips UK A race as the last lap flag goes out now. So last lap for this event, and a 1 minute 15.688 for Dan Billum, number 59 on that previous lap.
Yeah, so Billum now fastest man on track, and he is hunting down the 101 of Neil Meelan, and he'll know it is now or never if he wants to get himself into that transfer position for our A Group Race 3 later on. And he's putting all the pressure on, and I think it will be a last minute dive through the off-road section.
Mike Norbury has a 1.1 second advantage over Neil Meelan as they came across the line, but Dan Billum is right there, and he'll know that if he can just make up one more position, he'll be promoted up into the A's as well. But Neil Meelan will be holding on to that with clenched fists.
Yeah, so Billum again going inside to outside, and you can see he's right alongside Meelan, but is Meelan going to be held up by the 26 of Norbury through that inside line? And it's a big send there for Billum, almost getting a 2 for 1 there, with Norbury just managing to close the door on him.
Certainly is, into the left-hander of Farm Benz then, that brings them out onto the right now. So it's a three-way fight with the leading two being promoted up to the A. So as the checkered flag goes out, then it will be Mike Norbury who takes the win ahead of Dan Billum, and then Neil Meelan up next.
Yeah, that was a great pass there for second place from the number 59 of Dan Billum, and that will promote both him and Mike Norbury up to our A group. Here's the battle in the mid-pack. On screen there you can see that is the 99 of Andy Hayes, so he's trying to find a way through on the 111 of Duncan Wright there, and we've also got the number 164 of Sean Jones there on that cranked up racing KTM. But it looks like Duncan there closing the door, so that was the battle for 11th place there. crossing the line, that was Sean Rogerson, so our rider that was promoted up from our C Group Race 1. Sean managing a very respectable 14th place there, with the number 16 Tommy Sayer just behind him in 15th. There he is, just coming across the line now, followed by Dan Spencer and the 97 of Dax Almond.
Jamie Wrigglesworth, number 98, across the line in 18th position, and I think 19th there, number 44, Daniel Hudson as well. So that's your top 19 all through.
Yep, so we'll just wait for these riders to make their way back round and through the checkered flag. So that was a great race. We've got our top 3 from the C's just making their way down the start finish to head back up to our top paddock and get ready for their 3rd race of the day. But there is our results on screen now. So it was the 26 of Mike Norbury taking the win, but only a 0.4 second lead there over the 59 of Dan Billum.
That was close stuff there, wasn't it? But Dan Billamy really sent it on that final lap. He knew it was now or never, and that means that Neil Meelan will be on pole for the C's, but Mike Norbury and Dan Billam will be promoted to the A race.
Yeah, so it was 3rd place for Neil Meelan, 4th the 58 of Craig Forshaw, then it was 5th for the newcomer Harvey Ward, and then a 6th place for the 167, the Scotsman of Michael Craig, then 7th the Bathmate rider Kevin Crowther's there, and it was an 8th place for the 555 of Adrian Dealey. 9th place went to the 117 of Dave Spafford, with the number 10 rider finishing in 10th place, Paul Reynolds. Our 11th place rider was the 111 of Duncan Wright, and he managed to keep the number 99 of Andy Hayes at bay there for 12th place. It was then 13th awarded to the 164 of Sean Jones, with 14th going to our Race 1C winner Sean Rogerson, with Tommy Sayer taking a well-deserved 15th and Dan Spencer in 16th. So up next it is our A group. Very exciting. I can't wait for these, and it was a very, very exciting race 1. It was won by the number 74 of Chris Hodgson, but the battle for that 2nd, 3rd and 4th spot between the 2 Sharp boys and Mulaney was definitely the one that kept us on our toes.
Certainly was, and you know that Alex Mulaney will be coming out and looking to try and make amends, and there will be a little bit more aggressive potentially in his overtakes as well, as we have a look then at our Race 2 Group B winners and podium finishers.
Yeah, Mike Norbury there. It was not given to him very easily, that race win, but well deserved. So there is Mike Norbury, Dan Billam and Neil Meelan there, our top 3 for our Race IQ B Group Race 2.
So the Trips UK Group A elite riders now making their way around on their warm-up lap. Pole position for number 74, Chris Hodgson, ahead of Harley Sharp and Richard Sharp. It's the son leading the dad at the end of row number 1. Alex Mulaney and the number 7 of Jamie Duncan will be there on row number 2 with Lee Williams, Dean Hillier and Richard Blakeman. Bike number 54, that is your front 3 rows. As they make their way now through the dirt section, just gives these guys an opportunity to have a look at different lines and how the track has cut up between their previous race and now. But it's going to be hard to look past Chris Hodgson and the Sharps as well as Mulaney for those podium positions. Trips UK Group A race number 2 now down on the line. We can see the number 54 machine of Richard Blakeman. He's just putting his machine over to the right hand side. Get as much oil on the clutch as you can to ensure you get that biting point absolutely nailed as we have a look at Chris Hodgson, Harley Sharp and Richard Sharp. That is your front row then, as we get ready for the green flag to signal to the riders that the racing will soon commence.
Yep, so all those riders over the front end of those machines, and it is a great start there from the 74 of Chris Hodgson as he leads them now down towards mere hairpin. It looks like a great start there also from the second row with the number 7 of Jamie Duncan there nipping up the inside.
Certainly did as they make the way through then, and that is 74 Chris Hodgson is it leading the way from Sharp, and then that's Alex Mullaney. He's made up a position from row number 2 in front of Jamie Duncan, so that is that Richard Sharp up into second there. Yes, it is. Alex Mullaney up next, Jamie Duncan, then Hillier, and it looks like Harley Sharp has just lost out in the opening few turns.
Yep, I think Harley Sharp has also played his joker for this race, so he'll be looking to try and improve on those positions there, but it is Hodgson from Richard Sharp, then Mullaney as we enter the off-road section for the first time here at Oliver's Mount for race 2, and a big send there from the number 100 Alex Mullaney. Then it's the 7 of Jamie Duncan, then we've got the 108 of Dean Hillier, then Harley Sharp being followed closely by, I believe that is Lee Williams there in the off-road.
Certainly is, as Chris Hodgson leads them round into the tarmac now. And just being followed now by Sharp as they go through the left over to the right now, brings them back out onto this narrow front straight, and Alex Mullaney is right there with them as well, but the leading trio have got quite a bit of an advantage now between themselves and the number 7 of Jamie Duncan as he slides his way in towards mere hairpin at full racing speed.
Yep, it looks like Harley Sharp's found a way through on the 108 of Dean Hillier, so that promotes him up to 5th place there. But it is still these top 3 that are breaking away ever so slightly in the opening laps of this race. So it is Hodgson that leads Richard Sharp, then it's Alex Mullaney trying to keep the pressure on board that Automotive Solutions Husqvarna as they come through this really tight infield section.
Alex Mullaney at the moment must be thinking that these Sharps just won't move out of the way. He had, had that all through race 1, and he's got it at the moment now with Richard Sharp in this second race for these elite riders. But Chris Hodgson leads the way from Richard Sharp. Alex Mullaney right there with them. Do they both go for the same line? Yes, all 3 of them go for the inside to give them the outside and carry the momentum round as they head now towards the end of the dirt section. Look at Richard Sharp there, just a little bit of a touch on the back brake to settle the machine in the air as they come now back out onto the tarmac.
Yeah, looking further down the grid, it looked like it was only the 817 of Harley Sharp that opted for the outside to inside line there as they went through the off-road. It is still Hodgson from Sharp and Mullaney as they make their way down towards mere hairpin. So there it is, Sharp still managing to keep the number 100 of Mullaney back at bay, but is Hodgson now trying to pop the hammer down to pull away from the remaining 2 just behind him?
So Chris Hodgson there is still leading the way, like you say there, Richard Sharp and Alex Mullaney. Yeah, that's your top 3. As is that Richard Blakeman there, just going through the left-hander in 8th position then, so through the left they go. And look how much Alex Mullaney closes up onto the rear wheel of 217 Richard Sharp, and at the moment Alex Mullaney, some big air there as he goes for that inside to outside line once again, following right in the wheel tracks of 217 Richard Sharp.
Yep, and if you are a spectator here at Oliver's Mount, make sure you go and have a look at our off-road section. This is what makes Supermoto so special. These riders carrying so much speed on slick tyres through the off-road here. And Oliver's Mount definitely has a very special off-road section here that's been built by our Trips UK team boss, Chris Walker. And Chris, unfortunately, not out there after an off yesterday, injuring his hands.
It's a shame there for Chris Walker as they're sliding his way down in towards the paddock is the 217 of Richard Sharp. So the lap times are all pretty much the same within the top 3. Chris Hodgson a 1 minute 10.3, 1 minute 10.2 for Richard Sharp, a 1 minute 10.3 for Alex Mullaney. But Harley Sharp is now through on Jamie Duncan in 4th position, but is now 6.7 seconds behind the number 100 of Alex Mullaney. Well, there's the gap on your screen. You can see it right there.
Yep, you can see the gap back to the 817 of Harley Sharp, who has managed to nip in front of our Fat and Fast UK rider, Jamie Duncan, who's been demoted down to 5th place, and he's now under pressure from the 108 of Dean Hillier on board that Goon Squad Racing Yamaha.
Certainly is, as we keep an eye on this battle for second position. So earlier on, was that a mistake there for Alex Mullaney? That would have cost him precious seconds now onto the back of Richard Sharp. So last time around was a 1 minute 10.2. We'll keep an eye on the lap time for Alex Mullaney this time around. So as he makes his way out of the right-hander, back onto the front straight, Hodgson and Sharp are through. Alex Mullaney that time around. Let's have a look at the time as they head towards Mere Hairpin once again. It's a 1 minute 10.8, so he's lost about 0.6 of a second.
Yeah, a little shake of the head there from Alex Mullaney, but it was a fastest lap put in there by our second place man, Richard Sharp. So Sharpie not letting that gap out to the number 74 of Hodgson open up too much and not allowing him to run away with this. So less than 8/10 of a second as they cross the line on that last passing. So the number 217 is definitely trying to keep the 74 of Chris Hodgson, an honest man now, and it is a little bit of a way back now to Alex Mullaney after that mistake on the last lap. And you could see the shake of the head there from Alex Mullaney, so he knows he's made a mistake there and needs to get his head down.
Certainly does, as he uses that inside to outside option line there. 4th position is Harley Sharp. He goes outside then inside. Jamie Duncan and then Dean Hillier as well go inside then outside. So a few changes of line further down the order inside the top 7 as Jamie Duncan gets some big air and back out onto the tarmac once again, chasing hard after the 817 of Harley Sharp. And look at this between the number 108 of Dean Hillier and 94 of Lee Williams. They're having a great fight for 6th position, and Richard Blakeman is right there with them.
Yep, the 94 of Lee Williams on that high-tech coating Husqvarna. He's keeping the pressure on Dean Hillier as they make their way now down towards the Mere Hairpin. So there goes Duncan, then Hillier on that bright yellow machine, and there is Willow pushing him as they head into this banking section up into the paddock. And legs off there for Hillier as he just clipped the barrier, but he does manage to stay on.
I think he might be trying, Dean Hillier there, trying to keep in front of Lee Williams. It's certainly trying to cut a few corners there, excuse the pun, as he makes his way through the paddock now and on towards the dirt section. So looking further down the order, everybody wheels in line as we watch Jamie Duncan, bike number 7 in 5th position. Some big air in the top speed as well, as he still plays chase to the number 817 of Harley Sharp, and they do go for different lines, as does Lee Williams as well. And that may cost him at that position as well for 7th, because Richard Blakeman will carry the momentum over the jump as Dean Hillier just about holds on to 6th position, but Lee Williams is so close to him.
He is, so that has allowed the 54 of Richard Blakeman to get onto the back wheel of Willow as they head out onto the start-finish. But Hillier doing a great job there to close the door there from the outside line and not allow Willow to show him a front wheel. So as they head down the start-finish straight again towards Mere Hairpin, it is still Dean Hillier that holds that line and is not giving an inch to the 94 of Lee Williams.
No, you're absolutely right there. Lee Williams looking for an inside move as he goes from the lower paddock up into the upper half of the paddock, with Dean Hillier this time around is a lot smoother than one lap ago and keeps it all under control in that 6th place position. Oh, that's a rider down. Is that Sharp?
That is one of our Sharps. So that looks like, was that the 217 of, no, that's the 817 of Harley Sharp down. So Harley has dropped it in the infield section but remounted from 4th place. So he will come out now behind, that is Richard Blakeman. So that will put him in around 8th or 9th place as he remounts, which is not what that lad needs, especially after playing his double points joker. But it is Willow there that's trying to see if he can sneak up the inside, but Hillier keeping the pressure on. A little bit of a tap over the back wheel there, I think, from Willow onto that 108 of Dean Hillier as well on the exit of the off-road.
All he needs is that one opportunity, isn't it, for the 94 of Lee Williams? I mean, he's using every inch of the circuit, as is Dean Hillier in front. Just one opportunity for the number 94, and that will see him take advantage and move up into 5th position. But Dean Hillier is riding a great race there, using all of his defensive might to hold on to that final top 5 position. As back at the front, it's still Richard Sharp from Alex Mullaney in 2nd and 3rd. But interestingly enough, Sharp has pulled out an advantage of 2.6 seconds over Alex Mullaney, who in turn is 11 seconds up the road from Duncan, and James Duncan is 3.3 seconds up the road from this group.
Yep, so that falling from Harley Sharp has demoted him down to 8th place and about 7 seconds behind this group here that you can see on screen. So he's about 7 seconds behind the 54 of Richard Blakeman, who sits in 7th. But let's see if we can watch Lee Williams, see and keep the pressure on the 108 of Dean Hillier as they make their way round. So inside to outside and then send it up this big step up as they make their way back towards our tarmac section. And it looks like Hillier's there, just able to get the power down a little bit cleaner on board that Goon Squad Racing Yamaha and just pull out a little bit of a gap on the number 94 of Lee Williams as they make their way down the start-finish straight again.
Certainly does, doesn't it? And he's got a round about 6 or 7 bike lengths advantage as he go in towards me a hairpin. So we are 8 laps down. We do have 4 more laps to go as we keep an eye on the 108 of Dean Hillier with Lee Williams right there with them. But Jamie Duncan, last time around, dropped, let's have a look, 1.5 seconds to Dean Hillier. So that means that, well, that's inspired Dean Hillier now, because look at him, he's put a little bit of distance between him and Lee Williams, and I think that's more a case of Dean Hillier going quicker rather than Lee Williams going slower.
There is Harley Sharp just making his way into that infield section, and out front it is still the number 74 of Chris Hodgson that leads us. So he's still doing those sub 11 minute second lap time. So he's got a 2.7 second advantage over Richard Sharp in second, and then it's a further 2 seconds back to the number 100 of Alex Mullaney. So we will keep an eye out on that battle for the top 3, but it's looking like those places are fairly set.
Yeah, that battle then for 5th position is a 3-way fight. It could well be a 4-way fight for 4th now, as the big number 7 of Jamie Duncan comes across the line, and the gap was around about 2 seconds. It's now down to half a second between Jamie Duncan and Dean Hillier. So Dean Hillier then, there he is, right on the rear wheel of Jamie Duncan. So the 7 and the 108, they're going to fight it out now over the following 3 laps for that 4th place.
Yep, and the number 7 of Jamie Duncan doesn't have the advantage of anyone to chase, so he has a 16-second deficit now to the number 100 of Alex Mullaney, which can make it really challenging when you've got the pressure coming from behind, and it is really hard to not ride defensive. So it looks like the 108 of Dean Hillier there trying to move around the outside on the brakes into the off-road, but not able to make that one stick. And then it's a big send there from Jamie Duncan as he opts for the inside to outside line around our off-road section.
Interestingly enough, it was Duncan, Hillier, Wilson and Blakeman all going inside to outside, and nobody trying the outside to inside line there. So Dean Hillier there, looks like he's lost a 1/10 of a second or so, but he's all over the curbs, trying to make up as much ground as possible onto the number 7 of Jamie Duncan.
Yeah, and there was also a slight mistake there from the number 54 of Richard Blakeman on the exit of the off-road, just clipping the grass there as he rejoined onto the tarmac. So he's dropped back a couple of tenths of a second as they come across the line there. But it is still Duncan from Hillier, Williams and Blakeman as they enter into our paddock section once again. It looks like Willow is now again all over the back wheel of Hillier.
It is yo-yoing, isn't it, between Jamie Duncan coming back into the arms of 108 Dean Hillier, and then number 94 Lee Williams right there with him, always brushing his shoulder and elbow against the tyre wall on the inside. And Lee Williams is really pushing on now to try and make a move through on the 108 of Dean Hillier. Look at him, almost front wheel to rear wheel as they go into the dirt section. So again, big jump that brings them through the left-hander into the option line. All 4 riders in the fight for 4th position go inside then outside.
Now, I think we saw it last time by with Alex Mullaney in that battle with the Sharps. As soon as that last lap flag was shown, he knew it was now or never, and I think that is going to be the same in this group here. So as they come past now, it should be the last lap flag, and I do think that will be the indicator to Lee Williams to see if he can make a move on the 108 of Dean Hillier.
Chris Hodgson doesn't even look as though he's trying at the moment now. He's quite a way out in front, 2.5 seconds. Last time around was a 1 minute 10.2, but the fastest lap of the race is a 1 minute 9.859 for your race leader in your picture now. Number 74, Chris Hodgson, as he goes inside then outside on this final lap. And it's looking good at the moment now for Chris for race number 2 and win number 2.
Yep. Oh, just going up a little bit short there up that Trips UK step up as he makes his way back out onto the tarmac, but it is not enough of a mistake for the 217 of Richard Sharp to be able to capitalise on that. So We'll watch here as the 74 of Chris Hodgson comes across the line to take a well-deserved race 2 win, followed by the 217 of Richard Sharp and the 100 of Alex Mullaney.
Good stuff there for our podium finishers, Chris Hodgson, Richard Sharp and Alex Mullaney. Next up is that fight for 4th position. Looked like Jamie Duncan just put some daylight between himself and Dean Hillier in 4th, so he's looking good for that. As Dean Hillier now holds on to 5th place. There is Simon Burgess as well, one of the promotion drivers from Group B race number 1 earlier on today, but it will be Dean Hillier ahead of Lee Williams and Richard Blakeman inside the top 7 positions. Here we've got a great fight as well between the number 42 of Oliver Holmes and the 110 of Chris Eastwood. So Chris, who got a 10th position earlier on today, looking set. Oh, it's a bit of a moment there on the exit of Farm Bends for the 110 of Chris Eastwood. Not managing to find a way through on Oliver Holmes, so that is 9th for Ollie Holmes and 10th for Chris Eastwood. 11th place for the number 79 of Peter Bennett. 12th is 941 Darren Wells. And 13th, 145 Luke Armitage. Jake Sayer on the 311 and Darryl Pennington on the 666 through for 14th and 15th as we watch the number 211 of Chris Lambourne round out the top 16 ahead of Kyle Ecclestone and Simon Burgess. So that will be the 18 riders all across the line, with Chris Hodgson a second win in the second race for Trips UK Group A. So Richard Sharp and Alex Mullaney will complete the podium. Good to see Alex up onto the podium after the frustration he must have experienced earlier on. But there we have it, 1.3 seconds the gap between Chris Hodgson and Richard Sharp. A further 1.4 behind was Alex Mullaney, and then Jamie Duncan in 4th. Dean Hillier, Lean Williams in 5th and 6th. Richard Blakeman, Harley Sharp, Ollie Holmes, Chris Eastwood inside the top 10 on the 110 machine. Pete Bennett, Darren Wells, Luke Armitage, Jake Sayer, Darryl Pennington, and then Chris Lambourne rounding out that top 16. So as we look over Oliver's Mount and on towards, I think there's York in the background there on our live stream pictures, we can go down in just a minute or so down to Danielle, who will have our podium finishers in this Trips UK race number 2 for the Group A in just a minute.
Yeah, it was hard work that, and I had a bit of a mare in the first race. It all went down on the last lap, but that one was hard. I was struggling to keep up with him, so I had to just drop back and let him go. But fair play to him and Ali, just keeping me on my toes.
Yeah, we saw you almost have a big moment on the very last corner of race 1. You saw you clip the grass, so you were definitely pushing on. But yeah, a very well-deserved 3rd place.
Yeah, cheers, thank you.
So we'll grab a quick word with the 217 of Richard Sharp. So like you say, you've gone up a place.
Yeah, second, happy with that. Obviously, Chris were in front of me. I was just trying to keep up with him in my marks so I could keep Alex at bay, and it worked fine.
Yeah. We didn't see Chris run away with it as much at the front on this one. You may manage to manage that gap to about 2.5 seconds, I think it was, at the end.
Yeah, he got me at first couple of laps, and then obviously I put my head down, went as hard as I could. Managed to keep it somewhat light, which is pleased with you. I think Chris knocked it off a little bit, just controlled it, but yeah, I'm happy.
Well, he is good at doing that. You are good at controlling a race. I think that's fair to say. I think you got down into the 109s on that one as well. Yeah. So do you think the track's coming to you a little bit more now?
The track's probably getting a little bit worse. It's just a little bit harder to get through the off-road now. But yeah, fair play to Sharpie. Sharpie will fly in and kept us on us first half of the race. But I think as Alex started to catch, Sharpie rode a bit defensive and that allowed me to get away. So yeah, just controlled at the end.
I will also remind you all, it is a reverse grid, I believe. I think we might have one of those.
No, not round here, but yeah.
So we'll have to wait and see, but we'll head back up to Bradley and we'll get ready for our Academy riders to head out for their race 2.
Thank you, Danielle. Thank you to our podium finishers as well. So just for the benefit of the spectators here at Oliver's Mount, what Chris Hodgson was saying there is that Richard Sharp was keeping him honest, but unfortunately, while he was defending that second place position, it just allowed Chris Hodgson to make the break and lead it and manage it from the front. So in the meantime, we do have the Supermoto Academy. So all eyes to the lights. Edward Darnton on pole. Archie Reynolds and Max Rhodes complete that front row. And that's a good launch there for the number 41 of Edward Darnton. There's the number 10 on the left-hand side of your picture, on the track, right-hand side of the picture. That's Cole Reynolds as they now find their way through in towards Mere Hairpin. So watching them, Edward Darnton and Archie Reynolds almost side by side as they went through in towards Mere. But it's Edward Darnton who comes out on top on that white and blue machine. The number 41 ahead of the number 5 of Archie Reynolds. Max Rhodes, who was third on the grid, just dropping a position or so as they head in towards the paddock for the first time of 9. So Darnton leads Reynolds, who leads, that is Bennett. So Jackson Bennett from the second row, 5th position on the grid, up into 3rd place.
Yeah, it will be the 79 of Jackson Bennett that will be wanting to redeem himself. He looked very frustrated as he crossed the line at the end of race 1. So to be up towards that 3rd place mark, that's where he'll want to be now, chasing down the number 5 of Archie Reynolds as they make their way through the off-road section. Brother Cole Reynolds there demoted to 4th place, but an excellent ride from him in race 1, and again they do opt for those split lanes.
Certainly do, and some going outside then inside, some going inside then outside. But it is Edward Darnton who, as they make their way back out onto the tarmac, the 41 using all of the track and a little bit more almost, did Edward Darnton. Hard on the brakes now, rear wheel just about fishtailing as he goes in through the left-hander and back over to the right now in this Academy race. And then Edward Darnton coming around to complete lap number 1. Bike number 41 leading the way ahead of Archie Reynolds on the number 5.
Yep, so Darnton already extending out a 1.4 second leads there to Reynolds, who has a 3 second advantage over Jackson Bennett on that opening lap. And then it's very little between him and Cole Reynolds there, who will be battling for that 3rd place position, I'm sure. But here we get to watch the 41 of Darnton there, just the rear end swerving, slightly under braking into this infield section, but he just looks so relaxed. He's just absolutely hitting his marks on that 85, and a bit of a wheelie there as he pops it out towards the house.
Certainly does, and well, this will do his confidence no end of good, and the more confident you are, the quicker you are, and the quicker you are, the more confident you become. So it's a very happy circle at the moment for number 41 of Edward Darnton as he just leaps his way now through over the jump into the left-hander, and he goes outside to inside, and that seems to be his preferred line because he's been using that all day long.
Yep, he has, and you can see there, that was number 5 of Archie Reynolds, looking very racy as he made his way around that berm. You can see how it is starting to whoop out ever so slightly there, and then really trying to get hard on the gas on the Automotive Solutions KTM there. The back end squirming under power on that dust with the tarmac. But he's not able to close that gap down on Edward Darnton just yet. So as they cross the line, it's a fastest lap for Edward Darnton, doing a 1:22.8, and that gap now extends out to 1.8 seconds as they cross the line. And then it is a further 5.4 seconds back to Jackson Bennett, who's trying to keep the number 10 of Cole Reynolds and the 58 of Max Rhodes at bay there for that battle for 3rd place.
Watching them come through, 1.8 seconds, as you said, was the gap between Edward Darnton and Archie Reynolds. Then quite a bit of time between themselves and Jackson Bennett, and having a great fight with Cole Reynolds and Max Rhodes for that final rostrum position. So watching them as they go past the trees, behind the control tower, and past the house now, in towards the left-hander that brings them in towards the dirt section. There we have the last laps from the top 3 riders. 1:22.8 for Edward Darnton, a 23.2 for Archie Reynolds, and a 1:25.7 for Jackson Bennett.
Yep, and Tyler Clark currently sat in a relatively lonely 6th place there, the number 6. He's had a really challenging day here so far, going down in, I believe, 2 of these races. So an issue in the off-road and then an issue on the banking section into the paddock. But again, it's the number 5 of Archie Reynolds getting absolutely sideways on the Automotive Solutions KTM as he comes round, farm bends, trying to get the power down. We'll see, has Darnton been able to extend that lead? It looks like he has. So Darnton doing another fastest lap there with a 1:22.543, and then he's extended that gap now out to almost 4 seconds. So he's definitely put the hammer down on Reynolds.
Through the right-hander as they go in towards the paddock once again. 3.9 seconds between Darnton and Reynolds 6.4 seconds up the road from Jackson Bennett and Cole Reynolds as well. So Cole Reynolds less than half a second behind Jackson Bennett. It could well be, if it was to remain this way and Cole Reynolds is to find a way through, and Jackson Bennett, 2 Reynolds brothers on the podium.
Yep, it could be. So we'll keep a close eye on the number 10 of Cole Reynolds there on board that Automotive Solutions TM. So he's doing a great job there of holding off the 58 of Max Rhodes up there, who currently sits in 5th place. But is he able to keep the pressure on the 79 of Jackson Bennett as they come towards the off-road?
Got some big air even on these little 85s there for the number 5 of Archie Reynolds, but through the outside then back onto the inside. Edward Darnton there, you can see, he's just about clearing that tabletop from the start to finish as Cole Reynolds goes for the inside then outside to try and carry the momentum around the outside of Jackson Bennett. Can he get it done? So back over the top, and they're side by side as they come out of the dirt and back onto the tarmac. Cole Reynolds, a little bit of a twitch there. Look across to the right hand side, and Jackson Bennett is there, and he leaves him enough racing room. So good racecraft for the number 10 of Cole Reynolds. And who's that going around the outside?
That is Max Rhodes, an absolutely cracking pass there from the number 58. So round the outside of both Cole Reynolds and Jackson Bennett there. That was an absolutely cracking pass there, but Jackson Bennett is having none of it, gets the run onto the start-finish straight and retakes that 3rd place.
So into the right-hander, and Max Rhodes, I'm not quite sure where he found that corner speed, but he won't be complaining, and neither are we, because that was a brilliant move to make up 2 positions around Farm Bends. But he's back down to 4th position now, and Cole Reynolds, number 10, is right there in 5th place as well. The leading 2 are through at the top of your picture. Edward Darnton now well on his way in towards the dirt section as we keep a very close eye on this battle for 3rd place, and that is that's Bennett from Rhodes and then Cole Reynolds in that order.
It is. So Reynolds there that was doing all the work through the off-road section, taking that inside to outside line, then to have it all scuppered by the 58 of Max Rhodes there, taking them both on Farm Bends. So we'll have to keep a very close eye and see if Rhodes is able to replicate that pass now as he comes up through the off-road. So opting for the outside to inside line, all 3 of these riders making their way down and heading up towards the step-up.
Just watch them as they go over there. I thought there was a all-head flag, but it was my eyes deceiving me. As Cole Reynolds, a little bit of a mistake there for the number 10 of Cole Reynolds, but it's all under control now. But that has cost him valuable and precious seconds as he makes his way back out onto the circuit and in towards Farm Bends.
Yeah, a little mistake there from Cole Reynolds, just not being able to get the power down as he head up that step up. But here is the 79 of Jackson Bennett, who leads Max Rhodes as they come across the line heading towards the mere hairpin, and it is Rhodes there that's trying to tag on to the back of the number 79 as they come round, and it looks like Bennett's managed to get himself just a little bit of breathing room there as they head up the banking into the paddock.
Certainly does, but Max Rhodes, number 58, is looking to regroup and revitalise his campaign for that 3rd place position. So Jackson Bennett doing a great job of defending that final podium position at the moment. As we do have some good battles further down the order as well. I just noticed Josh Walker and Rip Jennings for 7th and 8th, both coming across the line with a personal best for Rip Jennings. So certainly one to keep an eye on the timing tower on the left-hand side of your picture. But in the meantime, the 79 of Jackson Bennett, he is still holding on just about to that 3rd position. But Max Rhodes is close enough, and if he can do the same as what he did a couple of laps ago, it could well be promoting himself into that 3rd place.
Yep, so we'll keep a very close eye. Here is Bennett making his way up the off-road, and then it is Rhodes. So he is close enough here, but is he able to carry as much corner speed as he was? So he is. He dives round the outside and makes that move stick on Jackson Bennett. I think he's the only rider we've seen making a move round Farm Bends there so far today. But does it compromise him for his run down towards mere hairpin?
Certainly does, because Jackson Bennett goes around the outside there and carrying more momentum and hard on the brakes now. Jackson Bennett is back through, but what is important there, so Jackson Bennett leads as they go in towards mere hairpin, but across the line, 3rd place was credited to Max Rhodes. So if he can do that on the final lap, we are on the penultimate lap now, if he can do that on the final lap, could well be a podium for Max.
Absolutely, and that is what matters as they make their way through. And it is a little mistake there, a little wobble there for Bennett as he just taps the toe on this infield section, which has allowed Max Rhodes to tag right onto the back wheel of that KTM as they head down through the paddock and past the house, and then it's hard on the brakes as they make that left-hander into our off-road section, then high up on the berm trying to get the power down on these 85cc's as they send it over that tabletop and make their way towards the split lane. So both of them opting for outside to inside yet again here through our Trips UK off-road section. And you can see there it's just starting to, again, like I said, whoop out through that berm, and a slight mistake there from Rhodes as he came onto the step up, so which has allowed a little bit of breathing room for Bennett as they exit onto the tarmac.
Edward Darnton, notice on the left-hand side there, I mean, you've got a 4-second advantage, but why not just put in the fastest lap of the race with a 1 minute 22.172 to further extend that lead. And we're looking at him now as he bounces back up into the top part of the paddock, now hard onto the brakes there and through the left-hander in the middle of the paddock. Takes a look to his left and he'll see that Archie Reynolds is about 4.5 seconds behind, so he's got plenty in hand. Has the number 41 of Edward Darnton, and he's looking good with just half a lap to go.
Yeah, I think if we watch Edward Darnton through the off-road here, you'll see a perfect example of a lad that's absolutely enjoying and loving his racing here. So just watching through here, I'm sure we'll get a little bit of style over the tabletop, which we do. Slight bar turn there, and then he opts for outside, and he'll head down towards the inside berm, up this step up. And again, I think we'll watch him try and send it up here with a little bit more styles for Miles. And here he goes up over that tabletop there and heading out back onto that tarmac section. And like you say, using all the track, he has paid for it all, so clipping the curve towards Farm Bends, which will lead him back out onto our start-finish straight.
Through the left and back over to the right, and it's a home and dry then for the number 41 of Edward Darnton, who does a much better wheelie this time around than what he did earlier on today. So great stuff there for the youngster. It's another victory here at Oliver's Mount, this time by 4.8 seconds over the number 5 of Archie Reynolds. So that is your order. And here we go then. Jackson Bennett is in third, but Max Rhodes around the outside, just drives around the outside there. And a little bit of a squirm there on the exit. Jackson Bennett has a run on him. They go side by side across the line, and it will be Max Rhodes who is credited with third position by 0.01 of a second.
Yeah, great pass there from Max Rhodes. He knew exactly what he needed to do to cross the line there and take a podium position away from Jackson Bennett. But a great race there from the pair of them. So it is Max Rhodes from Jackson Bennett, and then Cole Reynolds there finishing in a well-deserved 5th place. And here we see the number 6 of Tyler Clark in a relatively lonely 6th place.
Yeah, Tyler Clark, his fastest lap of the race was a 26.895. On that previous or final lap, it was a 33.2. So he must have made a mistake somewhere around this course. As across the line now again, that's side by side between Rip Jennings and Josh Walker. But it does go in favour of the number Rip Jennings there, in 7th position ahead of Josh Walker in 8th.
It was a fastest lap there for the 4.55 of Josh Walker on that last lap. So personal best for him, doing a 1:27.621. So definitely chasing down the 1:97 of Rip Jennings on that last lap. And then our final rider to come across the line is the 444 of Alfie Wright. So down in the paddock just behind the control tower here, there is our podium contenders on this one. So that is the 79 of Jackson Bennett and the number 5 of Archie Reynolds giving us a wave there. So they'll get these bikes onto the podiums and then they get to go and have their moment up on the Oliver's Mount podium. So if you are a spectator on the banking, make sure when they come out you do give them a big round of applause, because that was some excellent racing there from all 3 of them. So it looks like there may be a little bit of controversy down by our paddock tower. So it looks like it is Jackson Bennett that's actually gone down to the podium, where it was actually, we believe, Max Rhodes there that's managed to nip into that third place. So I think he might be able to hear us over the tannoy, and that might be a little bit disappointing for Jackson Bennett. But what we are going to do is we're going to take a little bit of a break on our live stream. So we will be back with all the action a little bit later on with our C Group for race 3. So we're going to take a little break on the live stream and be back very shortly.
Mine's heavy, give me space. Time's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Time's money, money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th. She ain't ready for the 8th. Mad as savage, me back and I'm back and it happening, ready to blow. I remember doing deeds with Deji from the street, they left me on my own. Mom kept asking me about how I got the P, I told her leave it, mama grow. Then they're ringing off my phone. Then they're ringing off my phone. Times changed, but mine's made though. I ain't got line patience, tried then, don't like bait. Just come close, but swear that. Went ghost with a hair pack, never boast loud, get your bird whacked to my condo where I birth tracks with a gang. Catch that for the gram, snap that for the man. These dudes do the most, no money in the hand. I ain't never had to feel away, rhyme steady and they feel the way. Occupation make it either way, never worry cause I can. Back chat from the whack gang, took charge when they sack man. Passport when a milestone, make space when the bags land. This must be a daydream, Max got me the mad plan. My team never lied on, due a visit from the facts man. He be riding on the wave, I ain't got a lot to say. She ain't ready for the 8th.
So, welcome back to the live stream here at Oliver's Mount over in Scarborough for the British Supermoto Championship. We're just getting ready for our final block of races to get underway here. If you're not already, make sure you are following us over on Instagram. It is British_Supermoto, as well as the Facebook page, the British Supermoto Championship. And if you're here watching with us today, or if you couldn't make it, make sure you do subscribe to us over on YouTube at TNL Sports, so you'll be able to catch up on all of this racing from today, and as well as our previous rounds from previous seasons. So next up, we should have our British Supermoto Championship Group C riders making their way down to us. So that race sponsored by Contract Solutions, the engineering company up in Scotland, run by our elite rider Jamie Duncan. So we are just waiting for those riders to make their way down from that top paddock. But at the moment, looking out of our commentary box window, it is absolutely cracking the flags here, Bradley. It is glorious sunshine, a few clouds in the sky, but it's definitely toasting up out there.
It's not too bad, is it? I should have put my shorts on this morning, but here we are. It's certainly turned out to be pretty decent weather, like you say. I mean, there's I'm looking at the flags alongside us. There is not a hint of wind either.
No, it is getting a little bit stuffy. Now, we are on screen, we've got our starting grid, but it looks like we've also got our adult mini bike riders just taking to the podium. So I was just seeing a few of our spectators giving those guys a clap. So the top three out there. But as we now wait, our top three for our Supermoto Group C riders will be the 96 of Lewis Cowper, who managed to keep the 150 of Liam Pearson at bay in our race 2. And then starting on the front row, it will be the number 41 of Ed Darnton. But I will preface that by saying, if he can get that bike up and running. So we did just see him at the end of our academy race before our short break, and both me and Brad, we nipped outside, get a little bit of fresh air, and our riders made their way up to have their podium moment. But Darnton, what a lucky lad, one of his sprocket bolts sheared just as he came into the paddock. So he was very lucky for that not to happen while he was out on track. So his dad's now got a busy job to try and get that bike up and running to see if he can make it out for his next race. So I'm sure he'd rather forfeit his Supermoto Group C race rather than his academy, but we'll have to wait and see whether he does make it down onto the grid. Row 2, we should see the 159 of Jason Laycock, alongside him Philip Brigg. Then it should be Jay Collins on row 3, alongside him Dean Clark. He made a bit of a mistake. Oh, but right on screen, there's Ed Darnton.
Yeah, he's made it out there, so he's a lucky guy to get out into this race there. And he will line up, I can't believe I'm saying it, on the front row, alongside the 450s and the 250s as well. So it should be a good race, and well, there's no other way of saying it. Edward Darnton's in with a shout of a win.
Oh, absolutely. We saw how competitive he was in race 2 for this C group. He was very, very impressive. Oh, it looks like we've got potentially a machine failure. You can see all that smoke there down the start-finish straight. That's actually coming from one of our mini-bike riders, Ruby Booth, on board her Husqvarna 85. So hopefully that gets cleared. But if you love the smell of two-stroke, I can't imagine that being a bad thing for our spectators on the banking.
You can't beat it, can you?
No, I've said it time and time again. I just wish they'd make that smell into a candle.
It's funny you say that. I got a Christmas present at Christmas, funnily enough, and it was a two-stroke scented candle.
Where? Oh, I need one.
I don't even know where I got it from, but I've not even burnt it yet. So can't damage those things.
Sentimental about a candle. No, I'd have one on the go constantly at my house. But looking down there on the start line, I think that's Edward Darnton leading him down to the grid. So Darnton and Cowper, there he is.
So it is Cowper that takes pole position. There is Liam Pearson taking up that second place. And then Edward Danton just having a quick chat with our Marshall Kirk there on the grid. Behind him, just over his shoulder, there is Jason Laycock, the Bathmate rider on the 159 on board that Husqvarna. Then we have Philip Brigg. There is Bathmate team boss. That's John Oakes, the number 95. He's been having a good weekend so far. Big thumbs up there from Ed Danton. So good to see he's managed to make the grid. As we take a look back there, seeing which other riders we can catch a glimpse of. The little wave there from Cowper. We've also got Dean Clark, Steve Smith, Lily Rhodes out in this one. So, looks like a slightly diminished grid from what we saw earlier, but I'm sure it'll offer all the exciting racing all the same. So, lights out and away they go, and it looked like a good launch there from the 150 of Liam Pearson, but it is the legs of Lewis Cowper on that 450 that manages to take the whole shot into mere hairpin.
Certainly is, and they go through the left and the right, which brings them nicely into this 180-degree downhill right-hander. And it's the number 9060 pole position man of Lewis Cowper who leads the way from the man who was in the middle of the front row, Liam Pearson, making a much better start than what he did earlier on in the day, and Edward Danton in third position. So the front row still as you were, and next up was at the 159 of Jason Laycock. So everybody just filtering now down into their qualifying positions, but Edward Danton looking racy, trying to already find a way through on Liam Pearson.
It is, but it looks like Cowper's there getting the hammer down and trying to pull a lead as they head into the off-road section for the first time of asking. So it is Cowper from Pearson, Danton and Laycock are our top four front runners as they make their way through the off-road. So you can see it is Cowper there extending that lead, but Danton opts to go for the outside to inside line, as does the number 6 of Dean Clark there. So the only two riders that didn't opt for the inside to outside line, but it's worked well for Danton. He's found a way through on the 150 of Liam Pearson up the step up, and that has promoted him up to second place.
Certainly has, and as Lewis Cowper makes his way round the left-hander and the right now, it brings them out of Farm Bends and back onto the front straight. This is where, unfortunately, Edward Danton will lose out, but Liam Pearson tucked in there on the number 150 machine, and it doesn't look as though he's close enough to make a challenge to go in towards mere hairpin. So Edward Danton somehow holds on to second position as they go down the front straight, but the number 96 of Lewis Cowper, he has a 1.8 second advantage already at the end of lap number 1.
Yep, Danton able to extend that lead over Pearson enough that 250 was not enough power for him to be able to retake that position down the straight. But as they come through this tight flip-flop section, it is Danton that will have the advantage, being able to get the power down on that 85 as they head now back towards the house.
Certainly do, and behind the control tower, behind the house now, there's a race in towards the left-hander that brings them into the dirt section. The 41 is the man that we're looking at, the young man of Ed Danton, as he makes his way over the jump then and into this split lane. So he again goes to the outside. That gives him the inside line. And Liam Pearson on the 150 bright orange machine, he goes inside then outside. But here comes Edward Danton. This is the move that saw him go from third to second. This time around, it goes from second to first. So Ed Danton on the 85cc bike leads the way.
Yep, absolutely cracking pass there from the number 41 of Edward Danton to take the lead of our final C Group race of the weekend. But Lewis Cowper using all the power of that 450 to nip back past him down the straight, and then that demotes him back down to second place. And it is also worth mentioning, we can't actually see Danton on our timing screen at the moment. So whether he's on a wet bike with no transponder, he's not showing up on time. But I can assure you, he is currently sat in that second place.
Talk about bringing a knife to a gunfight on an 85 against 450, but it seems to be working for him as he makes his way in towards the paddock section now. So number 85, Phil Rigg, credited with, at the moment, 4th on our timing screen. That will be 5th in real terms as the leading 3 make the way around the back end of the circuit, behind the control tower, behind the house and back into the dirt. We're looking at the number 6 of Dean Clark as well, who is in position number 6 on that number 6 bike. And he is playing chase to Phil Rigg. It was half a second as they came across the line. That time around a little bit too close there and just forced to lose a bit of time as they enter the dirt.
Yeah, it looked like the number 6 of Dean Clark just outbraking himself ever so slightly, as we saw him do earlier on today into the off-road section. And again, opting for the inside to outside line there and following Phil Rigg, as does Laycock and Rhodes there on her 250. So up over the step up through our Trips UK off-road section, then back out onto the tarmac section. And you can actually see the dust is clearing slightly. There is a cleaner line there as they exit the off-road. But it is still Rigg from Clark as they head down to our start-finish straight.
So that is the battle for 5th and 6th position. Lewis Cowper is the quickest man on the circuit on that lap at the 1 minute 23.168. He's got a 1.3 second advantage over Pearson, it's showing at. But of course, Ed Darnton is in between Cowper and Pearson as well. So it's 1.3 seconds covering the top 3 riders.
Yep, it is, and it looks like Lily Rhodes there keeping the pressure on Jason Laycock, so that would be the battle for 7th place there. So Rhodes on board her KTM 250, keeping the pressure on the Bathmate rider, but we rejoin that battle at the front. It is now Cowper from Pearson and Darnton demoted down to 3rd place as they enter the off-road section.
So yeah, Edward Darnton still in the podium position at this stage with 4.5 laps to go. But this time, yeah, he does go for that favoured outside to inside line. And this is the move that saw him go from 3rd to 2nd on lap 1, 2nd to 1st on lap number 2. But he's through now up into 2nd place. And it's going to be 2 for the price of 1 because Edward Darnton was in 3rd. And he's got that inside line and just about edges out Lewis Cowper. In fact, really edges out Lewis Cowper for the race lead. So I think that Edward Darnton is going to use the fact that he's on an 85cc machine to his advantage because Lewis Cowper isn't exactly going to send him over the berm, is he?
No, I think that was a little bit harsh there from the 41 of Edward Darnton there, showing Lewis Cowper very much the edge of the track. And again, Liam Pearson squirming under braking there on board that KTM 250, just trying to nip through on the 41 of Darnton. And he does manage to get it stopped, which promotes him back up to 2nd place now, chasing down Cowper. And it looks like John Oakes there getting in the mix as well. The number 95, our Bathmate team boss, he's there in currently 4th place, but showing as 3rd on our timing screen as it stands.
Yes, certainly is, as this time around it was, 4. Well, the gap was showing as 1.5 between John Oakes and Liam Pearson as they came across the line. And, we're watching as we go in towards the dirt section now. So, on that previous lap, we're into the 25s and 24s. John Oakes was in the mid-23s, as was Phil Rigg. Unfortunately for Philip Rigg, however, on bike number 85, he is 4 seconds down the road. As, again, Edward Darnton goes for that outside to inside line. And, he can't do it again, can he? Surely, going from 3rd, he's now up into 2nd place. And he's not close enough to make the challenge on Lewis Cowper.
I thought he was going to give us one of his very own Bathmate replays there, going for a 2-for-1 on Pearson and Cowper, using that outside to inside line to his advantage. So he's able to get that 85cc machine turned. And look at him there, toying with Pearson as they head down the straight. Darnton knowing he is underpowered on this straight, but messing with Pearson. And it is still John Oakes there that sits in a comfortable 4th place, watching this all unfold in front of him.
So 3rd place at the moment for Edward Darnton, but Lewis Cowper is doing a great job out in front there. He's defending that race lead from the 150 of Liam Pearson, but Pearson is just struggling to find a way through on Lewis Cowper, but they all do bunch up in that paddock section, and this is where the 85 is perhaps the ideal machine compared to the 450 and the 250 in front.
Yeah, and there's that battle for 7th between Laycock and Rhodes. So Rhodes still all over the back of that Bathmate machine, but not able to find a way through. So we'll keep an eye on it here. So Darnton all over the back wheel of the 150 of Pearson as they head up over the tabletop. And then I can predict Darnton's going for the outside to inside line. And you can see he is able to carry a lot more speed than those two bigger bikes as they make their way into the off-road. So Darnton's nipped straight up the inside, and I think he's got a 2-for-1 there.
It certainly has, and it is the number 41 of Edward Darnton who now leads the way. So let's have a look, actually, as they come through Farm Bends. Does Ed Darnton lead as they come across the line? We've got the number 96 of Lewis Cowper behind him as he looks across, and they are going for the line now, and no, it is Cowper that leads across the line ahead of Darnton. So it's going to be a very, very tall order for Darnton if he wants to try and take victory. I can't believe I'm saying it, on an 85cc bike in this Group C race.
Yeah, it's going to be really tricky, especially as Darnton doesn't have that transponder on there. So it is going to be hard for our lap scorers to try and monitor that situation, but I'm sure they are doing. And Pearson, again, nipped straight back through. So it is really a battle for the lead with 3 riders in contention, and John Oakes looking in from the outside there in that 4th place.
Yeah, he's just keeping a watching brief there, isn't he, in number 95? And I love the style of Ed Darnton as he just hoists the front wheel up over that slight bump that brings them into the lower paddock and, into the dummy grid area and back into the dirt. So we're watching Lewis Cowper. And whereas these heavier machines kind of get into the dirt, would you say the 85, the lighter bike, just kind of skips across the top?
Not always. Now, I've just seen there, Liam Pearson has done the right thing. He's opted to change his line, which does not allow Darnton to carry the speed that he did have. So 3 riders there went outside to inside. So that was Darnton, Pearson and Oakes. It has, unfortunately, allowed Cowper to extend his lead slightly there, but Pearson doing the right thing and not allowing Darnton that advantage that he had. So this means as they rejoin onto the start-finish straight, Liam Pearson's able to use the power of that of 250 to be able to pull a gap now on Darnton, and it's also allowed John Oakes to nip through into 3rd place. So is Darnton able to get him now on the brakes, as this now becomes a 4-rider battle for the lead as we head into our last lap?
I think we already know that he's going to try his absolute hardest to try and find a way through, and John Oakes, look at him, look the inside, oh no, gets his nose chopped off there, does Edward Darnton from John Oakes. And this is for a podium position, of course, as well. So Lewis Cowper and Liam Pearson, 1st and 2nd in this race, they are well out in front. But looking now, there is a big gap back now to Edward Darnton.
So Darnton and Oakes there, I think, having a bit of a come together as they came up that banking. So I think we just missed that there. But there is definitely now a significant gap back down to Darnton, and Oakes is nowhere in sight. So Oakes now will be tumbling down our order, because it's then Darnton and Laycock still being chased down by the 58 of Lily Rhodes there on board that KTM 250, 56 apologies, as they come in through the off-road. So Rhodes there on her 250 chasing down the 159. So again, opting for the inside to outside line. I do think Lily is potentially struggling to use that other option line, just as trying to manhandle that 250 around that really tight inside berm could be quite challenging for her.
Well, across the line to take the checkered flag, it's the number 96 of Lewis Cowper, who does take victory over the 150 of Liam Pearson with a 1 minute 22.045 on that final lap for Pearson. Here's the battle for 4th position, as Edward Darnton is already through. It's the 159 of Jason Laycock behind Phil Rigg and ahead of Lily Rhodes.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye out. There is John Oakes. He does not look happy as he comes across their line on his Bathmate KTM. So it looks like he's had a coming together with the overzealous Edward Darnton as they came up into that paddock section. So we'll have to keep an eye out. But both riders rejoining, which is what we like to see.
So Dean Clark and Simon Billam across the line, the number 6 and the number 104. We're looking now at the 66 of Jonathan Reed as well, which will round out the 12 finishes within this race.
Yeah, so Reed there, just coming across the line, he managed a best lap time of a 1 minute 30.144, but here is our top 3 riders. So there is Cowper, Pearson and Darnton all in the pits down at the bottom, so they'll get their opportunity to head up to the podium and have their moment here at Oliver's Mount.
There's a lot of attention there for Edward Darnton. I'm wondering what he's saying there. Maybe he's just describing what happened between himself and John Oakes. Who knows? I'm sure we'll find out later on.
Yeah, try and get the gossip from that one. Ed Darnton looking very chuffed with himself, though. Well done to him. He's had an excellent weekend so far, and we will see him out one more time a little bit later on today. So he will be back out for our final race of the weekend this afternoon, which is our academy race, which we already know he has had 2 wins from 2 today, and he did manage the hat-trick yesterday. So all eyes will be on the number 41 as he makes his way out this afternoon. But we'll get these riders' bikes on the paddock stands, and then they can head up to our podium, where our spectators on the banking, I hope, will give them a round of applause. So just on screen, we've actually got a view of our Bathmate Bridge. So we've got some spectators up there that are all watching down. So you'll be getting a good bird's eye view of the circuit we've got here at the Oliver's Mount. And you guys will all be able to see from, I believe, as far as our off-road section up to the mere hairpin from up there. So a good viewing spot. But we'll keep an eye. So next up, it should be our Supermoto Group B riders. So that class is brought to you by Race IQ, and it should be being headed up by the number 101 of Neil Meelan, who will be lining up on pole. Alongside him should be the 58 of Craig Forshaw, and then our newcomer Harvey Ward will have a front row start. So looking out over Scarborough, you can see just how sunny it is here. It's absolutely cracking the flags, baking. And there is our top three. So there is Liam Pearson there, second. We've got the number 41, Edward Darnton, just getting ready to take up that third place spot on the podium. A handshake there from Lewis Cowper, who's very chuffed to have beaten the kids. So, as we wait for our riders to make their way down from that top paddock, Bradley, I know this isn't the usual Oliver's Mount circuit for you, but are you enjoying see us sort of hash up Oliver's Mount here?
Hash up Oliver's Mount? No, it's been great. I mean, the racing's great, and that's what Oliver's Mount is all about, really, isn't it? I mean, we've had, certainly in road racing, icons and legends race here at Oliver's Mount. I mean, obviously, Supermoto came back a few years ago for the first time in, I think, 20 years or so, which was a very welcome return. And it's a pleasure to have you guys for the British Supermoto Championship here at Oliver's Mount. It's providing great racing. It's always good to see some familiar faces as well, like, Andy Hayes, obviously, very familiar, and Mike Norbury as well, which is always good. They'll be coming out, of course, in B for Andy Hayes. He'll be out there now, and Mike Norbury will be out later on, but... yeah, I mean, this is what it's all about, isn't it? We've got the seaside town in the background. I mean, the beach is about 2 miles away, so get yourself some chips by the sea, why not? And, Oliver's Mount is such a great, great place.
Yeah, and I know we've got, is it the Gold Cup coming up in a few weeks' time? I'm not sure if there will be a Supermoto class at that one or not. I know we did have a Supermoto class here for the Barry Sheen Festival just a few weeks ago, and that was hugely popular here. I know there were a few people that weren't overly impressed with the amount of wheelies being pulled, but telling a Supermoto rider not to show off is like trying to tell a fish not to swim. It's just not going to happen.
I've not heard that saying before. That's great. I love that.
So out here now, there's the number 555 of Adrian Dealey. So he's on board I believe new to him, Yamaha 450. So he was a Husqvarna man when he first started this championship at the start of the year, but made the switch of brands to the Yam. There was Dave Spafford. There's the number 16 of Tommy Sayer. He's having a good ride so far today. So he's moved up from our B group and he's making good RC group, and he's making good progress here in the Bs. Alongside him, the 303 of Sean Rogerson. There is the local man, 99 of Andy Hayes. So the man that's done a lot of work to get the British Supermoto Championship back here at Oliver's Mount, which is what I think we're all very pleased to see. So let's get some more racing underway. There's the 111 of Duncan Wright. So Duncan Wright starting this one in 9th place, so just inside the top 10. So all these riders are now getting under starters' orders. So it is the red flag waved at the front. And we'll wait for those lights to go out, and away they go. A slight lift of the front wheel from the 101 of Neil Meelan, but it looks like he does get the power down on that Goon Squad Husqvarna to just eke out in front. But it is Craig Forshaw that is the latest on the brakes there as they head into Mere Hairpin.
Certainly is. I thought that was all Neil Meelan as they went in towards Mere Hairpin, to be perfectly honest, but no, Craig Forshaw just found a way through, didn't he? He's a little bit braver on the brakes, arguably, and that's put him and rewarded him with that lead of the race as he goes through the left-hander in the paddock now. And just behind them, it looks like it's Michael Craig and Kevin Crowler's all right there in the mix as well. But at the front, it is Craig Forshaw from the 101 of Neil Meelan.
Yep, it's Meelan. Then it is the Trips UK rider, Ward there, who's currently in 3rd place. And then I believe it should be the Bathmate rider of Kevin Crowthers in 4th place. So he's had a good ride so far, but just not able to convert that into a win so far today. But Meelan opting for that outside to inside line. Is he able to try and regain the position from Foreshore as he looks to come out in front as they head up the step up? But out onto the tarmac, it is the 58 of Craig Foreshore that manages to maintain that lead.
Through the left-hander at Farm Bends, back over to the right and bringing them onto the front straight for the first time of asking. This will be a 9-lap event for the Race IQ Group B Supermoto race as they head towards mere hairpin now, and a little bit of a twitch from the rear under brakes, and he backs it in for Craig Foreshore with a half a second advantage over the 101 of Neil Meelan, but that gap will be toing and throwing throughout the course of this event. So Neil Meelan is right in the wheel tracks there, almost riding pillion with the number 58 of Craig Foreshore, and just trying to find a way through. He goes a little bit wider on the entrance in towards that left-hander in the paddock, try and square it off and get the power on a little bit sooner into the right-hander, but it's not worked for him this time around.
It looked like it was a very good start there for the 99 of Andy Hayes, who started, I believe, 10th on the grid and has managed to make his way up to 5th on the opening lap of our final B race of the day. But out in front, it is still Foreshore who opts for inside to outside. Meelan taking outside to inside. Is he able to carry enough corner speed here to be able to opt out in front? And it's looking like he has. But Foreshore just hopping onto the step up, but it is Meelan that manages to make that move stick.
Yeah, he just sent it around that inside berm there, didn't he? And it seemed to work for him, and he now takes the race lead on bike number 101 and over to the right now to bring them around to complete lap number 2. It was a half-second advantage for Craig Foreshore, but it's now roles reversed now because Neil Meelan has a 0.6 of a second advantage over Craig Foreshore. Next up in 3rd position is Harvey Ward by a quarter of a second over Kevin Crowthers. Michael Craig now through on Andy Hayes for 5th place.
Yep, so it is Meelan from Foreshore out in front, and they have managed to drop Harvey Ward to the tune of 3.8 seconds now. So these two scuffering off and hiding at the front, and we should get a glimpse there of the Trips UK rider Ward making his way through in 3rd position. So he's still very much under pressure from Crowthers, but he's now being hassled by the 167 of Michael Craig on board that KTM. And as we head into the off-road, is Meelan able to use this to his advantage and extend his lead from Foreshore? So he does now opt for the inside to outside line, taking the longer route round, but able to send it up this step up. So we keep a close eye on here. There is Foreshore up the step up and just hopping on top. Nicely done and getting the power down. But it is Meelan there that has looked to extend his lead as they come back out onto the tarmac. There's Ward in 3rd place exiting the off-road. Then we have Crowthers, Craig, Hayes, and I believe that is Spafford there just behind the Andy Hayes. And then we have Adrian Dealey on board that June Squad Racing Yamaha in 8th place.
You can really see in the riding styles as well, the people that have come through off-road into Supermoto and the people that have come from road racing into Supermoto as well, because Dave Spafford there very much, so Andy Hayes locks up the rear wheel under the brakes as he go in towards mere hairpin. You can see that Dave Spafford will have his leg out, whereas Andy Hayes will just put his knee out in a very road racing fashion.
Yeah, and they do all concertina up as they come through this infield paddock section, so it is Crowthers, followed by Craig, Hayes and Spafford, all in very much a train as they come through this section, and no room for error, but again, no real opportunity for passing here. It is quite one-liney through that internal field section. So there is Crowthers still in front of Craig as they come up over the tabletop into the off-road.
So watching them as they go through then, and interestingly it goes inside to outside for those two riders. In fact, that was Andy Hayes just having a little bit of a slip there, almost took in the front, but he's got it all under control now, has Andy Hayes on bike number 99. And very much a home round for him is it for Andy Hayes, just at the top of your picture now, as he goes through the left-hander now at Farm Bends. But in the meantime, the 167 of Michael Craig is the man you're looking at, and he's playing chase now to Kevin Crowthers. Last time around was 0.2 of a second. This time is now half a second the advantage between himself, for Kevin Crowthers over himself and Michael Craig.
Yeah, Yeah, I'm sure Andy Hayes would have you believe it's all under control, but that little bobble there, I think, says differently. So the 99 of Andy Hayes trying to just keep in touch with the 167 of Michael Craig as they head back up over that little banking and through into this hairpin section. And it is a pass there for, I believe that is 4th place. So that is Crowther's making a pass there on Craig, which hopefully has opened the door there for Andy Hayes to be able to show a wheel.
And you can see he got a little bit messy there as well, because he's tried to retaliate, almost tripped over the back, and that just sat up Andy Hayes a little bit, so he had to square it off, and it's cost him a few tenths of a second. And in the meantime, we're back with the number 63 machine of Kevin Crowthers. So Kevin Crowthers goes outside to inside, and then goes up the step up that will bring them back out of the dirt section and back onto the tarmac. You can see the dust just being dragged around a little bit in towards Farm Bends as well, as we keep a close eye on Neil Meelan and Craig Forshaw.
Yeah, Meelan's still out in front there, holding off the Automotive Solutions Honda of Craig Forshaw as they make their way around near hairpin and back into the paddock. So this section here up this banking, so there'll be a little bit of a rut grooved out there. So if you do go offline, what we have seen a few riders, that can be challenging. So it is quite one-liney, which I think is probably what happened in our C Group race with Darnton and Oaks. But Meelan managing to keep that lead from Forshaw. Then it is a fairly lonely 3rd place for Ward there on the 138. He's 9 seconds adrift from Forshaw as they come into the off-road, but it is only 2 seconds back to Kev Crowthers, who we know has been battling it out with Craig. Now we've got a battle here in the midfield, so this is the battle for 11th down to 16th. So that is Tommy Sayer, and it looks like Duncan Wright's trying to find a move around the outside.
Certainly does, and it's good to see the 73 of Ollie Sims is back out onto the circuit as well. We saw him, unfortunately, tumble out of the race earlier on today, so great to see the 73 of Ollie Sims out there in this one. He's currently 14th position as we have a look at the 111 machine of Duncan Wright and the 236 of Dan Spencer. Tommy Sayer goes outside and inside. Ollie Sims goes inside, then outside, and there's about 5 of them all arguing for the same line as Ollie Sims just about clears that jump and tries to go the long way around on Tommy Sayer, but there's just no room there for Ollie.
No, there is no room at the end there for Ollie Sims as Tommy Sayer shows him the edge of the track. And the 2 Roger Sims brothers, you could throw a blanket over them, but it is still Sean that leads his brother Ian as they come out onto the circuit. We've got a handout there for Ollie Sims, so potentially a mechanical failure there for the number 73 as he drops down the order from 13th place. So a real shame there for Ollie Sims, it's just not been his day.
No, it's really not, and it's a great shame. But of course, he'll get some more racing action just next weekend, in fact, in the ACU Team Green Junior and Senior Championship at Snetterton. So going from the dirt to the roads once again from this weekend to next weekend for Ollie Sims. But a great shame to end this weekend here at Oliver's Mount with another retirement as we have a look once again at Neil Meelan, number 101, who leads the 58 of Craig Forshaw as they go through Farm Bends once again. Interestingly, last time around, Craig Forshaw set the fastest lap of the race with a 1:16.412. As they come across the line now, they're in the low 1:17s now, so we're not quite as quick as what they were earlier on, and that means that Craig Forshaw can close right up now to the rear wheel of Neil Meelan.
Yeah, let's not forget these riders doing around 8 to 10 laps at really, really high intensity, and especially through that off-road section, trying to maintain your breathing. These guys will be getting tired as we come to the closing stages of the final race of the weekend here at Oliver's Mount. And Forshaw all over the battle wheel there of Meelan, but just not able to find a way through this tight infield section.
Well, they're on the way in towards the dirt section once again as we look at the foreground of the screen there. There goes Andy Hayes, who's in front of Dave Spafford, I think that was. Yes, it was Andy Hayes in 6th. Dave Spafford in 7th position for the 117. As we look further down the order then, there goes Dave Spafford just flicking up the front wheel as he heads in towards the dirt section now. But a 0.6 of a second advantage for that man there, Neil Meelan, as they came across the line last time around over Craig Forshaw. But we are on to the penultimate lap. One more to go when they cross the line, and it's all to play for there. Craig Forshaw is the man who's playing chase.
Yeah, looking down further through the order, it was ninth place there for Jamie Wrigglesworth with the 236 of Dan Spencer behind him. Dan having a good day, chipping away at those positions here. So a mid-pack finish for him in the Bs is a really good result for the Yamaha rider, who came into this weekend with a bike hodgepodge together after 2 mechanicals at a test day last week. So keeping an eye out on our lap times. It is still that battle between 11th and 14th for Sayer down through to the Rogerson brothers, that we will try and keep an eye on before they cross the line. But on the last lap, it is still the 101 of Neil Meelan that leads us as we head into the off-road section, and it is Meelan that does currently hold the fastest lap time with a 1:16.325 on that last lap. So he's definitely still pushing to the very bitter end of this final race.
Certainly is, and interestingly, they both go for the inside to outside line through the option as they go into the dirt section, and you see the dust starting to be kicked up now, and Neil Nealon was looking so good over the exit of that step up, and I think that's got enough time in hand now for him to cruise home to victory. So through the left and back over to the right, it's all the 101 of Neil Meelan as he goes up through the gearbox, and the checkered flag now beckons, and it's victory in race number 3 for the Group C riders, and a 1 minute 15.911 on that final lap was enough to break Craig Forshaw, who comes home in second position.
Yep, and another fastest lap there on the final lap for Neil Meelan, managing to break through into the 115s for the 115.911. Crossing the line in third was Harvey Ward, followed by Kevin Crowthers, Michael Craig, Andy Hayes managing to keep Dave Spafford behind him there in 7th place. And we'll keep an eye out for this battle in the mid-pack. So here it is. There is the 16 being overtaken by the 303 of Sean Rogerson. So Rogerson, that was down in 12th place, managing to nip through into 11th. So there's Wrigglesworth. Then we've got Spencer crossing the line in 10th. And here it is. Rogerson managing to nip that place back from Sayer, and it crosses the line as Sayer, Almond getting in the mix, and then it was Ian Rogerson, Duncan right there, and it looks like we're just missing a few riders. On screen we've got the number 58 of Craig Forshaw, looking very solemn there, unfortunately, on board his Automotive Solutions Honda. So we'll just wait for the number 101 of Neil Meelan there to get his bike on a stand. And there's our third place man, Harvey Ward, also going and getting ready to have their moment up on the podium. So on screen, you've got the 101 of Neil Meelan, Craig Forshaw and Harvey Ward there, who's definitely in some borrowed leathers from our Sharps boys. But great race from there. It was a well-deserved win for the 101 of Neil Meelan and a hard-fought second place for Craig Forshaw. And then Harvey Ward settling into a very comfortable third place, which for his first outing is very, very impressive from him. So these riders now are going to make their way up to the podium. So if you are out on the banking here spectating, make sure you do give them a round of applause, putting on some great racing for us here at Oliver's Mount. So there we have it, our Supermoto Race IQ Group B riders. They are our top 3 as they make their way down from the podium, and we will now wait for our Trips UK British Supermoto A Group riders to head on down from our top paddock and take to the grid for their final race of the weekend.
So the Trips UK British Supermoto Group A will be making their way down from the top field where they are being held at the moment and down on towards the circuit then. So they'll have an opportunity of doing a bit of a warm-up lap. They'll join the circuit down at mere hairpin, go through the paddock as you would expect, following the circuit in towards the dirt section, and then onto the grid where it will be Chris Hodgson, number 74, who lines up on pole position with 217 Richard Sharp and the number 100 of Alex Mulaney. Jamie Duncan and Dean Hillier will be on row number 2 with Lee Williams, Richard Blakeman and Harley Sharp on row number 3. Ollie Holmes, Chris Eastwood and Peter Bennett 9th, 10th and 11th, with Darren Wells, Luke Armitage, Jake Sayer and the 666 of Darryl Pennington. So my apologies there, as the riders make their way through on the warm-up lap. It will be a reverse grid, so Harley Sharp, who was 8th earlier on, number 817, will take up pole position. 7th, Richard Blakeman will be 2nd. Lee Williams, 6th earlier on, will be 3rd. Dean Hillier will be up next in 4th. Jamie Duncan in 5th. Alex Mulaney in 6th. Richard Sharp in 7th, and then number 74, Chris Hodgson, in 8th position. So that'll certainly spice things up in this final Trips UK British Supermoto Championship race for the Group A competitors, as we get a good look then. That is the exit of the paddock in towards the infield, where they go left and right. But right now we're looking at them just going through the dirt section before rejoining the circuit and heading towards the grid. So I remind you, 8th position, Harley Sharp on pole position, Richard Blakeman 2nd, Lee Williams in 3rd, Dean Hillier will be up next in 4th, and then so on and so forth, all the way down to 74, Chris Hodgson, who took victory earlier on today on both occasions. He will be in 8th position. So keep your eye for the number 74 of the 18-time British Supermoto champion, Chris Hodgson. So here we go then, we're looking across the front row, which will be Harley Sharp there on the right hand side of your picture. 54 to the left hand side of your picture is the 54 of Richard Blakeman, as we mentioned. Then on the Fat and Fast Racing Machine, there is 108 Dean Hillier, and the 100 just behind him of Alex Mulaney.
So, getting excited now. We know how important track position here is at this Oliver's Mount circuit, with the passing being so limited. So, will this reverse grid shake things up for the final race of the weekend here at Oliver's Mount? We're about to find out. And it is lights out and away they go. So, there is a great start there from the 94 of Lee Williams. And it looks like the 108 of Dean Hillier there nipping up the inside as well.
Yeah, certainly does. I think he slots into second position there behind the 94 of Lee Williams, but as they all funnel through, it is Willow who leads the way on that blue number 94 machine. Dean Hillier right there with them. Then it's Jamie Duncan, and that Chris Hodgson up into 4th position from 8th on the grid, so he's already made up 4 positions as they race through now into the unfield section of the paddock. But Lee Williams holds a very, very slim advantage over Dean Hillier.
Yep, Hodgson will know it is his race to lose now, so he's going to have to try and make those passes early on here and force the issue as they head round for their 12-lap race here at Oliver's Mount for the final time of asking this weekend. But it is still Willow that leads from Hillier through the off-road. Then it is Duncan, Hodgson, and that is one of the Sharps. So Duncan and Sharp opting for the outside to inside line there as they enter through this Trips UK off-road, and a big send there from the 94 of Lee Williams up over that step up, and that allows him a bit of breathing room. We've got riders down on the exit of the off-road.
As Alex Mullane is caught up in the mix there as well. Unfortunately, he's back out onto the circuit. Jamie Duncan, and that's Harley Sharp involved as well. Jamie Duncan, he's a little bit impatient there, went sideways trying to get the power down, but so it just goes to show it can all turn around in this reverse grid setup. So across the line, Lee Williams, Dean Hillier, that promotes Chris Hodgson into 3rd place ahead of Richard Sharp and Richard Blakeman, Peter Bennett in the top 6.
Yeah, so it looked like a mistake from the number 7 of Jamie Duncan there that had a domino effect on the other riders behind him with nowhere to go on the exit out onto the tarmac. But that is just what Dr. Hodgson ordered, as he's now up to 3rd place, chasing down the number 108 of Dean Hillier as we head into our 2nd lap here at Oliver's Mount.
Well, we've got wave yellows as we go in towards the dirt section as well, so we'll keep an eye on that one. So Lee Williams, and there is a rider stopped on the outside of that particular right-hander before the jump, in fact. So it's Lee Williams and Chris Hodgson, 3rd position, goes for the outside to the inside. So watching them then as they go through. Can Chris Hodgson find a way through on Dean Hillier? Well, he can't at the moment as he tries to squeeze up the inside on the exit of the dirt section. He's still there in 3rd place.
Now, big shame. It looks like the 26 of Mike Norbury was that rider that was pulled over at the side of the off-road. So it looks like he will take no further part in our racing schedule for today. But out front, it is still Lee Williams there that is leading us. But fastest lap is promoted to the number 217 of Richard Sharp on that last lap, who currently sits in 4th place, about 2.5 seconds adrift now from the 74 of Chris Hodgson after the incident on that opening lap exit in the off-road. So these 3 riders now breaking away ever so slightly from the rest of the pack, and you can see there just how distant it is between 4th, 5th and 6th.
I was watching, that was a move there for 6th position from Alex Mullane. So if you want an idea as the mentality at the moment of Alex Mullane, he's certainly venting all of that frustration out there on the circuit, because he's made up 2 positions on this lap, on the previous lap, and already made up 1 on this lap as well, on a track that is starting to gain a little bit of notoriety for not being the easiest to overtake, as Chris Hodgson goes for the inside once again on the exit, trying to make the move on Dean Hillier, but again, just no opportunity this time around. And number 94, Lee Williams, he's the man who's leading them around. All of this is unfolding behind him.
Yeah, Lee Williams really does need to just keep his head down on that high-tech coast in Tuscaloosa and allow it to play out behind him. He will be trying to ride as defensively as he can, knowing that track position is so important here at Oliver's Mount. There's the back wheel being locked up there for the 217 of Richard Sharp, who currently sits 1.9 seconds adrift in 4th place from the 74 of Hodgson.
So Alex Mullane is just put in the fastest lap of the race. Bearing in mind in Superpole he put in a 1 minute 11. This time around it's a 1 minute 10.4. So he's just, he's going 100% at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah, Alex Mullane trying to have a redemption ride there from 6th place after getting caught up in that accident that was not his. Other riders caught in that one were the number 7 of Jamie Duncan. He currently sits in 10th place behind fellow Scotsman Chris Eastwood in 9th, and Luke Armitage sat there in 8th place.
So Chris Hodgson gained up on Dean Hillier as it went through the air then, and he goes for the outside to inside again. I think this time around he's got it done. 3rd time lucky for the multiple British champion of Chris Hodgson. Number 74 up into 2nd position now, and the 217 of Richard Sharp. He started this lap 1.9 seconds behind Chris Hodgson, but this time around it's going to be less than a second to himself and Dean Hillier.
It is. So Sharp there has been keeping a watchful eye on that battle between Hodgson and Hillier, and it has allowed him to close the gap down on this leading group. So it's now a 4-rider battle at the front, as Hodgson is definitely popping the pressure on Lee Williams. That 94 as they head up the banking. Very one line here. There's no opportunity there for Hodgson to be able to show a wheel, but we'll have to watch him through this infield section. Will he try and do the same move through the off-road that we just saw him make on Hillier?
I think it's one of the only overtaking opportunities here at this Oliver Mount circuit, and it certainly means that these guys have their work cut out as they brake hard now before the dirt section. There they are now, so through the right and then over this big step up there. Chris Hodgson just carries more speed in the air, and that takes him all the way around now to this option line, which again he goes for the outside, which will mean he can use that inside berm and try and do the same to Lee Williams as what he did to Dean Hillier just one lap ago.
And it looks like he is out in front as they exit the off-road. Willow there trying everything he can, trying to push across the grass as he rejoined onto the tarmac, but it's just not quite enough to be able to chase down the 74 of Hodgson. And Sharp has got past Hillier now. So it is Hodgson from Williams, then Sharp and Hillier as they cross the line for their 5th lap.
In towards me a hairpin then, and we're keeping an eye on the number 74 of Chris Hodgson. So let's have a look then. Lee Williams half a second behind. Then it's 0.9 of a second gap back to Richard Sharp. And then Dean Hillier is right there with them. So behind Dean Hillier is Alex Mullaney, who's lapping 1.8 seconds quicker than the group in front. So keep your eye on the number 100 of Alex Mullaney.
Yep, Alex Mullaney is definitely a man on a mission today. He's not had an easy day so far as the number 100. So to be up now into 5th place and finding a way through on the number 54 of Richard Blakeman, he's now going to be trying to close down that 2.5 second deficit to the 108 of Dean Hillier now, who is looking to try and make a move back on Richard Sharp.
Certainly is. There goes Sharp. I want to take a little bit sketchy over that final jump there, and Lee Williams just holds on to that second position on bike number 94. So through the left now at the bottom end of Farm Bends, and it's such a steep incline from the left to the right, and you've also got to take into consideration as well the change of direction. And I wouldn't mind betting it's around about 2.5-3 metres incline from the left to the right, as the riders now come around to complete lap number 6. So we are at half race distance now, and Chris Hodgson has a 1.9 second advantage over Lee Williams.
Yeah, Hodgson has definitely pulled the pin on that last lap, so he is about 2 seconds a lap quicker on that last lap compared to Lee Williams, so that's how he's managed to extend that lead out so quickly. And it does look like a pass from Sharp is becoming inevitable here as he puts the pressure on the 94 heading towards the off-road section again. So we'll be looking to see the 217 of Sharp take the option split lane, so whichever Willow does not pick will be, I think, what Sharp will opt for on this lap.
You're absolutely right. As Willow goes to the inside, then the outside. Sharp goes outside and then inside. He's side by side at the moment with Dean Hillier, but of course has less ground to cover on that inside line. Willow a big jump and plenty of airtime, and just about holds on to that second place position ahead of Richard Sharp. So that's great defending from Lee Williams.
Absolutely it is, but this battle for second is allowing the riders behind them just to close in ever so slightly. So it looks like we've just dropped off the 108 of Dean Hillier there, and Sharp looking to squeeze down the outside there, but just no room there left by Willow.
Watching as they come down then, and they're so hard on the brakes, and that's a mistake there from Lee Williams. He went too deep in towards me a hairpin, and that's allowed Richard Sharp to come through as well. So Richard Sharp, number 217, promoted into second position, and just out of picture, Dean Hillier cruising across the line. So Dean Hillier, 108, is seemingly out of the race, unfortunately, and that will promote Mullaney, Blakeman and Jamie Duncan. So Jamie Duncan now inside the top 6.
Yeah, Willow will be absolutely kicking himself there after making a mistake going into the mere hairpin and allowing the 217 of Richard Sharp through. So he's now got his work cut out to try and chase down Richard Sharp as they head through this off-road section, but the gap does look to be opening up, and Willow needs to be careful. He's now going to come under threat to the youngster of 100, Alex Mullaney. So they've all opted for the inside to outside line up over the Trips UK step up, and then we head out back onto this tarmac section. You can see the rubber that's been put down there has cleared some of that dust, then through Farm Bends and back out to the start finish straight.
8 laps down, 4 to go, and Mullaney is the quickest man on the circuit on that lap with a 1 minute 10.423, so he's really pressing on now.
He is, and behind him he's got the two fat and fast riders. So Richard Blakeman is about 4.7 seconds adrift. Now we've just heard that Hillier is currently out of this one with a puncture. So Hillier will take no further part in this. That's a real disappointment because they would have been some great championship points for him on board that Goon Squad Yamaha.
That's the kind of overtake that you need to make here as well at Oliver's Mount, just to make your presence more than known, and that is exactly what number 100 Alex Mullaney has done there. He just slid up the inside of Lee Williams and left it down to Lee Williams to either move out of the way, essentially, or there will be contact, and he certainly made his presence felt, and he's up into third position.
He has. He did not give Lee Williams much option there other than to concede that third place. So it is still Hodgson out in front with a gap of 3.9 seconds. Then it is Richard Sharp, who's about a second in front now of Alex Mullaney, who will now be pushing as hard as he can to try and close that gap with these 3 laps to go.
Mullaney using all of the track and on to the rumble strip as well. I mean, why not? He paid his entry fee. Use all of the track. It's there for a reason. So Mullaney slides his way in towards mere hairpin. And again, 1 minute 11.6 on that previous lap. So not quite as quick as the guys in front. So we have 3 laps to go, and it's a 1.9 second deficit between himself and Richard Sharp. In fact, there it is in your screen now. He's dropped Lee Williams already. It was 1.5 seconds across the line. And, well, Alex Mullaney can get a sniff of that second position.
Yep, he's chasing down the 217 of Richard Sharp, but I do think without a mistake from Sharp, it is going to be a very, very tall order there from the number 100 of Alex Mullaney. And then it is 1.4 seconds back to the 94 of Lee Williams now, who sits in 4th place, with Richard Blakeman in 5th. Then it is Jamie Duncan in 6th, who's actually being hounded by the youngster 817 of Harley Sharp.
Alex Mullaney, just a little bit of a loss of grip as went in towards the dirt section, and that saw his foot just come off the foot peg, but it's back in towards farm bends now for the number 100 of Alex Mullaney. Up through the gearbox, and again just trimming the grass on the edge of circuit, as already making his way now down in towards mere hairpin. It's the number 74 of Chris Hodgson, and well, it's been a pretty faultless weekend so far for him, hasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Chris has managed this race really, really well, making the passes when he needed to and making them count. So he's been out front and able to manage this one. So currently with a 5.2 second lead as they make their way round. So only 2 laps remaining, about 1.5 now, considering they're on the far side of the circuit now into the off-road section. So there is our TM Leeds UK rider and current Trips UK British Championship leader making his way through the off-road, opting for the inside to outside line. And you can see what Chris was meaning with those berms being blown out ever so slightly. You can't quite see what the exit of that corner looks like up onto that step up, but able to get the power down on that 450 and then cut in inch perfect round through farm bends and back out onto the start finish straight.
Yep, just 1 more lap to go, and he may be coming up with some lap traffic as well, but you can just see in the background there the yellow flag with the black cross. That is the signal that the last lap has now commenced, and Alex Mullaney is up into 3rd position as we mentioned, but he's only 0.2 of a second behind Richard Sharp, so that's one that we need to keep an eye on as Chris Hodgson tries to find his way through on one of the tail enders there. Looks like the 211 machine of Chris Lambourne, who knows he's there and moves promptly out of the way, so great awareness there from Chris Lambourne.
Yep, it also looks like the number 100 of Alex Mullaney putting in another fastest lap time there with a 1:10.393 on that last passing. So he's done everything he can to push and close down that gap on the 217 of Richard Sharp, who currently sits 2nd in our Trips UK British Championship as it stands. So Mullaney will be looking to try and take that place from him and take those well-earned championship points also. But for the final time of asking, the number 74 makes his way back onto the tarmac and into farm bends, and you can see not another bike in shot as he comes across the line for the final time this weekend here at Oliver's Mount in Scarborough, and it was a well-deserved win, and it was Alex Mullaney. He manages to nip through on Richard Sharp on the very last lap. So 2nd place to the number 100 of Alex Mullaney, and Richard Sharp is demoted down.
6th place, that's Jamie Duncan ahead of the 817 of Harley Sharp by 0.192 of a second. Next up, Peter Bennett ahead of Luke Armitage and Darren Wells. That's your top 10, with Chris Eastwood just pushed outside of the top 10 in 11th. Oliver Holmes and Darryl Pennington and Jake Sayer will be next up. But look at this battle with number 53 machine of Simon Burgess with Kyle Ecclestone and Dan Billum in the mix there as well. Looks like it's all pretty much holding station as you go through the left and over to the right now on the exit of Farm Bends. But Kyle Ecclestone, number 255, will take 15th position ahead of Simon Burgess, and the number 59 of Dan Billum is already across the line there in 17th, ahead of Chris Lambourne in 18th. So that then will be the conclusion for the Trips UK elite riders in their British Championship. And then we've got a great shot of Richard Sharp and Alex Mullaney, second and third position. Not in that order there. Of course, Alex did pip Richard Sharp to that second place position in the closing stages. But here we have it then. Chris Hodgson with a 3-second advantage at the end of the race over Alex Mullaney, with Richard Sharp in third place. Lee Williams, Richard Blakeman round out the top 5, with Jamie Duncan, Harley Sharp, Peter Bennett, Luke Armitage and Darren Wells inside the top 10. Chris Eastwood in 11th, Oliver Holmes in 12th, 9 seconds adrift from Chris Eastwood, but 2 seconds up the road from Darrell Pennington. Jake Sayer up next, with Kyle Ecclestone and Simon Burgess rounding out that top 15. But sheer delight there we can see for the number 74 of Chris Hodgson. Still yet to take off his crash helmet there is Chris, but he'll be doing that very shortly, and it'll be interesting to see what his post-race thoughts are on that one. So fastest lap of the race did go to Alex Mullaney, a 1 minute 10.393. Chris Hodgson with the second fastest lap, a 1 minute 10.454. But in the closing stages, he just hit the cruise control and did manage it from the front. That is what he saw earlier on today, and it certainly seems as though that's what happened in this third and final race of the weekend for the Trips UK Group A riders in this British Supermoto Championship. It'll be interesting to hear what happened on that final lap between number 100 of Alex Mullaney as well with 217 Richard Sharp. As on that live stream here, thank you very much for joining us on TNL Sports. We can see a great view of Oliver's Mount and then Yorkshire in the background as well. Such a great location to have a circuit and also host round number 6 of this British Supermoto Championship. And of course, had a lot of spectators here this weekend as well. So a big thanks goes out to all the spectators who have made the trip here to Oliver's Mount. And I'm sure in just a moment's time we will be able to hear from our top 3 riders.
Right to the bitter end there, and it was the number 100 Alex Mullaney that managed to just nip in front of you there right on the last lap, but a very, very well deserved third place.
Yeah, I've been watching Alex all race, and I thought I had him covered, to be fair, because I've been going outside, so I thought he's not going to pass me inside anyway. He must have put a good lap in on the last lap round dirt, and he came out in front, so fair play to him. So, but I'm happy with third with reverse grid, so yeah, can't complain.
Yeah, so good ride from you this weekend, and Oliver's Mount, the new off-road, I think that's worked really well for everyone.
Yeah, brilliant. Chris has done a brilliant job. Like I say, I think it worked better today. They altered it last night, made it a bit more even, and it's worked really well. I think everybody's enjoyed it.
So I think that will be third place overall for you today with the 2/3, so potentially the 2/3. We'll grab a quick word with Alex Mullaney. So, I don't want to knock your helmet. So, Alex, just managing to get that second place, and we could see just how much it meant to you as you crossed the line. You were really, really chuffed with that one. And how did you manage to get past Richard on that last lap?
Yeah, I'm really happy with second. It was hard coming back from 10th with a little pile up at the start, but I didn't actually plan to pass him. We both went over the ski jump and I nearly landed on him. And then I was going too fast to go to the outside. Then I went into the inside, I managed to get a good run out and passed him and got the job done. So I'm really happy with that. Massive thanks to everyone who's been here with me this weekend. We haven't had a bad weekend, I'd say. Just an unlucky race one this morning, but no, I'm really happy with it. And that'll do me until next round.
Yeah, great to come back from 10th place. And a quick word with, I think it's fair to say, our overall winner here today at Oliver's Mount, managing 3 out of 3 wins and 6 over the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a difficult race, that last one with the reverse grid and that, but yeah, everyone's done a fantastic job all weekend. The Trips lads doing the off-road. But Giovanni, Ennio from Italy over, so they've really helped. And so a massive thanks for all the effort Davide puts in and everyone else.
Yep, and it definitely shows that it has paid off for you this weekend. We'll just get our academy riders on their way. Yeah, we'll just send the academy riders off and have a quick word before we get back to their racing. But no, excellent ride from you this weekend on board the TM, and you managed to control that race really well. So we were saying on the commentary, you managed to make those passes right at the start. Did you feel you were under pressure from Richard Sharp for most of that one, or did you feel you could manage it?
It was a case of I seen that Sharpie was in about 4th place while I was 3rd, and then I got past the 2 guys, Dean and Lee. And I knew that I had to get a gap then. So if I didn't get a gap then, I think Sharp would have been on us all race.
Well, you definitely managed the race well, which we know you can do. And that is great for your championship contention here. Currently leading the Trips UK Championship as we head into Teesside and then the final round of Cadwell Park. But we'll head back up to our commentary box now and catch the last race of the weekend here at Oliver's Mount, which is our academy.
Thanks, Danielle.
See you later.
Thanks, Danielle. As the Academy riders are now underway, and we're watching them then round the inside berm. This is lap number 1, and Edward Darnton did have pole position ahead of Archie Reynolds and the 58 of Max Rhodes, but as they make their way around towards the end of the first lap of 8, it is the number 5 of Archie Reynolds who now leads the way ahead of Edward Darnton as they make their way out of Farm Bends and back across the start-finish line. Edward Darnton is right there in the slipstream, pulls out to the outside as Archie Reynolds just gives him a little of a wave there as he comes past. Edward Darnton now takes the lead of the race. Archie Reynolds dropped down to 2nd position, but he's still right there and close enough to make the challenge if necessary.
Yeah, I think that was a cheeky little look over there from the number 41 of Edward Darnton there as he made the pass on Archie Reynolds down the start-finish straight. And these riders all there, I think giving what their version of an applause would be to our A group riders on the podium as we were just doing their final interviews. But Darnton now looking comfortable out in front on board that DRC 85. So a little pop of the front wheel, like you say, as he heads through past the house now and towards the off-road section.
I think it's one of them, that little pop of the wheel. Is it necessary? Probably not. Does it look cool? 100%. As he makes his way through the dirt section now, and plenty of style as he goes through the option line. And Edward Darnton, he does love that outside to inside line, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does, and he's definitely making this off-road section work for him. So watching him through here, up over that ski jump and back out onto the tarmac. So seeing how comfortable Darnton's looking, I know our next round will be at Teesside later next month, and we know they've got a big off-road section, so it'll be good to see Darnton transfer these skills over to that circuit on the northeast. But looks like we've got Max Rhodes making that, I think that can be called the Max Pass there, as he heads out through Farm Bends onto the start-finish.
It's like he's found an invisible berm that no one else can see or can use. It's really strange there for Max Rhodes, but I mean, it's the opportunity there, and shows itself to him. Then absolutely use it 100%. That's what he did earlier on to put himself onto the podium. But at the moment, this is the fight for 4th place because Cole Reynolds, number 10, is 2.6 seconds up the road. In fact, there he is.
Yeah, there's the 79 of Jackson Bennett holding off Max Rhodes now for the time being, who's currently sitting in 5th place. But great ride there from Cole Reynolds on board his Automotive Solutions TM as he comes through this infield section, and Max trying to go the long way around there on Bennett, but not able to find a way through.
Behind the control tower and behind the house once again. They're braking hard now in towards the left. That brings them into the dirt section. So there's the gap, 2.6 seconds between Cole Reynolds, number 10, and Jackson Bennett, number 79. And Max Rhodes, he'll know that if he can just stay close enough to the rear wheel of Jackson Bennett, he can just use that outside line at Farm Bends to his advantage and put himself up into 4th position. But this time around he went inside then outside, and that seems to have worked in favour of Jackson Bennett, because that's a little bit of a case on the jump there for Max Rhodes.
Yeah, Max there, whether I'd say he's over jumping that slightly, not able to land on the top of that step up, just hitting the face of it with his front wheel, which I can't imagine was very comfy for him there. But again, able to carry a lot more speed through Farm Bends than Bennett was able to. But we've just had a fastest lap there popped in by the number 5 of Archie Reynolds. So he currently sits in 2nd place, chasing down the 41 of Ed Darnton there. And that gap now opened up to just over 1.5 seconds as they have 5 laps remaining. But there's the number 10 of Cole Reynolds, who currently sits in our final podium position. And then it is Bennett and Rhodes that round out our top 5.
Certainly do. Behind there, it's number 6, Tyler Clark, in position number 6, who has 8.8 seconds advantage over Josh Walker, and he's having a good fight with Rip Jennings, in fact. So Josh Walker and Rip Jennings, less than half a second between those two riders, and ninth position, Alfie Wright, as we look at that battle for 4th place between Jackson Bennett and Max Rhodes once again. So this time, a little bit of a twitch there from Max Rhodes, but keeps it rubber side down, and as they head towards the option line, looks like Cole Reynolds is just coming back to them ever so slightly.
Yeah, bit of a mistake there from the 58 of Max Rhodes as he entered that first berm. So his back wheel just touching that loose stuff on the outside, which allowed it to spin up. But a good save there from Max with that inside leg, managing to keep that Husqvarna under control and regain that position, as he's now chasing down Jackson Bennett down this straight yet again. Is he able to get closer on this lap to be able to pull out that Max pass again through Farm Bends?
Well, that is the question, as Cole Reynolds just filtered his way through in towards Mere Hairpin. There he goes out of shot, and the gap is now down to 1.9 seconds. So just on that lap alone, Jackson Bennett pulled in another 0.7 of a second between himself and Cole Reynolds. So this will be very soon, I suspect, a fight for the final podium position.
Yeah, they are definitely closing in on the number 10 of Cole Reynolds as they make their way through this tight, twisty section. And Max there looking to go a little bit deep on that hairpin section. I saw it a couple of laps ago as well, thinking he was trying for the cutback, but just a little bit deep there, allowing Bennett a little bit more breathing room than he'd probably like him to have. But again, back around that outside berm, over that step up, and then into the outside to inside line yet again for the number 58.
Certainly is, as Jackson Bennett goes outside to inside on the number 79. A little bit of a mistake there, was it, as Max Rhodes... Tell you what, the suspension on that machine is certainly taking a bit of a hammering there, as Edward Darnton comes across the line with the fastest lap of the race, and with a 2.5 second advantage, why not? A 1 minute 20.973 for your race leader.
I have to say, even though Max Rhodes didn't get that cleanly, that's very, very impressive for him on an 85 to be sending it and almost landing on that tabletop on board that 85. He's definitely got the courage to try and do that one. I think there's another phrase you could use. But
that's very politely worded. But no, you're absolutely right. If he can just unlock it, I mean, that's basically more time in his favour there, isn't it? If he can just unlock that jump and then get it landing on top of the tabletop, then yeah, he will certainly be able to get right back up to the rear wheel of Jackson Bennett in no time at all.
Yeah, and I think you're very right in saying earlier that these kids have the advantages of just having absolutely no fear. We've seen riders in our C's and even the B's not making that step up. So to see a rider on an 85 even attempt it is very, very impressive. So you can see Darnton there using the inside line and instead of jumping it, getting the power down. So if you're in the air, you're not getting the power down. So there is a mix of the two there. But Darnton using the inside line and making the circuit shorter for himself. As he comes now down onto the start-finish straight. That gap does look like it has extended now to the number 5 of Archie Reynolds.
Yeah, 2 seconds now is the gap between Edward Darnton and Archie Reynolds, the number 41 and the number 5, as they go in towards Mere Hairpin once again and hard on the brakes and just throws it in. Edward Darnton, number 41, ahead of Reynolds. And then Cole Reynolds is still there in third position as they come across the line. There goes Jackson Bennett with a 1 minute 24.066. Max Rhodes, a hundredth or so of a second quicker with a 24.032. But this is the battle that we're looking at. Can the number 5 of Archie Reynolds put a stop to what could well be a perfect weekend for Edward Darnton?
Yeah, and also it is the two Reynolds brothers in second and third. Will they make it to the podium together, or is Jackson Bennett going to try and close down that gap of just a second now to Cole Reynolds as he sits in fourth place? It looks like he has managed to shake the number 58 of Max Rhodes off for the time being, with the gap back to Rhodes now opening up to 1.7 seconds on that last lap.
So round the outside and to the inside through the option line for Archie Reynolds. We are on the penultimate lap as well, so with a 2 second advantage for Edward Darnton. He's just got to manage that gap at the front of the race, and it could well be yet another victory here at Oliver's Mount. But around Farm Bends and onto the front straight we go. There goes Edward Darnton to start the final lap.
Yeah, Darnton crosses the line, followed by Reynolds, and he's extended that lead now to 2.718 of seconds
out in front. So there we have our current race and championship leader here for the Academy class, coming around this circuit now for the final time this weekend, up into the inner paddock section.
Jackson Bennett on the timing screen, you'll see, has moved up into 3rd position, relegating Cole Reynolds into 4th position, and more importantly, off of the podium. So Cole Reynolds, if he can retaliate there, we'll try and pick them up as they come through the picture. In fact, we're looking at Edward Darnton, who's pretty much showboating now on this final lap. Could well be a celebration lap here for Edward Darnton.
No, that's not like Edward, is it? He's not been showing off all weekend. No, it's very well deserved for the number 41 as he comes round into this off-road section and again taking that favoured line. But it looks like Reynolds has really closed up there on that last lap.
He really has, because the gap was 2.7 seconds. So I'm sure when he come out of the dirt and into the tarmac section, Edward Darnton would take maybe a look around to see where his rival is. And the answer is right behind you there, because Archie Reynolds is really closing the gap.
Yeah, but not quite close enough to try doing that max pass through Farm Bend. So it is another race win for the number 41 of Ed Darnton, but not enough of a lead for the showboating over the line that we have seen previously. A well-deserved second place to Archie Reynolds, who actually managed the fastest lap of the race there on that last lap, chasing down Darnton. But here's that battle for 3rd. Oh, Max just not quite close enough to be able to make that pass through Farm Bend stick, but he has demoted Cole Reynolds down to 5th place. So 3rd goes to Jackson Bennett, then 4th Max Rhodes, and 5th the number 10 of Cole Reynolds.
That was some great racing there, and Archie Reynolds, you said he put in the fastest lap of the race on that final lap of a 1 minute 20.294, which is 7/10 of a second quicker than the fastest lap set by Edward Darnton. As we look further down the order, as Tyler Clark, I believe, will be next up in 6th position. But in the meantime, Josh Walker, Rip Jennings and Alfie Wright. In fact, this is the battle between Josh Walker and Rip Jennings as we watch them go out of the dirt section and back onto the tarmac.
Just a quick one, Brad. I thought I'd have a quick look at our lap times for the C Group race that we had out earlier.
Okay.
What was Archie Reynolds' fastest lap?
Right, fastest lap, a 1 minute 20.294.
1 minute 20.294 would have put him at the front of our C Group race. So Sean Rogerson managed a 120.801 as his best lap time, and that would have put him in front of him and Tommy Sayer. So a lap time there from Archie Reynolds that could have put him into the Bs today. So absolutely excellent racing there from the number 5, the number 40, and there is the number 79 there that make up our final podium for the weekend here at Oliver's Mount.
I don't even know what to say. I'm speechless about that.
Yep, it just goes to show that these kids on 85s have been absolutely on fire this weekend. They've been flying, so well done to all of our Academy riders that have been out there putting on a great show for us here at Oliver's Mount. I think we are going to let these riders have their moment on the podium, but as for the live stream, I think we are going to get ready to start wrapping this one up. Now, I will mention our next round for the British Supermoto Championship is the 20th and 21st of September, and that will be at Teesside Autodrome. So if you can make it up there to come and watch and cheer these guys on, make sure you do. And if you can't, it will be live streamed on the 21st over on YouTube. So make sure you are following us over on TNL Sports. Good to see the camaraderie there of our Academy riders, but thank you from me, and also thank you to Bradley for being alongside me here this weekend at Oliver's Mount.
No, you're more than welcome. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I can't wait to tune into TNL Sports for round number 7 at Teesside.
And we will see you there. Thank you.
Bye.